on. We should be live. Hi, everyone. Welcome, everyone. Let me know in the chat if you are here and you're able to see and hear us well. Today, I'm super grateful for everyone that is joining us and also super excited for this session because we have someone very special joining us once again. Many of you were here the last time that we hosted him, and you remember him as, you know, really profound energy that came through. We have 𝓂𝓬𝓬 here with us, who's a former NBA player, and he's reached levels of physical mastery, discipline, and performance that very few will ever touch. But what I love most about Mo is the soul behind the story, because he hasn't just cultivated this athletic excellence, but he's cultivated this spiritual athleticism where there's mastery of the mind, his intention, creativity, and consciousness. And now he's shifted into an entirely new playing field where he's teaching and creating and guiding and navigating this construct, utilizing these higher levels of interdimensional awareness. So he's someone that understands the architecture of this reality externally as well as internally. So Mo, we are super happy to have you here again. Thank you for joining us.
I appreciate it. Once again, thanks for the intro. Flattered, but super excited to be here, and thanks for everybody who showed up. And I've been looking forward to coming back since we had our last live. So yeah, let's definitely build and tap in, because I'm sure that we're in completely different places than we were when we first had our live. So it's good to circle back. So.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree more. So today, guys, we're going to be diving into a theme that is super important, because not only are we going through this subjectively, but also objectively and on a collective scale. Whew, I'm getting chills. Today, we've had Neptune enter into the sign of Aries. So the theme is really about holding space as we stretch beyond who it is that we've been and into a new version of us that is calling us forward. So we're stepping into a chapter that requires us to ask, who am I becoming? And what future version of me am I connecting to? And how do I kind of navigate this liminal space between an old identity and this new one that is emerging? Because it's quite literally a cosmic octave that we're tuning to, which is the highest possible expression of us. And Neptune in Aries is about bringing that level of consciousness into this anchored embodiment in how we move through the system. So how do you feel about what's been going on, Mo, as far as what it is that you're experiencing just heading into numerical 1? What do you feel like has shifted since the last time we spoke, heading out 2025 versus stepping into 2026 and kind of in that last period, almost the final molt of the year of the snake?
Yeah, that's funny, man. Like last time we spoke, I was over in Phnom Penh, which is the capital city of Cambodia, and I was out there playing basketball, coaching, and doing some mentor work out there. But what really happened for me between that time and now, it was just I would say a great deal of last minute ego shedding. Not necessarily just completely eradicating the ego altogether, but actually integrating it and really giving it its place, but realizing where even at the stage that I'm at now, there was a lot of letting go that I had to let go of in terms of just my identity and what basically what I did in the past. Actually basketball is one of those things where opened up plenty of doors for me. It's been absolutely amazing for me. It's worked wonders in terms of just my development as a person. But ultimately, there was still some components of even that I had to actually like pretty much, I would say, accept and then kind of like release, and just realize that I'm at where I'm at now at this present stage in my life, where things are completely different. Like when you playing in the NBA, when you playing ball in the NBA, there's a whole different outlook that people have for you. People treat you differently. Things happen a lot easier for you. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things to where when I placed myself back into that environment last month, when I was, pretty much playing ball again, I got a chance to kind of revisit old feelings that I had, but from this perspective, in terms of I'm not the same player I was. I'm not at the same status I was, worldly status. So I actually had to deal with some of those emotions that came up and like kind of there was kind of just laying in the cut. So for me, between that period and now, I've done so much work on myself in terms of being able to accept fully and be 100% authentic in who I am today and showing up who I am today, and allowing, I would say, my past and the things that got me to this point to be, just leverage for what it is, but not necessarily who I am. So it was amazing just to kind of be somewhat placed in that scenario to where I had to really kind of go in and see where I had to clean up some things and really let go and shed. But it's been so intense, man. And, when January 20th hit, I felt it. I felt like the energy shifted 100%. Like I felt it. I was like, oh God. So when I was going through the whole, beginning of the year, Christmas time period, it was pretty heavy, man. It almost, I second guessed myself many times. I even second guessed my spiritual trainings and the things that I studied for so long, and it had me second guessing everything, almost to a point where I felt comfortable realizing that, okay, some of the things that I would say that I gravitated towards, spiritually, it was okay for me to put it down and realize that, okay, maybe that's not necessarily what's going to get me to the next level, because that was for what it was for. So it was a lot of just letting go and accepting, acknowledging. Vulnerability came through a lot. I found myself being in some of the most vulnerable moments and really learning to genuinely hold a great deal of love and self-love and self-compassion for myself when others didn't necessarily show it, when I had to show up and be vulnerable. But ultimately being okay with the idea of people not necessarily caring about me, not caring about how people feel about me based off of their own perceptions and however they perceive myself. So it was a lot of just internal work and just accepting the idea that it's okay to be exactly where you are and accept things exactly where they are, no matter what they may look like, because that's what this is. These are the phases of life. It's the ups, the downs, the ins, the outs. And I felt every bit of emotions. It was times where I felt like, man, I felt like I can't believe I had some thoughts that I was having. I'm like, what? I can't even believe that I would go. And it was really, really deep in that regard. So it was tough, man. It was really tough, but I'm grateful. I stuck with it. I continue to, stay close to my inner compass. But what it really did for me was teach me how to get back to my center frequency a lot faster. So I feel like everything that I've been able to discover through all of the trials, tribulations, and ins and outs of life, it really conditioned me to learn how to always come back into my home frequency quicker, just because it's like it became like a practice over time, if that makes sense.
100%. I couldn't agree more with what you said, because it's not just subjective. And, this happens every time we speak, where we usually find that we've gone through very similar subjective stories, and we understand that there's a higher collective theme playing out around that self-doubt, around having to be vulnerable with yourself and seeing that vulnerability as a strength, because this is something that I feel so many souls need to hear, especially during this transition, because that chaos that you're feeling, that kind of being forced to surrender and release, isn't punishment, but it is a reconfiguration taking place, because the old structure, not just in how other people have viewed you, but also how you viewed yourself up until now, is kind of being forced to export that disorder and everything that's not aligned, while your inner world becomes more ordered. And what may look like it's messy or may feel like it's messy, and what is actually arising, is the architecture forming for this next timeline and this next expression of yourself. And when you understand that breakdown is intelligent and it's self-organized, then the nervous system relaxes and it begins to ease more into that process of transformation and unconditional acceptance. When you were talking about like having to fully accept and find peace within the present moment and your current conditions on earth, even in the middle of life's detours and this internal detour that we feel like we're being pulled towards, that's where you begin to kind of admire and find beauty in the scenery itself, even as you kind of step into this new horizon or expand beyond a version that you've recognized or known yourself as. And it can feel incredibly uncomfortable. there's so much
Mm.
self-doubt that comes through that process because you're literally in the, the corridor, you're in that liminal space where you're not fully in the new world. You have your one foot in the new world, kind of dipping your toes in, but then also you only have a point of reference for everything that you've known. And there's almost like this surrendering into that unknown and trying to see it as more of a friend than something to fear. And that heart space as well, when you were talking, I was thinking about like the heart space and how we are being guided by the heart. One is almost a 10 broken down is a 1, and that 10 is alchemy. The year of the fire is that alchemization point to unconditionally hold space for even the octave of us that doubts and fears, because it's only asking to be held. That version of us wants to feel secure, as you said, like with the ego. And I find that that's why so many people are coming online during this time, or souls are waking up, because that emotional density that we were moving through, I feel like particularly with Capricorn season, and as you said, heading into January, we instantaneously felt that shift in the numerology, because within us, we are literally shifting into this next level of responsibility and being prepared to embody new ways of being. So anything that's been kind of suppressed is being processed. It's like we were forced to alchemize that and understand, okay, we can experience it through the lens of suffering, but then we can also see it as play. And it can be hard when we are in the storm until we step into admiring and embracing being in the eye of the storm. And in that moment of stillness, we find that harmony and we restore to that harmonic order. So yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Also,
I want to pick up.
I just want to talk about in the chat, just to inform everyone. So today we're going to be exploring how to hold and kind of center through this process that we're all going through, and how to cultivate that inner cosmos even when life appears to be chaotic, right? So this is about trusting in that upgrade that's happening and these gifts that will also be emerging as a result of that, and to navigate the space between who you are and who you're becoming. And after this conversation, then we're going to invite some of you beautiful souls here in the chat to receive guidance, but not from outside of yourself, but to retrieve the wisdom in your own field. And this is something that you've been carrying all along. So we're only unveiling the things that your soul has already known. So settle in, everyone, into the space, open your field, and we're going to step into this transmission together. It's 13:13 on the clock right here. So this is actually clarity after the storm that we're receiving. So yeah, another thing I wanted to ask you was about timeline shifting and identity, Mo. So you've lived multiple lifetimes within this one life, right? An athlete, an artist, a creator, a teacher, right? You're a multifaceted being. How do you personally recognize when you're shifting timelines or identities? And what does that internal transition feel like for you?
Oh, that's a real good question. How do I know? I feel like I did a live the other day where I dropped a message, and I basically just spoke about the ideas of just being seasonal. And I feel like that for myself, as much as I've embodied many facets of life, I still look at everything as seasonal. So it's like there are certain times and period where it's like, okay, well, I'm focused on swag nights, where that's the
Mm.
main thing I'm really focused on, and I
I
feel
clocked
like
your
that's the
match. I
only
was
thing.
like, that's a hard top, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the main thing I can focus on in that moment. So it's almost like every time that I move into these different shifts of I would say different characteristics that I carry, it lets me know. I just feel like, okay, this is the one right now, and I go super hard on it. So, but when it came to the ideas of reinventing myself, and I don't feel like I was ever reinventing myself. I was just uncovering what was always there. So it
Mm.
was always things in life that would push me towards new, I would say undiscovered or untapped talents or things that I want to tap into. So I never thought that I would be, interested in like, coaching basketball. I know I always told myself, I kind of want to just, kind of be like more of an advisor. So, but I found myself coaching basketball over time, and it ended up being something that, that was actually pretty cool. But more importantly, I was able to experience it and see why I didn't want to coach too. But it's crazy because when you think about what it feels like when you make certain shifts like this, it feels you can feel it in your body. You can actually feel like something has to change. So sometimes we get frustrated. You know, I can speak for myself. I would get frustrated when I feel myself getting super anxious, super impatient. But I discovered that that's really just the new version of myself coming on board, and it's transforming itself within me before it actually shows in my physical reality. So for me to be feeling this way and getting frustrated, like, man, that's just really me feeling the new circumstances or whatnot, the new timelines coming on board. So it's more like my body is getting adjusted and getting acclimated to the next phase of life. But it feels like, man, what the fuck is going on? Like, man, damn. Like, but it always end up being like something comes not too far afterwards. So it's like, I know that we be like, oh, don't get impatient, don't lose patience and stuff like that. But sometimes I be like, that's good. That's like actually a signal from the universe letting you know that your body is preparing you for something that you can't see yet. So and that's the silence that we talk about. We talk about like where all of the great things and amazing things in life happen when it seems and appear to be very silent. So learning to trust the silence, learning to trust when the nervous system is beginning to expand itself and create a new baseline is very important. So if you know you've done the work, you set your intentions in the proper place, I think the greatest thing for you to do is to allow your central nervous system to begin to recalibrate itself in that regards, because it has to, because you're going to have to carry and be a new container for new light. And basically what that means is we have to constantly be, I would say, working to regulate our central nervous system. And you spoke about it, prior to making your announcement. So we talk about it all the time, it's just like when our bodies start to feel danger, but there's no danger. So it's like, that's your perfect opportunity for you to actually go in and be like, listen, all is well. Talk to yourselves, talk to your body, and see your body, yourselves. So every time that happens, breathe into it, so that over time with repetition, your body begins to respond to life, not in a fight or fight or flight sort of way, but more so just like, okay, all is well. So that's the phase. And they talk about that in the Bible. Is like when they say the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. So therefore, for me, I realize, that's what it's really saying. It's basically getting your body on board to be in alignment with being able to, you know how I feel when something exciting is happening and you might be nervous, but it's really getting to that point where it becomes normal to you to be able to hold different responsibility, new version of yourself, and being able to actually bring it to life and cultivate it properly.
That is so spot on. There's so many things that you said there that I love so deeply, because even how you said around that timeline shifting moment, it feels like that somatic remembering, where it's the body kind of catching up with the soul and recalibrating. There's so many things that you said there, but it's almost like where your soul is preparing to move you and the body into a new reality. And it's not, as you said, it's like that fear response that came up within your nervous system. Again, it's like fight or flight, it's nfish, it's the it's so interconnected. You have the reptilian brain, right? That fight or flight, you have the autonomic nervous system, and the sympathetic starts going, and it's learning what your body is telling you. There's an octave within you that is letting you know through that sensation that there is a level of insecurity or a level of not feeling safe. So how can you become your own source and not outsource your sense of safety, of saying, okay, I'm only going to feel safe when I accomplish that thing, or when I'm settled into this new reality, or everything begins to make sense? How can you actually anchor in that safety into the present moment, even amongst the storm, even amongst that transition? Because that old timeline is collapsing, and it's not fear of the new, that is actually fear of the ego releasing the old. And that's and that rejection, right? You can literally feel when your soul is almost like ejecting itself from certain timelines or certain things that no longer feel aligned with you, and it's because it's become too constrictive or tight for the version of self that you're expanding into. So it's quite literally the caterpillar that's like, it's breaking free from that chrysalis, because that internal transformation has already already occurred with its wings. So now it's time to really take flight in that embodiment and experience a new version of reality. It goes from being on the floor, trees, knowing life one kind of way, maybe again being with other caterpillars within that surrounding environment, but it goes through this period of solitude, introspection, and it ends up transforming in that process, but it has to almost give itself permission to leave behind everything that is known to begin to experience life in a completely different horizon, right? It has a whole new experience of flying, and it's like a whole new cycle. But yeah, it's where that emotional density begins to dissolve and your DNA actually expands, right? Your fear is something that no longer holds you back. And suddenly that old version of yourself no longer fits and it pretty much dissolves. It's like your future self that's pulling you forward. And your job is to simply release that clinging or attachment to who you once were. And can you give yourself permission and, you know, accept yourself, even if you haven't landed in that new normal, in that liminal space? Can you embrace not knowing exactly how things are going to unfold and trust that they're unfolding for the highest good?
Yeah, that's for sure. That's the bottom line. I was talking to my dog yesterday about that. It's like this whole thing is always going to boil down to trust and knowing that and that's the cool part. Like, okay, this whole journey, right? Getting to the stage where you've done the work, you're doing the work, you've learned to accept, allow, and you truly brought yourself back into your return space. Like, this is all about returning home. It's all about returning back to the idea that you are a soul. You are one with the intergalactic, everything. So it's like when you realize that it'll always boil down to, it's so much easier to trust. It's like, you know what? If I don't understand this right now, can you, like, I've heard my spirit tell me, like, yo, can you trust? Do you have to know? You knowing right now will probably, you know, jam up with what we're trying to express through you. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like the universe wants to surprise us. It wants us to be. I've always had this vision that, you know, our higher self, our spirit guides, whatever you want to call it, they get super excited to see us get excited about the great unknown, the you know, God works in mysterious ways, the moments where I couldn't have thought of that. So I never would have thought that I would be in Cambodia. I never would have thought that I would be literally living abroad for so long. I mean, so it gets to a point where it's like releasing the idea of feeling like we have to know everything is exactly what the universe is waiting for us to do, to release that. Because it's like the moment we stop feeling like we need to know and begin to trust, things it just work out. It always works out. And it's funny how often these things work out and how often we have to remind ourselves constantly about some of these some of these principles. Like, come on, man, you know better, baby. You know that all you got to do is trust and move on, inspire action steps, and just take one step at a time, and it'll always work itself out. So, I've come up on a new endeavor, and I've had to remind myself even tonight, like, hey, listen, bro, take your time, bro, take your time. You're not going to learn everything overnight. Everything is not going to happen overnight, but when it's all said and done, it's like we're here to, like you always say, witness the divine unfoldment. We're here to witness this thing happen. So when we're just so caught up in, I know I'm a Taurus moon, so I'm real big on security and stability and wanted to know, like, I know I came into this world to develop myself through certain levels of instability and uncertainty in order for me to realize that I am stable, I am certain, I am golden, I have everything I need in this moment. And it's helped me so much, especially lately, that to realize, like, the more I feel like I don't need, the more I have everything, you know, and that's just a certain resonance that I believe with the universe on a level that most people are still struggling to embody.
Yeah, 100%. It's so spot on what you said, because that is the biggest spiritual initiation, where it's not even about becoming someone new at that point, but it's releasing the old self that can no longer walk through or be your guide in this next cycle. So it's almost like you stop negotiating with that old frequency, and the future version of you finally has that space to step in and think, what do I actually want to experience within this terrestrial plane? Because the limits are limitless. There are only the limits that we give ourselves, because this universe is abundant. The only lack that exists is within the mind. So can you stop negotiating with that old self and instead lean into that level of transformation that again is inevitable? You will witness the becoming of something that has already come to be and is already existing. And I feel like that's why we feel these really strong pulls and callings and even gut feelings, right? They've been proven by scientists to be memories from our future self. So the reason you feel so called to move in that very particular direction is because it has already happened. Life has meaning because we get to experience the journey of our choices. And sometimes we almost lean into certain timelines and we don't see how everywhere we're guided almost on these side quests, that, and the main quest is often unknown to us. We're led on these like different side quests where we uncover something about ourselves, whether it's our likes or dislikes that we don't know until we immerse ourselves in that environment. Sometimes we find out things that we're good at. That's where we uncover our hidden gifts oftentimes as well. And all those little pieces that we're collecting actually attribute and make up something incredibly substantial. It's like you're creating this foundation that is going to sustain the success in which you're building and your definition of success, especially on a soul level, not just in the material plane, but being able to see that play out on the physical and also witness how that plays out in the physical. That's the whole point of, time, space, time, so you can experience your journey through time, or also time journeying through you, right? Where all you're doing is tuning into different coordinates and you're witnessing the transition from point A to point B. So it's really, really beautiful. It's spot on. I was going to ask you as well about collective upgrades that we're going through now, because many people are experiencing things like heightened intuition, these messages from their future self, or their highest expression, maybe like sensitivities or flashes of almost memories, or their consciousness being projected into certain futures where they feel a calling to do this thing or head in this direction, but they have no clue on the next steps to take. What kind of advice would you give to someone whose abilities are coming online faster than their mind can even keep up with that like process?
Ooh, yeah, that's for people that's like really starting to discover new things about yourself. When it comes to like, oh man, ooh, that's a good question. For what I would say is, I would definitely say take your time and be still and really just ooh, you got to take a step back, because sometimes it can be extremely overwhelming whenever you start to experience certain things that you never experienced spiritually, whether it be supernatural, whether it be it all end up being supernatural to a certain degree. But if I had to give advice, I would definitely say use your powers wisely. Use your powers wisely, because if they're coming on board at this present time for you, they're absolutely not only for yourself, but they're for the greater good, because we're talking about collective consciousness here. So if you're whatever your gifts are, can you give me an example of like people who are coming on board with different
let's say someone has like this future vision, or like this prophetic insight, or just this deep intuitive knowing, like they know something, but it's not necessarily let's say gifts that are new, but it's more about their soul kind of uncovering what was always theirs. So maybe it's about self-doubt that is beginning to kind of cloud their intuition. Maybe there's some kind of like emotional charge or subconscious core belief system that makes them question this sense. It's like where your intuition is telling you something, but there could be like doubt that surfaces, and that could be something generational that they're alchemizing, and those kind of themes. Because I feel like that's really what it is, because you are a supernatural being, right? You're a quantum being, you are more non-physical, but we experience these themes in the physical world that add that level of intricacy to this like complexity of life's game. So how do you deal with that, right? When you have this calling to move in this direction, but there's also a level of uncertainty. Do you the moment that you observe that thought or that emotion, and then you recognize yourself as the awareness, how do you come back into those shifts and ground yourself into the body? What are like practices that you do, or things that helped you when these kind of themes started surfacing in your life?
Yeah, I would say for the most part, what you just said, grounding is so important. And I wouldn't run around telling people for the most
Mm,
part. Like if there are certain things that I discovered about myself and different things culturally, and I was so excited to tell people.
mm,
I will say the greatest thing you can do is kind of keep it to yourself. But if you have certain friends who are on the same wavelength, like this type of community, we can speak openly and freely about some of the most I would say what they call nowadays the woo woo stuff is like, which I'm not a big fan of because it's like all the woo woo stuff is the realest stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like
mm,
the realest thing, the woo whatever or the spirit realm. But what I would say is don't second guess yourself. Just realize that we're living in a time where a lot of people's spiritual gifts are coming on board. This is the time period where the veil is being thin. We're at a cosmic reset. We're at a global reset. So my greatest advice to you, for one, is congratulations. Congratulations for sure, because now you can actually utilize these gifts to help you navigate this plane much more efficiently. Utilize it to navigate this plane. Try to stay away from the egotistical aspects that may come about, because it is what it is. Sometimes we have the whole. Um, I understand the chosen thing, but sometimes people take it overboard and they begin to allow that to blow their head up more than they need to. But so
mm,
stay humble about it. Use it properly. Use it wisely. Don't second guess yourself, because in the end, you're much more magical, and let's just say you have more superpowers than you do as a human. I mean, as a soul, as a true version of yourself, than the limitations that you've experienced as a human. So it's that time in life where it's time for us to be on our let's be on earth and be gods and be magical and be alchemists and be magi's and be all of these things, because that's what we truly are in our purest
mm,
essence, in our purest form. And for so long, these things have been hidden from us, and they've given us so many dense, I would say, things of density to take us away from our true nature, and how we can, manifest telepathy, be able
mm.
to, you know, I don't know about teleportation yet, but nonetheless, utilizing these gifts and these skills to help propel yourself, but ultimately be of service to others, and have fun with it. Have fun with it, but
Yeah.
be very careful when you run around here telling that you can actually speak and
Yeah,
read thoughts and
telekinesis.
stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many truths that you said there, and I feel that as far as like the emotional densities that were once suppressed, like the this is the message that was coming through when you were speaking, and it's all about how we are always moving through these phases. Doubt and fear is always going to be there. That's an octave within us that we are coexisting with. But how can we begin to shift our awareness back into almost creating this separation between, okay, that is an octave and that is a theme that is present, but how can I become greater than that octave? How can I bring safety and security to that version of self, to that fractal of self? And the other message that was coming through was that as that alchemy unfolds, right, as you exercise your awareness and you step into the fact that you are a multidimensional being and you allow yourself to go through that fluidity, you don't have to get stuck in that place of self-doubt or suffering. And in that moment of remembrance, that you are activating your DNA, right, you're activating your memory, you keep reminding that octave of self that you are so much more than your fear. You are so much, because fear paralyzes the organism. It literally leads to inaction or things that you're afraid to actually change in your life. And as that alchemy unfolds, and all alchemy is saying, okay, I feel this way, but what do I choose to do with this feeling? How can I begin
Mhm.
to actually unconditionally love and accept that aspect of self? And that leads to the expansion of DNA, which is actually the expansion of gifts that have been suppressed and almost squashed and contracted by these dense feelings of fear. Your awareness is the key. You are the key to move freely between realms of the form and the formlessness. The experience can be a hell, also heaven on earth in this multidimensional plane, and you're always shifting between. But can you catch yourself when you tune into a lower octave? And how can you begin to also hold space for the higher expression? And that is the paradox, that both will coexist at once. So yeah, that's going to lead to DNA expanding, recalibrating, and gifts coming online, like intuitive upgrades or psychic openings, or just this remembrance as your gifts kind of awaken. It's more of like remembering that happens, where you can retrieve these abilities or wisdom from past, future, simultaneous lifetimes as this one body of all consciousness and this interconnected web. And the last question I wanted to ask you, Mo, before we start bringing people on is, have you ever felt like you were remembering something that you never learned in this lifetime, like a skill or instinct or this wisdom that was returning from another parallel life? So it could be like a past life or future, just simultaneous lifetimes, maybe quantum non-local connections, potentially like other planetary star systems that you're kind of like streamlining and becoming a conduit for, and being able to allow that to flow through you as you navigate your, mission, or however you want to label that in the things that you're doing on Earth.
That's a good question. I would say that what I felt like I've embodied myself for is giving myself themes. I think it's okay to give yourself themes in this reality in order for you to actually continue to stay motivated and inspired. I've given myself so many themes in terms of just what I'm allowing myself to channel. So, for example, I call myself 𝓲𝓪𝓬𝓮, and I'm huge on the golden age. I'm huge on the age of Aquarius. I'm huge on us returning back to our spiritual nature and stuff like that. To also almost to a point where I've allowed myself to be like, you know what? I'm the personification of that energy. Although I'm not saying I'm that. All I'm saying, I've given myself enough leeway just in this game of life, in this movie, in this stage play, to be like, this is the role I'm playing. I'm allowing the golden age energy to flow through me. I'm allowing everything that the golden age represent, from peace, harmony, love, alone, joy, heaven on earth. I'm allowing that energy to flow through me as prosperously and I would say as great as I can allow it to as a human in this physical vessel. So for me, I picked up on that, I would say 2016, when I began to like really embody the golden age type of persona. And I followed that sort of blueprint in terms of what that would look like, based off of what I feel like it should be, in terms of just everybody coexisting, people realizing that this is a place of growth, learning, and expansion and experience, and allowing myself to actually be a living embodiment of the golden age theme. So that's something that I feel like is a big channel, but it's also something that I gave myself, because I'm not saying I'm the golden age, but I still allowed myself to, carry that sort of theme for fun. And it's productive, and it's allowed me to be effective in my human experience when it comes to what I choose to represent, in terms of being able to channel certain energies. Because in the end, they say, as a man thinketh, so is he. So that's kind of how I view it. And I'm sure at some point in life, I'm going to give myself another theme to continue to help me animate this game and continue to have fun with it.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's, I feel like that's happening for so many souls as well right now. When you were speaking, as far as like the golden age goes, it was reminding me of a message that I did that isn't being released yet, but I was talking about these thought forms that are basically chakra points that we're decoding within our body. So maybe it's contractions within the solar plexus, and that's going to be themes of, self-doubt, or maybe resentment that we hold on to, instead of cultivating this profound sense of self-trust. And the moment that we decode those chakras, we actually deprogram those survival programs, and simultaneously activate these new pathways filled with trust, clarity, and this power that we're unlocking and returning back to. And our body becomes merely a vessel for us to begin to heal these aspects of ourselves and bring forth things that have always been existing within the field. And what's so interesting is the Llumerian codes message came out afterwards, and I'm going to read a very specific segment from it, because it talks about thought forms and the crystalline thought forms that have been reinforced generationally. It's the love that you have been withholding for lifetimes, and that is, you know, your deepest pain that you've carried from lifetime to lifetime, and being able to finally express that in this one. And there's this quantum healing effect that's taking place, because as you begin to give yourself permission to embody and step into and release that power that's always been there, you're also simultaneously showing up for all these parallel versions of self. So you're not separate from these different entities or archetypes, right? It's like you're literally pulling information in from the morphic genetic field, which is like it's the instruction manual of how your DNA manifests into the physical, and you're just recovering it in this avatar, really by alchemizing anything that has been suppressed. It's already within you. It's not that you're having it from anywhere outwardly. It's that you're literally clearing up this these thought forms that have been crystallized in the field, and it's allowing you to access, you know, layers of information that have been previously blocked off because of these emotions that you haven't allowed yourself to process. And there's a very specific energy from it. Yeah, we have someone in the back room. We'll answer in a moment. So guys, I've shared a link in the live chat. If anyone else wants to join, we'll let some people come in. But there was a very specific energy, and when it came out, I got chills. And it said that these highly attuned beings knew that their civilization would end, and decided to send healing waves into another part of the world for future civilizations to benefit from. They telepathically channel their frequencies into a thought form that would become crystals that would be found thousands, possibly millions of years later. And it talks about these Lemurian, you know, seed codes, and it's more of a feminine way in order for this evolution of the species to evolve. And it's almost as if you've sent your self messages through space and time that you're intersecting with, and it's leading to these activation points within you. It's like it was always in perfect design for you to, with this whole construct as a fractal design, to come back into alignment with what has always been within, right? Because the fractal is in this inward spiral, so it's like you're coming back, you're returning to yourself again and again and again in any avatar or carbon-based life form that you incarnate into, in here or other realms. There is this return and remembrance. Yeah,
it's like like you just said, it's like an embodiment. Like we go through life and we set all of these different clues for ourselves through our name, through our numerology, and all of us, for us to get to a point where we, like you just said, take all of it, embody it, and then allow ourselves to play it out. You know, carry this sort of light in this frequency, and be a living embodiment of everything that we came into this world to be, along those lines of, you know, what you just said, man. That's perfect.
Yeah, and I feel like this is happening to so many people right now, where our field is recovering memories from the past, future, and simultaneous selves. And when you clear up that emotional density, your consciousness can finally access those timelines. Because when we don't allow ourselves to feel those sensations that our body is trying to communicate to us, we are literally blocking ourselves off from timelines of memories, experiences, and also gifts within those dimensional planes. You can think about it as almost like a lock on that dimension. It's almost like a door that is completely locked until you face something within you and you clear up. It's like you are the key, right? You are the key to move through that dimensional field, but it requires you to clear up anything that is blocking your access. And it's where you're blocking your own access, and where you're blocking yourself off from your own infinite potential. So I feel like we are the only ones that can get in our own way. It requires for us to sit with ourselves, sit with our body, and be aware of our biggest, you know, fear, or really our biggest fear can be one of our biggest missions in this lifetime of what we are here to overcome, right? So maybe it's fear of being seen, or fear of how you're going to be perceived, right? But that's like, I feel like a huge thing.
And being okay with all of it, and that's the acceptance part. Being okay knowing that we chose these experiences in order for us to come to this place where it's like, okay, oh man, that's disappointment, and literally feel it, but not allow it to overconsume you, because all of these emotions are just here for us to experience, and technically all of it is an experience for us to have these experiences. And what you said is almost like going back to what we were saying earlier. It's about alchemizing. We're alchemizing our human experience, from one thing to another, putting this together. Oh, grabbing those numbers and like then bringing it all together for you to be the supreme being in this moment. And this is so multifaceted. It ain't even it's so hard to look at it. Even there's times where I look at my purpose and my purpose begins to shift and I fine tune it and sometimes I may simplify it. And there's times where it's the biggest purpose in the world, and then there's certain times I'm just like it ain't really that deep. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like accepting that we came here to experience. That's what it really is. And sometimes as humans, I feel like we have a hard time accepting it. It can't be that accepting that it can't be that simple, that we are here to simply experience all of these different components and to come to this point where it's like, hey, how was your last month and a half since the last time we spoke? And realize that, oh man, so much happened in between that, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm a better, I would say, I feel like I'm a more honed in version of myself now, than I was then.
Yeah.
And that's out.
Yeah. And it's funny how that works, because it seems like not that much time has passed, but it's like so much now that version didn't, and it just shows that you're recovering that wisdom. It's like we're always evolving constantly. Like you're a different person than you were yesterday. It's like allowing yourself to just write these new stories for yourself and really choose what feels in alignment with your soul's highest expression at any given moment in time. So but we're going to bring some people on. I just want to say as well, everything is self-organized in this system. So what we're experiencing subjectively is part of a collective objective theme. So every message that's going to be delivered, whether it's to you personally with people here that's going to be joining us on the stage, are things that are going to resonate with everyone that is in this place. Everyone that feels drawn to this meeting today is here for a reason, and it goes beyond the mind's understanding. So if this has found you and you found yourself here, and you found this along your space-time travels, then welcome, because you're already in the field of it. We're all a nucleus of a family. We've shared many lifetimes together. So yeah, this is almost like a communication hub. So let's bring our first guest on, someone that's already been in the room, Sheridan.
Oh my. Hi.
Hi, Sheridan. Is that, am I pronouncing your name okay?
Yeah, but that was a name that was given to me. My name is Brian, which is Celtic, and my middle name is Kirk, after Kirk Douglas. My dad likes Kirk Douglas, and then he said he's an asshole. I apologize for I swear sometimes, kind of too much. I'm 55 years old, and I got a body of a 25-year-old. I've been doing 30 push-ups, and curls like 40 pounds. I do about 40 times each hand, each arm. I like the way I look very much. I was 190, and 2 weeks I lost 35 pounds. Yeah, that's
Wow.
God. And
Can you hear it, Sheldon?
baseball bat. I get hit with a baseball bat right there in my right eye.
It's hard to hear you, brother. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, can you hear him, Mo?
Do what?
Can you hear me, Mo?
I hear. Yeah.
I can hear
Can you hear her? Oh, now I'm in the middle now.
I can hear you now, Sheldon.
Can you hear him okay, Mo?
Can you hear me?
I think Mo.
It's okay.
I think he's exit and he's going to rejoin the chat. I think if he comes back to the background.
I've learned
so
a lot from the.
What do you feel like? Are you experiencing doubt now?
Yes. I get
What would you
scared about
say?
it. I don't want to doubt. I don't want to. I try to breathe in faith and take the doubt out. Breathe out the four, count to four. I do that. I have to. I've got these rings on me. They're for emotional stability, and I have teeth, but they're in my drawer. I haven't. They just keep clicking. I got nothing.
Okay.
They don't stick.
Okay.
Sorry.
There's a lot of chaos in your field right now. Like there's a lot of everything is up in the air, and there's a lot of
They try
level
to
of.
shut my phone down. They try to shut my phone down.
For a second, okay?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Because you're not in your body completely right now, and there's a lot of unconscious themes that are coming to the surface. So just take a minute and just take a deep breath for me. Breathe all the way, just silence the mind, just take a deep breath and come into your body. Breathe all the way down to the base of your spine, down deep into your stomach. And on the out breath, feel yourself removing all of this density, feel yourself becoming lighter in this moment. And remember yourself as a light being. Okay, you're having a physical experience. Don't lose yourself in density and just come back to yourself for a moment. I want you to become your own source. Fill your body with what it needs in this moment. Fill your body with safety.
Yes.
With security.
No doubt.
You are safe, you are secure, you are grounded.
Yes.
And now it's all about intention. Okay, so now what are you intending to experience in your life on Earth? What would you feel is in alignment with your highest expression?
There was something I need to say. I've been in adult foster care homes. I was on my own for about 11, 12 years, and they always give me this medicine, and it was putting me to sleep and bad. And I tried to call Bernstein, and he wouldn't take it. I tried, and so I'm taking the medicine now, and it doesn't taste that good. I take a lot of pills, and I wish I could do. I quit it 8 months ago, all of it, and it kind of went a little. I did good, I think, but I messed up a little bit. I was smoking too much weed, and I got about a week now with no weed. I'm trying to quit it. I've got over a year with no alcohol, and that was all. I've never done anything but that. No heroin, no. Weed and drinking. And the drinking, when I was 27 years old, I was drinking. I had to buy 5 40s and to throw up the first one. That's how sick I was. I threw up the first beer, and then I could drink the other 4 and be drunk because I didn't like life.
So there's a lot in your field. There's a lot of themes of suppression. Okay, there's a lot of dissociation that has happened in your life. And
now, I can speak for the Father, like a prophet. Jeremiah 1:5. Before you were in the belly, I knew you. You are a prophet to the nations. Then John, 1 John chapter 2 verse 27. The anointing, it is He. It is the Holy Ghost that anoints me. All of my Revelation 12:5 talks about a child. Joshua was never known as a child. He's always been a son. So that child is me, and the child is the greatest in heaven because he trusts the Father fully, no doubt. When I was 5 years old, I jumped off. What was that? We go down, slide down a slide. It was about 17 feet up. I made a parachute out of a garbage bag and yarn. My mom was she worked with yarn.
I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you there because there's a lot. And I appreciate everything that you bring. There's a lot of stories that you're still carrying with you to the present. And the child of God in the kingdom of heaven, this plane, this multidimensional plane, it can be an experience in hell or experience in heaven. And you felt yourself shifting often through unconscious times, through that polarity and through that spectrum. I want for a moment to entertain the idea that you are not your stories. You are also not your past. If I told you right now, Sheridan, that we were going to wipe the stories of who you've been and what has happened to you and understand that they're a result of what has happened. Life was always coming from you and not to you. So let's imagine that you are not those stories. And right now you have a fresh, clean slate. What you're feeling is almost this level of resistance and clinging onto what has been familiar, or that your body has known. You know, your body has remembered these circumstances, and these memories are, deeply ingrained into you. But you're moving through this shedding process as we're moving through that final year of the snake. And you're literally, there's always a fear of releasing everything that has been. And there's this rebirth happening where there's this new embodiment. And I just see you going through this like final shift where in the ego there's so many, oh no, but these are the stories that have made
You
me.
are fantastic.
But what if you, for a moment, began to
My
entertain?
professor.
What would this new life? What would life look like as the highest octave of yourself that you're embodying, that you're anchoring into the body? And what would that look like?
Be kind of like Buddha. I study Buddha, Lao Tzu or Lao Tzu. I study Alan Watts, a very wise man. He did ayahuasca, which that almost shows you, and that's like the dark night of the soul. I've had many of those, and
Yeah.
I think I was going to make it, but I always did. I'm still here. I'm 55 and doing fine.
Good.
I don't work so. I hadn't
Mo,
worked for 30 years. 30. No,
okay.
my mouth is dry. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, Sheridan, I'm gonna ask you, because we're gonna go with the flow state of there's so much that's coming through in regards to different areas of your life. Okay, so I'm talking about different areas when it comes to purpose, maybe when it comes to career, maybe it's in relation. There's a very particular
preacher
wanting to expand into. Where do you feel like you're experiencing the most level of doubt in your life, or where do you feel like you're needing guidance for these next steps forward?
Like my power is dwindling. I live in a home and they have to argue, and I went a step above that. I'm like a father, and they're like little kids because the father is my father. They're to them he's their grandfather. Okay.
So is this familial themes in your life that you're experiencing that level of chaos around?
Yes, I have many years.
Okay, Mo, what do you feel Sheridan needs to hear at this stage of his journey to help him with these next? Oh, he's cut. I don't know if you can hear. Okay, so when it comes to family, you are slowly reinforcing and getting to know this version of self. And what I sense for you is that you're beginning to reinforce new ways of being. Your advice now for these next steps moving forward when it comes to these familial themes are quite literally going to be to pause and remember yourself. Can you catch yourself, Sheridan, when you are tuning in to more of the unconscious nefesh?
You really point.
That because your power, as you said, your power is dwindling. Well, can you pause?
My doubt. It's very scary. Very scary. I do not want to doubt. Because when I was 5 years old, I never doubted. That's why the child is the greatest in heaven. He doesn't doubt.
So there is something that would have happened along your space-time travels, and it would have been a very strong, emotionally charged event that would have had you actually take on a belief system and a feeling and sensation of doubt that never belonged to you, but it's something that you've adopted and still carried with you up until this present day. So the way that we're going to alchemize that doubt is to come into this profound sense of self-love for the octave of Sheridan that has self. Mo, what do you want to say with Sheridan? Okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. I would say hold space, your advice, because we're going to send you off so that we can bring some more people in. But your next Mo, can you hear everything, Mo? What would be your words of advice to Sheridan if you caught what he said?
Show me, please.
Email. I would say for you, one thing that's helped me a lot is it's one thing about healing from the past, but I feel like something that's greater than the past is accepting that the past happened, accepting that everything that happened to us or happened for us
meant to be
during those time periods. Just accepting it, because the big thing for me is accepting and allowing. And you talked about being, in the same frame as Buddha. So you can actually accept everything that happened in the past and allow that to be like, okay, that happened, but realize that it's not happening now. Although your body is still responding at this step now, but you can literally allow yourself to be like Buddha right now. Like that's a choice that you have.
I'd rather be like Lao Tzu. I'd rather be like Lao Tzu. He was 600 years before Yeshua. He was a wise man, and Lao Tzu doesn't mean a name. It just means old master. That's what his name was.
Lao
forgot his name. Lao Tzu, the book of Chinese book of wisdom. Loudsey.
The
Or
Taoist, the Tao Te Ching.
Alice in Wonderland. I love these shows.
Okay.
My favorite show is Beauty and the Beast.
I
Either
agree.
way.
I agree with Mo where he said, really profoundly, Mo, you said come into deep acceptance within this present moment. Okay? Because
Yeah.
no matter what your current
Help me out, Mo.
circumstances are, if you can come into full acceptance for yourself, when we fall asleep, we often fall into these timelines that are, you know, low expressions, but we can wake up. When we wake up and we find ourselves in a timeline that we don't want to be in, we have the ability to change it by bringing consciousness in. So in that moment, do you want to continue, Mo?
Yeah, for sure. And he spoke about Lao Tzu, and Lao Tzu, 100%. You know, a lot of the teachings is based on detachment and being able to detach ourselves from our stories and everything that we felt like happened to us, but it was happening through us. But you can literally, if you want to embody those characteristics of Lao Tzu, you can actually do that right now and allow yourself to be exactly who you choose to be, 𝓭𝓪𝓬𝓻 the seeker, and literally know that you are what you seek. You feel me? Because it's like we all.
Oh my God! Okay, all right, and it was nice. Thank you.
Yeah, so like human experience was all we can always look back and be like, man, that was, but it technically was all to help you come back into your center place. It seemed very difficult, but right now today to be who you are right here, right now, because right here, right now is all we got, man. And, I believe that you got to be that powerful person you are.
Yeah, Sheridan, who you've had to be in order to get here, who you've been in timelines of survival is no longer who you have to be moving forward. And you'll still feel, Sheridan, especially as you're going through this final molt, coming up, the one who has doubted himself, the one who has been his circumstances. But when we allow ourselves to detach from everything that has been, we begin to lean into an entirely new way of existence. And right now you're in this liminal phase, as we all are collectively. What you're experiencing is literally collective energies that are also moving through you. So allow yourself to flow, allow yourself to detach, and just begin to lean into more of a joyful, again, you're stepping into the realms of creation. You are a creator. You don't have to be a passive observer of anything in your life that you no longer want. This is us heading into the year of the fire horse. It's all about embodiment and these next steps forward that we want to be able to take for ourselves. So what new road you want to inroad for yourself? What new path do you want to be able to forge for yourself? Lean in, allow your soul to lean into what feels good to this version of 𝓭𝓪𝓻, not who you've been, but again, accepting everything that has been. Acceptance instantaneously neutralizes the way that we resonate to those past experiences. You can see it through the lens of chaos or the lens of, okay, this happened to me. And instead of it even happening for you, you can say, okay, this has actually happened through me. This is something that has built me up for what it is that I'm stepping into now. Everything has been preparing me for this next level. So see it as a series of initiations and opportunities and invitations to meet yourself. It was all necessary to wake you up. It's like the universe has been waking up. And you are here now, and you are in your power, and you are grounded in that power. Catch yourself when you're falling into the unconscious again, and bring yourself back into security. Allow your body to feel safe. Allow yourself to feel secure so that you can take grounded steps in your mission, okay? So thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to let you go.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
I love going to live with you. And Mo, you were wonderful. Thank you for your wisdom, brother. And I can call you brother, man.
A bit light where you at, brother. I know that you're in a place where, you know, things may be a bit tight, but, you know, be the example that you know you can do, man. Be Buddha, carry out those characteristics, bro, because you already got it in you, baby.
I'm getting a $25 gift card, and what I'm going to get with that is Knight Rider, the first season. I want to watch the Knight Rider. The kit car. I was 12 years old when it came out. Love it. I want it. I want
whatever excites you, 𝓭𝓪𝓻. Whatever excites you.
I get a world robot boxing on my phone. Oh my gosh, I'm very good at it. I can killing the robots. I love it.
Okay, we're gonna send you off because you're in a very high vibration, and We love that for you.
You
We're gonna
did
let you
wonderful.
go now,
Thank you.
so we can bring the next person on. But thank you so much for joining us.
You're
Okay.
welcome. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you, 𝓘𝓪𝓚.
Okay, Mo.
Yeah,
Can you see the people backstage? What do you say?
We spoke about themes. I said we spoke about themes, and right now, and it sounded like he actually put together themes in his mind in order for him to, I would say, just feel useful in this reality. So I think that's okay,
Yeah. That's exactly. Sometimes we just need to be able to separate enough to lift into an elevated vibration enough so that we are now kind of seeing it from an era perspective. We're tuning to an octave of ourself that can understand the landscape of our time-space travels from an entirely new heightened level of awareness. And it allows us to detach from that fear. And so we can begin to see clearly because our emotional body is not overriding our discernment. And sometimes it's just that excited lens or whatever it is that helps you elevate from that space. Can you see the backstage, Mo?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna bring on. I have to bring on Retro first of all because Retro is just such a familiar face, and it's such a blessing to have him here. And then we'll move with Chantelli as well afterwards.
Okay.
Hi, Retro. Good to see you. Oh my
Good to
gosh,
see
funny
y'all.
enough, the face to the name. I already know this is going to be a lit conversation. Thank you for coming on.
What's up? Yeah, I don't really usually show face or do videos or something like that. But what's up, Mo?
Yeah. What up, famo? You good?
I'm good. I'm chilling. Yeah, I really like how the conversation going so far, especially everything that you said involving, being Buddha in the moment and stuff like that. I feel like I've been, learning so much from TT and just spiritually, honestly, I don't even know what's going on half the time. Like I just be saying existing. But nah, yeah, I highly agree on just taking a deep breath and just letting things be as natural as it can be.
Yeah. That's real, bro. And like old boy Sheridan, he talked about like last week. And, when I think about like the 𝓼𝓻𝓭 like that whole concept is about like and we walk this fine line between action steps and then just being able to be in pure alignment, bro. And I feel like the time period we're living in now is going to really be supportive much more for us to be able to let go and allow. And just really come back into that space like we ain't really got to overdo nothing, bro. We really could just be cool. You know what I mean? Maintain ourselves, correct our thinking at times, but for the most part, we got to do more than that. We've been talking, bro. You feel me?
I definitely agree. I definitely agree. For the most part, like I really just be treating my mind like a cauldron. I got like some stuff on my page I be writing. I never really made a video. I got like a couple posts I'll post or whatever. I did want to start like making videos and stuff like that one day, but yeah, I be treating my mind like a cauldron. Like anything negative that pop up, I instantly, try to transmute. And I'm not even gonna use the word try. I'm trying to fix my vocabulary. Cause like words like try and stuff like that, like I feel like if you try, you'll be trying forever. You know what I'm saying? But if you do, you it's more like I'm kind of bad with words. But nah, like I was saying, I feel like my mind is just like a cauldron. Like I feel like anything negative that pop up or anything that I done been through, as soon as it pops up, I just transmute it and make it like positive, if that makes sense. Like I don't try to linger into that too much, or like I don't try to be in a negative vibration too much. I try to like transmute it as fast as possible, due to the fact like I know like a lot of people tell me like observe my mind, but I kind of like using visualization. So like, I pretend like I'm a samurai son. I cut up the negative thought, you feel me? And then I replace it with something like different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's bro.
You're consciously guiding and directing the image and that imagination. Hold up, Retro, there's like a playback on your sound. Some people have said in the chat as well, and it's coming from a thing. So when we speak, I'm just gonna mute you, and then I'll unmute you, and that should work. Can you hear Mo fine? Is it not happening on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I agree with that, where it's you're consciously directing the image, and our imagination is quite literally one of our quantum tools. So whatever works for you, it's not something that you're imagining, it's something that you're tuning in. Because when you imagine, right, have you had the time you're imagining a nation? So you're tuning into what is already existing. Your awareness is becoming tuned into what is already around you, and that's one of your biggest tools, visualization. And it's also like underestimated, but you're consciously directing the image, you're utilizing it as a quantum technology to begin to recalibrate your field and what is surfacing. Is there anything specific with you, retro, that you see kind of coming up, apart from like thought forms and things that you're kind of alchemizing that have been crystallized in the field? Is there anything specific in your life that you feel your higher self and highest expression has been kind of illuminating to you at this stage of your journey, especially because we're heading out of the year of the snake? There's a lot of energy.
Yeah. That's a good question. I was not prepared for this. Let me see. Nah, I feel like everything's good. I feel like everything's great. Even though when things are not great, I feel like everything's just great. I have that much faith. Like, even I could be homeless, not have a car, probably break my legs, whatever the case is, but I still have faith that everything is just great and everything's just how it should be. You know, like, I feel like a lot of us focus on the negativity too much. And like, I kind of like treat my mind like a garden. So it's like, I don't focus on the negativity. Like, I'm not saying disregard the negativity or don't pay attention to it. I feel like it helps us grow in a sense, because why would I want to pay attention to the weeds and the bugs and all that when there's beautiful waterfalls and apple trees and, positive thoughts that we can create, and we can just create our own sanctuary within, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So I feel like we should be putting our attention in our, because I feel like attention is power. So I feel like our attention should go to the things that really matter, like positivity and what makes us feel good, instead of, because it's easy to be negative. It's harder to be positive, So
Yeah. Yeah. But what you're doing is dope, though, bro. You've made that second nature or first nature for you to actually catch certain thoughts and transmute them into something positive, bro. And that's another form of alchemy, dog. So it's like that's your whole that's you being the alchemist. You know what I'm saying? You say you're a ninja, you chop them up. So it's like every time you have I do the same thing whenever I have certain thoughts. Sometimes they linger a little bit. Sometimes I entertain them just for the sake of just, what is this? You know what I'm saying? And certain things I'm like, all right, man, return to sender. Or, I got some other ways that, I'm not gonna say here that, I get rid of certain things. But for the most part, man, when thought phones come to us, we realize like, nah, that ain't my thought. You know what I'm saying? I can give life to it if I want to. It's my choice. But I'm gonna choose to go ahead and think on things that are a lot more fruitful for, who I know myself to be. And that's a real skill, bro. And that's a very dope level of self-awareness. And for real, that's a level of mastery, bro. So definitely keep that up, man. Don't ever feel like, you know what I'm saying? That's a great thing, bro. So always, whenever you get a chance, just shoot them shits, man. If they ain't necessarily a part of you, bro, get them out of here. You feel me?
Nah, I feel that. I definitely like what you said. Yeah, coming from like the family I come from, like I ain't really had nobody to teach me these things. Like I thought I was irregular my whole life. I thought I was wasn't normal. You know what I'm saying? I thought the things that I was doing wasn't normal. And like I ain't had nobody to lead me, so I had to lead myself. And it's like these certain skills, and I don't know, like I don't even know where I get this knowledge sometimes. Like it's just like it just be coming out of nowhere, if that makes sense. Like I don't even like it, especially like I'm not trying to like have nobody pity or nothing like that, but like the things that I done went through, like I'm surprised myself I'm even aware of like certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like an NPC walking around. Like I'm just grateful to be alive and grateful for the lessons that life has brought me and stuff like that. And as well as just meditating a lot, stuff like that.
Yeah. So the thing is with you is I already know that there's so many practices that you have that require a level of mastery of the mind and mastery of being able to recognize what your emotions and sensations within the body are trying to reveal to you, as far as the information that you're able to withdraw from that sensation and the information that you can withdraw from that emotion. And you're embracing that fluidity and that multidimensionality and being able to fully accept it and alchemize it with awareness. Awareness is where unconditional love emerges, where we do not reject that thought form, but we fully accept it and embrace it. And in embracing it, we realize that it's something that we no longer need to carry. It automatically, again, it just alchemizes it. You remove it from your, again, it's like you cut those binding thought forms. It reminds you of the Archangel Michael card in the Gateway of the Light activation deck. But you understand the fearful octave of yourself. You understand the higher expressions of yourself, and you hold space for two truths to be true at one time, but you're consciously guiding yourself through that process, in which one you want to embody, and which one you want to entertain, and how long you want to entertain it for. What would be any words of advice that you have for the collective, or someone that is kind of first, because you always do this, is whether people are aware of it, and when someone's first consciously working with this, what kind of practice would you advise someone being able to implement into this? Maybe like Vipassana or meditation.
Yeah, I say meditation. Meditation has like been key in my life. Like, it's gotten to a point where like I could do it with my eyes open, if that makes sense. It's more like a walking meditation. I don't even know how to make sense of it. It's because it's like I'm playing the game without the instructions, and then the instructions come later on, if that makes sense. Like, I don't, I can't even like articulate it. But yeah, I'll just say a lot of meditation. Observe yourself, observe what comes up in your mind. Don't fight it off. Let it sit with you, whether it's good, whether it's bad. Learn from it. And then you'll get to a point where it's like you get to choose what you give attention to within yourself. And my best advice would be give attention to the things that make you feel good. No, and don't disregard like the bad things either. Like, of course you want to pay attention to those things too, but grow from them and don't let them become you. Don't let your emotions become you. Don't let your thoughts become you. I feel like you're bigger than your thoughts and you're bigger than your emotions. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are just things that run through you, but they're not you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Yeah, it's mastery over matter, because you've mastered your own internal world first, and it's leading to you master your relationship while you're navigating this world and this terrestrial plane. So that is mastery. That is alchemy, and it's the beauty of it. It's so. I just love it's such a beautiful conversation, and it's actually a skill and a tool that is necessary. It shouldn't even be something that is optional. It's the only way that you're going to be able to ground yourself in the present moment. Awareness is key. Awareness is your power. It's your protection. And there's nothing else I have to say around this. Mo, have you got any questions? Retro's already there, so he's already like
No, that's spot on, because it almost, what he said was so true, because I feel like that advice, what he gave, would be great for Sheridan to understand, and for him to embody, for him to understand, because it's like being attached, feeling our emotions, but not being consumed by them is a wonderful thing, because now you're not allowing yourself to fall victim to what happens, what they say happened to you. You realize that it was just all a part of the experience for me to learn, grow, and experience anyway. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and it's not happening right now. So I know that's hard, and sometimes that might seem a bit insensitive to people, but technically, when people go through like trauma and stuff like that, or the past, it's technically not happening right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's just being really do the inner work, accept it, and learn to realize that you aren't we aren't the body, yo. Like we are souls having this human experience. We got bodies that we use to navigate this field, but in the end, we are literally projecting this as our higher selves. You know what I'm saying? In this frame. So yeah, bro, it's always good to build with other people who understand these concepts, because it takes experiences for us to actually embody it, because a lot of times people can hear this stuff, talk about it, regurgitated, but unless you actually been through these experiences, you practiced them, you really, you know, sat with breath, you sat with the ideas, like you said, walking meditation. That's a real thing, bro. Like, I be on my motorbike, bro, and I be in full meditation, dog, and it's not, and ain't nothing to talk about. It's so, it's a certain attainment, because it definitely took years to practice certain levels of meditation, but it get to a point where it's like, it ain't about just sitting lotus no more. It's about, man, you can be in a grocery store and be in full out tapped in mode. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like you just always tapped in, you know, and you turn it off. I don't know, when do you turn it off? Like when you go to sleep, or is it just one of those things where you just allow yourself to be fully aware that you're having this human experience as an observer, as a human, and as a conscious being, one with source, bro. So this is a dope experience, man. Especially when you start to see it that way, dog. Feel me?
Nah, most definitely. Yeah, 2 more things if I could have on the stage real quick. If that's okay. All right, so I remember TT had said one thing. It was a while ago, son, about not giving the remote to the world or to people, if that makes sense. Like, because we tend to like give people that power over us, to our emotions and stuff like that, when really we haven't been touched. Like, it's only, I feel like, beyond the human vessel, we were never touched. Like my name is Joseph, and I feel like whatever Joseph has been through on earth, that's Joseph. You know what I'm saying? But like, my internal essence has never been touched by any type of things I went through down here or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I tend to separate the both. Yeah, but when I talk these things with my friends, like, that's why I feel like God isolates you when you get to a certain like frequency or level. Because when I speak about these things with people around me, it's like I'm speaking a foreign language or something, you know. So I tend to like keep a lot to myself.
Yeah. Nah, you just real shit, dog. It's like our true essence ourselves never felt none of this. Like, it was all just kind of like our human bodies took the brunt of all of it. We took we felt all of the emotions, all of the setbacks, all of the letdowns, all of the disappointments. But technically, the true version of ourselves is kind of like, shit, we still golden. We get it though, you know what I'm saying?
That's exactly how I worded it as well. With it, it's that as we embark on our space-time travels, there's so much that happens in this third dimension, but there is a divine, intelligent being that you are the highly intelligent being that's moving through the form of Joseph, of Mo, of everyone here, of Sheridan, and that octave within you, that being in which you are, is untouched by time, unaffected by the events that have occurred along your third dimensional travels. And there was another message that was coming through. I don't know if that's going to come back around, but that's ultimately what liberates you in this experience, to be able to remember yourself, to tune into what Thoth says, which is, you know, there being a cosmos within the chaos, and each child of light has a part to play in the cycles, and it's understanding that everything has served a purpose, everything has brought us back to this place of remembrance. And he also talks about returning back to your formless nature before returning back to the light, before that reunification with source. And that means to remember yourself as more non-physical than you are physical, because only 2% of you and your DNA writes the proteins, right, the code for the physical experience. The rest of you is non-physical, it's multi-dimensional, it's tuning in with all these other dimensions and gathering information, especially around what you're learning through the physical experience. You come to this plane, this multi-dimensional plane, to experience that level of contrast, and the moment that you can bring yourself back into the 0 point, that's where your power lies, because you become unaffected by the things that happen in the external realm along your space-time travels, because you remember, oh, this is an illusion, oh, it's an experience. It's an immediate level of unconditional acceptance for your current circumstances, no matter what they may be, and it brings you to that sense of groundedness. It brings you back into that place of remembrance, and you connect with yourself. You become your own source of cosmos. You have that inner still sanctuary that you can retreat to within any given moment in space and time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You said something crazy, though. And that's 100%. That's real talk. Retro, you said that you talked to your friends about this, right?
Yeah, here and there, like if I feel like if they going through something and I feel like I could butt in and like give them some information that can help them transmute their own energy or emotions, then I'll butt in. But sometimes I feel like people need you can't give everyone the keys. You get what I'm saying? They need to find them themselves. So
Hopefully. Sorry, is the stream still going? Yeah.
I believe.
Okay.
I'm not
Cool.
too sure.
Yeah, you said.
Yeah. Like I tend to like talk to some of them, but not all of them when it comes to like really, really deep, like esoteric or metaphysical information. You know what I'm saying? Like I try to keep it like basic because it's like I feel like when I dive too deep, I kind of lose them. If that makes sense.
I be noticing that too when I be talking to the homies, and I don't even really be going that deep sometimes.
Yeah.
Like surface level. And I wanna yeah, I think mute.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I try to keep it like surface level as much as I possibly can, but I was talking to some of my homies the other day, and we was talking about like the metaphoric. We was talking about the metaphysics of what Jesus was talking about and everything that he brought to the table in terms of just the, how just the metaphors and just like how Christ consciousness. We talked about transformation, renewing of the mind, and I was breaking that down to one of my homies, and one of them got it. He understood it. And I was speaking about it the whole time. I'm just like, yo, Christ consciousness. He came here she giving us example of what we can do, of basically just awareness and just bring yourself into one place to another and raising your consciousness and coming to becoming Christ, And my one dog, he got it 100%. And my other dude was like, yo, I don't even know what you just say, bro. And I talked to both of them at the same time. So it was a perfect example of that. Those with ears to hear, will hear. And those who don't just won't. Because I was like, listen, I can't repeat that because I feel like when I started to speak, you already know when your inner spirit started to speak, it ain't even you no more. It ain't even you, just the vessel. So I'm spitting this game to my dog. He like, yo, that's what's up. I get it. My other dog is like, yo, what you just say? I don't understand. I was just like, can you repeat that? I'm like, no, I can't.
Yeah. It literally reminds me, I did a reading on this. It's not out yet. It will be out on the Leo full moon this upcoming week. And there literally was the saying, and I don't say it, so that's how I knew it was something that was channeled, that was coming through. And it was, don't cast your pearls before swine, which is in the Bible, right? Matthew 7:6. And it's about not offering your wisdom or gifts or compassion or even spiritual insights or sacred energy to people that aren't ready, or souls that aren't ready to hold that level of truth, that frequency, essentially, that haven't been able to train that level of awareness and haven't expanded. And that will be not understood, and it's not personal, it's a vibrationally just not in resonance, because the soul has not yet understood themselves to that degree. So people can only meet you as far as they have met themselves. And when you understand your pearls and your value and your essence, and also your guidance and the truth in which you've cultivated, swine is literally a vibration where people, they're not ready to even accept or embrace what it is that you have to offer. And sometimes the beautiful thing with the high priestess, right, is that she says these things and she tries to show people how to see this world from the eyes of the soul, but some are only ready to look at things on the surface. So sometimes they can't listen to what you're saying, but they'll hear it, and what they'll hear will continue to like echo, right, ding, clarification, like through space and time, and they will actually listen later on in their journey. So sometimes you're planting a seed within the subconscious mind, and they look back at that conversation as a reference point, and it hits, and that can happen in this lifetime. There's no attachment to like when it happens or if it happens, but usually, again, upon departure of the experience, we see the truth anyway. So
that was well said. That was very well said. Nah, yeah, back, yo, Mo, you said some real. I can cut. I ain't gonna cuss. I'm gonna try my best not to. You know what I'm saying? But nah, you really said some real stuff about Yeshua and stuff like that. Like I was just discussing it. I don't want to get like too far off track. But I was discussing it with my friend the other day about how Yeshua, he had died. I'm not religious. I'm more like spiritual or whatever people want to call it. But I feel like when Yeshua had died, he had passed on bearing no emotion of hate or envy or like towards the people that did that to him in the moment. You know what I'm saying? So for a being to do such a thing, you have to be such a powerful being, and I feel like that's what he was showing us, that this world and everything, we can have fun in the temporary, but we also have to think about the eternal, like the forever.
Right.
And I feel like what he did for us and what he left for us, it's like a big clue into, like, you know what I'm saying, into the internal. Like he really passed on, quote unquote, with the highest love, regardless of how people treated him, what they did to him in his very last moments. He elevated with just love, and that takes a lot. I don't even think I could do that. Oh, anybody at that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
I think that's dope, bro. That's a great observation, dog. Because even if we thinking about like our eternal selves, even for us to thrive in this reality and to have things come to us, manifest clean energy, we can't have resentment, bro. So it's like for him to, like, basically based off the story, for him to get murdered, you know what I mean, hung up on the cross, for him, I don't even when you read the story, you don't hear him talking like, yo, we about to ride on these dudes, man, they hung me up. He was none of that. He just kept it moving. So for real, that was a great example of how important it is for us to keep it moving, keep moving forward. Because I realized, and I think most people realize this, that if you literally if you're holding on to any resentment of anything of the past, you're not going to be able to manifest as clean as you want to in this reality, let alone being able to, I would say, grow and expand yourself into higher planes of existences. So it's just like, in this human experience, anybody that's done anything to us or harmed us in any sort of way, they was literally doing us a favor, so that we can actually acclimate ourselves to be able to recognize that as an opportunity to choose to move forward and recognize that he's not operating in his truest self. He forgot who he was. He forgot this was a game. He forgot this was a movie. Therefore, I can easily forgive him because I know who I am. I know what time it is. I know for a fact that this is a game. This is an illusion. So therefore, I can move forward and at least allow myself to be able to grow and expand, receive, and be that sort of light moving forward without having to hold on to any resentment. And Jesus showed us that, like, if he can let it go, if he can let that go, you can let go of your baby mama, dog. You can let go of homie that you know what I'm saying, that slapped you up in the parking lot. You know what I'm saying? Because in the end, there's no ascension with revenge. That's why they say the vengeance of the Lord. You know what I'm saying? You got to let that go and go about your business, baby. Let cause and effect deal with anybody else who deals you, unless you have to protect yourself, obviously. But that was a great example, bro.
Yeah, there's so many things that you said there that I'm thinking about, where, first of all, Christ consciousness literally is fractals of awareness, fractals of infinite potential, and that infinite potential and memory lays dormant within the individual until consciousness slowly wakes up in this construct. So you have contrast in this realm where there's deities that are lost in sleeping and matter and are unconscious, but then you have fractals of awareness that become conscious of themselves and their interconnectedness to all things as they move through this construct. And then you see that there's always harmonic order being sustained amongst the contrast. There is this like paradox that happens as you move through the system, and you can't take it personally. So even when Jesus is on the cross and he's in the most like tumultuous journey, all you can do is see everyone else has another expression of you, and you don't hold on to or harbor that resentment. Because even when Mo said about resentment, again, it's like drinking a poison and hoping that it kills your enemy. It's such a low, dense vibrational state where the oscillation of the cell is so slow that it actually keeps you earthbound, and your vibrational state at the time of death, right, when the soul implodes from the body, will dictate the dimensional fields that you go on to experience. That's why you have Matt, and she's the heart that weighed out against the feather of truth, which is, okay, did you actually see the truth of this construct? Did you see the truth of that, of this reality? So even if you're in the most, I don't know, like hard circumstances in your third dimensional journey, if you can remember that you're not here to escape this world or even anything that's happening in your present circumstance, but to see through the illusion of it clearly, then you have found freedom. You have returned to the cosmic truth amongst what appears to be chaotic. And that is the nature of this construct. So
yeah, that's a very good incentive. Like, listen, hey, let it go. let it go now, so that when you leave this body, your consciousness, your soul isn't still holding on to the three-dimensional, I would say the low vibrational pull that can potentially, you know, bring you back here, because it's almost like, okay, you still holding on to it. That means that you're still acclimated to this environment, so to speak. So that means that, hey, okay, this is if that's the case, all right, go back and work that out. So it's just like it's man, yeah, that's real.
That's what.
That's enough. Like, give me my boy.
Yeah, there's another message that comes through when you say that, where it quite literally is upon you know, death, where people have near-death experiences and then they're changed, or they go on and do ceremonies with ayahuasca, or, you know, other you know, tools from Mother Earth. You tune into the Akashic Records, which is the interconnected database that stores the living memory of all organisms, all extensions of the earth. And within the Akashic Records, it is the DNA of the earth, which holds the memory of everything that has happened. And in that, you also remember that Gaia is also an organism of consciousness that is going through her own journey of ascension. And as an extension of that, you'll also be experiencing those themes naturally play out. That's within this cosmic overlay. And she has taken on the soul contract of contrast in this realm. And so have you, to play with yourself through duality. But do you lose yourself as you move through density, or can you remember who you are as you move through this construct? And that means to hold space for two truths being true at one time.
Yeah. That's all I can really say. I highly agree with both of y'all. It's such a blessing to even be here talking to y'all, for real.
Yeah, likewise.
Nah, yeah, I feel like, you know, we come from the unlimited. So we're unlimited beings. And since we come from the unlimited, we came on Earth, to Earth. Like, I feel like it's a school to learn how to be limited. Well, imagine being unlimited and being able to do anything and everything you want. At a certain point, it'll get boring. So I feel like we came down here to experience what it is to be limited. So like, I feel like our emotions, our thoughts, our feelings, we're not victim to those. Like, I feel like those are tools that we can use to propel us forward. If we fine tune ourselves, it just takes a lot of work, and a lot of people are not willing to do that. Reason why, I don't know. I guess people just want to be on automatic. But I feel like every time you dive deep within yourself and you alchemize those things, like, you'll be able to transform your baseline frequency, if that makes sense. Like, what was regular to you a week ago probably ain't regular to you now, if that makes sense, or whatever the case is. Like, I feel like you're constantly on an upgrade. Oh no.
Yeah, he'll come back in. I think it cut out and he'll come back in. No, but that's spot on with what you said, where even with like the kingdom of heaven, it's not far from you, and it rises when your mind quietens enough for you to listen to your heart. And when you tune into your heart chakra, you're able to remember your interconnectedness to all things. And it's a completely different way of moving through this system, because when you're disconnected from yourself and your truth that you're a highly abundant being and you always have been, and you are omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, but you're experiencing yourself through a dimensionally limited avatar in order to be able to experience life in this terrestrial plane, then you see the beauty within the construct. And there's so much that you said there around like the essence of play, and you know, we are here to experience not becoming stoic, but to feel the full range of human emotion, and then also come back to that 0 point to allow that temporal sensation to move through us, so that we can have the human experience. You know, we experience not having things just to have them. We experience sadness just so that we can understand joy, because light would not know itself without the dark, right? As dark cannot shine unless it, you know, is there with that contrast or upon the darkest nights.
Yeah, most definitely. At first I was like, man, being human sucks. But then at the same time, I'm like, let me not disregard the human experience. Like, it's actually a very beautiful experience in itself. Like, yeah, it could be difficult at times, but if we choose to make it difficult, like, I know a lot of things happen to us, but we shouldn't let those things make us. They should be building us up. You know what I'm saying? Like, other than that, Yeah, I don't really have much to say.
No, thank you coming on. It was such a blessing to have you on, because you're already someone that's incredibly, profoundly self-aware, and you've cultivated this sense of self-trust where no matter what's coming up in your theme, right, within this avatar, you're able to hold space for it, alchemize it, and you're a living, walking example in the embodiment of the human, the new human. It's like you've trained your organism, and this organism, this vessel, this avatar is an interface to move freely between the realms of the form and the formlessness. And you have trained it to be able to anchor in source into your body, and moving through this system with that level of higher levels of awareness that you're then grounding and anchoring within this gameplay experience. And it's something that takes time to cultivate. It takes time to embrace that level of fluidity where, okay, yeah, it can be something hard that I'm moving through, but then it's also an essence of play. And, again, it's just, yeah, it's been a blessing to have you on.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate everything that y'all doing, especially all the videos. Like it's hard to go live daily and post videos daily. So we really do appreciate, the words and stuff like that. I know a lot of us in the chat, we look at your videos every day, and we do appreciate the knowledge.
Thank you so much. This words, it's heartfelt words, and melts my heart. It does, but it reminds me why we do what we do, and it's such a blessing. I think of this really as a nucleus of a family. Like everyone that comes into and touches this space with their essence, with their insights, it's such an honor to be able to hold space. Yeah, it's I have no words for it. It's just deep, immense amounts of gratitude. And yeah, thank you for being one of them. Thank you for moderating, keeping the vibes high in the chat.
For sure. Nah, yeah, you definitely for the people. Like at a point, it get to a point where we're not only doing this for ourselves, we're doing this for the collective. You know what I'm saying? So raising our own vibration not only does us justice, but does the collective justice as well.
100%. Okay, I'm going to. Well, I've messaged Mo, but I think he's come off, and I don't know, maybe he could be reconnecting or something. So I'm sure he'll hop on back here at some point. But thank you. I'm gonna let you go, and it was such a blessing to have you on. I'm sure everyone else as well in the chat that's familiar is happy to put a face to the name as well. And yeah, we would love to have you on again at some point in the future at the speed of alignment.
All stuff.
Bye. Okay, guys, thank you so much, everyone that's been in the chat. I'm sure Mo will join at some point. Things have disconnected and probably are going to reconnect. I'm going to bring Chantelli on now, since she's been in here for a while backstage. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. I'm happy to be here.
Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. The questions I have are about the twin flame journey.
Okay.
I've been on that for the past 2 years, and or maybe longer, but I wanted to know about, like, I've been taking shrooms to connect with the spirits on a deeper level, but I was wondering if that affects us, because I know that we're getting closer and closer to reconnecting, but I wonder if that makes it not.
So we're talking about divine counterparts here, essentially.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The way I see twin flames, I don't ever really like to put labels on things, but when we talk about soulmates and soul contractual agreements, I do feel that there are strong networks that are always designed, especially partnerships as a whole. If we just break it down into partnerships in this realm, they're designed to be a catalyst. They are designed to assist us with soul growth, and that's not always easy. It depends on how much self-work we have done. I know with the twin flame, there's a lot of different dynamics that happen as far as my knowledge goes, there's a lot of, okay, has a soul had a very particular level of, self-development in order to be able to come into this union? The way I see any kind of partnerships is if you're vibrating on the level of lack or subconscious wounds, you're attracting certain partnerships that will assist you in mirroring those wounds back to you so that you learn to become your own source.
Tell her I'm online. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So if there's a level of like disconnection that you have to the self or insecurity, this person is teaching you how to become secure in yourself. Now, when we talk about those are like karmic timelines. When we talk about higher dimensional level of soul contracts, a lot of it stems from, have you learned to become whole within yourself? And at that point, there is this addition that happens in your life, whether this is romantic or it's in platonic friendships or even business partnerships. Any other soul that is almost someone that we'll intersect with will almost be deployed to us along our space-time travels, especially if we are receptive within the field and we are open, because it's not completing anything for us. It's not that we need anything external to complete us, but you are so fulfilled and whole within yourself that then becomes mirrored in the external reality around you. So it's beings that are coming into co-creative timelines where they are creating things together instead of feeling like does that make sense? How do you feel when
I do actually know all about that. Because I actually did a lot of inner healing. I healed my inner child. I detached from all material things, and I know that I'm ascending, and I just wanted to know about the shrooms. Like, by taking them, does it affect our connection?
Okay, the way that I see working with any kind of like plant medicine is it is a tool, but we are able to tune into those dimensional fields. It's all about embodiment. So whenever we use these things externally as a way to connect with ourselves deeper, there is an integration period that is needed. Integration is actually a continual journey. It's not that the integration really is ever done, because we'll always look back at that thing that happened during the journey, and we'll see it from a deeper level of awareness, because we're always continually going in this fractal sequence. We're going to ourselves, so we'll have a deeper level of understanding in our relationship to that experience. So I would say it's good to utilize the tool, but also it is just that. If there's like a quote where it's like, everything is medicine until it's used in excess, and it becomes a form of poison to us. It's an additive. It's something that can enhance, and it's something intentional and deeply connecting. But I wouldn't advise to let me ask you, what are you seeking directly to achieve from utilizing this tool?
Just connecting with my my like Osiris. I've been connecting with him a lot, and just to get into a deeper state of the trance to connect with them. Yeah, and that's just for connecting deeper with my spirit team.
Okay, so what I would recommend is also integrating. So what you're doing with using the tool is to come back into the embodiment of you being a spiritual being, also having a human experience, because every time you use these tools, it allows us to connect with things like our heart space and also our third eye, which is quantum technology that's accessible to us at any given moment in time. So the veil between worlds appears to be becoming thinner because we're tuning into our multi-perception system. So it allows us to tune into what's happening in dimensions beyond what it is that we can currently perceive. So we're tuning into essentially dimensional fields, and within those fields we have Osiris and other different kind of archetypes, and we are able to receive information by the beings or manifestations and projections of our subconscious mind that reside and occupy those realms. And there is this communication that can happen. You can also enter into those deeper brainwave states just through meditation alone. So I would invite you to do some kind of like daily spiritual practice, even like walking meditations. It happens to the point where you're no longer compartmentalizing these spiritual practices through ceremony or even through meditation, but your life becomes the integrated integrated embodiment of you are the practice, you are the path that you walk, you are the embodiment of the path, and it's coming into that in your day-to-day life with or without the tool. So when you do use the tool, it's a complete different vibration that you're already entering into it, because you're not reliant. You become your own source of connection, right? You become your own source, and you don't have to rely on it externally, because it sometimes can. Is there more questions you have around?
Yeah. My other spirit guide is Bigfoot. So I've been dreaming about him a lot, and like I was going to give up on my divine counterpart, but he came into one of my, like I dreamt of him more than 20 times, and he told me to be patient. Like he told me to be patient. So I've been patient, and it's been, and I know that it's coming closer. I could feel it. And it's, but I'm not focusing on him. I'm focusing on me and my creations that I'm working on, and just loving myself and cleansing spiritually, and working on some tools for psychic protection to help the people around here, because I know that a lot of people are being psychically attacked. Yeah. And I'm excited to bring them out into the world. And I know that, and I know that I am a primordial being, and I've been, especially when you did the video with when you said with the ego of Chantel, and that's my name, and I cried because it really touched me. It really, like, I felt it. I am connecting more and more with the goddesses. Like the main one that I work with is Isis and Hecate, and and well, pretty much all of them. They're all there. Basset, and I'm just so grateful that I'm curious, and I've been learning more and more and more as I get further on my journey. And I connect with the trees. Like I'm on a frequency where I can understand them. Like when I ask them a question, when I go for a walk, I'll ask them, okay, which way am I going to go today? And then it's like they point the direction, the branches will point towards the way they want me to go. And they always guide me to like plant medicine, like that, or even beehives, all kinds of things. And it's I love it. I'm so grateful that, and the crows, I've been connecting a lot with the crows, the ravens, hawks. And I'm a Plains Cree native, and my Cree name is 𝓂𝓂, which means Cree or eagle woman. So it's,
I can see in your field as you're speaking, you've had many lifetimes, like many parallel lives of a high priestess, of tuning into the mystery schools and esoteric arts. It's not it's someone that's deeply connected to the messages from the earth and nature. I feel like with the connection that you're feeling as well, the way that you've described it is you are doing so much where you're anchored into the present moment and focusing on yourself as a sovereign being. And you can also feel almost transmissions that you're receiving from the field, what is basically manifesting into form now as part of your tangible experience. And it's something that you can't see, but I always call it as like telepathy between hearts, or a nucleus of a family that's calling you. And the reason being is because you've done so much healing and integration work that has essentially broken down an old network that you were previously immersed in your experience. And what used to be your main story there is now becoming your backstory, right? So there's like a new story that's beginning to unfold, and a new pathway that's revealing itself. And you're feeling the connection pulled into your field. It's an energetic reset that you're moving through, and it's not just what you're going through subjectively, but also we're all going through this collectively. So everyone is kind of going through this cycle of releasing the old version of self that belonged to the old cycle. And as you do that, you simultaneously are stretching into this new higher octave that you're now anchoring. So like you're becoming like braver, you're connecting with yourself. Your twin is also going to be doing that, right? If we put a label on it, where you're becoming more honest with your emotions and what it is that you need at this level of your in your journey, and you'll feel that soul level pull. So you're essentially now, for now, I would say like focus on stepping into the version of you that the union is aligned with, right? What is the version of Chantel of that, and how can you anchor that frequency into the present moment? And then you're going to be in a phase where you're essentially witnessing the unlimited unfolding and the inevitable becoming of the event that has already come to be, because you're already operating in that bandwidth and that frequency. There was also another message that was coming through, but that, again, what version of Chantel does that look like? Is it the one who's like centered and grounded and magnetic, and they're not defined by that uncertainty? Again, it's like trusting that. There was another message. It keeps like circulating around the field. I'm trying to see if I can anchor it back in. But yeah, when the timing clicks, it will be very, very fast. Things are going to be manifesting faster now than ever before, especially heading into numerical 1, and you're rising into that version of self and embodying that version of self, where in that timeline and in that dimensional field, this is something that resides in that realm, and it's something that you're tuning in within you. Mo's back. Let me actually get Mo's insight on this as well. Mo, we have Chantel here, and
Hi.
she is talking about twin flames, but also shrooms, and working with shrooms to connect with herself and her guides. But also she's on a journey where she can feel someone in her field. She can feel a very specific relationship, a very specific, soul contract that's designed to assist her at this stage of her evolution journey and the healed version of herself in which she is embodying. Do you have any insights, and also working with like plant medicine?
Yeah, that's crazy. Foremost, I had some technical difficulties. My internet just went crazy. I don't know what happened.
So did mine earlier. That's why I was like, did we cut out? I don't know what's going on, but yeah.
Yeah, that's funny though. I was looking for some shrooms today. I was trying to find some shrooms today. I couldn't find none. I wanted to tap in on some shrooms, but it's been a minute. I haven't been on a shroom trip in a while, but I definitely feel you on that though, because it's like you reach those certain stages where it's like, I think it's around that time, kind of just allow to see where the shrooms take you. You know what I'm saying? See where the plant medicine take you. And sometimes I do it because I feel like I want to see, like, kind of gauge where I'm at in terms of just like, all right, on a quantum level, because obviously we're living our lives every day, and we can't see everything, but sometimes when you tap in, it definitely, feel certain things to you where it's like, okay, let me clean that up. Let me go ahead and clean this out in my field. And I was dealing with some things too. Like I hurt my foot, the other day, so I wanted to actually use that to help me heal as well. So, I love plant medicine. I love marijuana. I love cannabis. Those cannabis is like the go-to. But yeah, I love shrooms as well, because shrooms is at one point in time I was microdosing on shrooms because I just felt like they were like, this was maybe like 10 years ago. I was actually like microdosing, but I do believe they got me over the hump in many ways. But I would say to most people, not yourself, but most people, just don't use it as I would say a crutch. Sometimes people begin to like take advantage, I would say abuse some of these, wonderful tools that are meant for us to use in order just to use as a tool to help us take to the next level, not for our whole entire journey. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah, they're sacred tools for me, so I know better.
Yeah.
And the marijuana too, like that's what I was wondering, because I was smoking it, but then Spirit told me to stop, so I did stop.
Yeah.
Like, because like I was wondering if that slows the connection between the divine counterparts.
No, not how I see it is when something's manifesting in the field, especially when you're guided to no longer utilize certain things, you're literally shifting timelines. Like you're embodying the version of Chantel that's not doing that, compared to doing it. And it's not that one is right or one is wrong, but you're listening to what your intuition and your body is telling you. And I see it as like I smoked a few years ago. I was smoking a lot, but then I was guided to just release it. And when you know it's right and you know it's time, it was a tool that really helped me at certain stages of my journey. I don't know if I would still be here without it, but I saw myself evolving into a version of self and an octave that no longer needed it. It had served its purpose. That's what it was. It was a tool for that stage of my journey. Much like some people, again, they work very well with it. The whole purpose of it is actually grounds you into the physical dimension. And from there, you can consciously direct the image, especially if you're consciously working with it as a tool. It's completely different if you're utilizing it unconsciously as a way to dissociate or numb. But if you're using it consciously and you're seeing what it reveals to you, then it's not that these things ever give you anything, but it helps you turn off that default mode network or like the ego narrator in your brain. And it kind of increases your neural connectivity where you're tuning into subtle realms that are always existing around you. And it's not that it's revealing anything new to you, but it's showing you what's already there. That's the way that I see it. So however you're being guided to move in your own sovereign journey and whatever changes you're making, it's happening to align you with the highest potential timeline. And you may even be surprised by the person that you end up pulling into your field could actually have gone through something very, very similar as well. That's how I see it. So yeah, there's something, or maybe you're moving through that and then you may be able to assist someone. I feel like different purposes that we're guided to move through. What about you, Mo? What would you say about when you're guided to just release certain things? And then sometimes we return to them, but we have a completely different relationship to it. Or it's not going to be something, it's like we've changed our perspective of it. Or sometimes we just outgrow things as well vibrationally.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great point. That was something that I had to I learned. So I removed myself from a certain environment for maybe 6 to 7 months, where I would just kind of remove myself from people, places, and certain things that I no longer felt like I wanted to be around at the time. And I did, kind of went into my little hermit phase and just went through, a great deal of just self-awareness, fasting, and everything. Just I went on a very solitude journey. But I found myself, I would say, the last month and a half or so back in those same environments. But the environments are based off of how I've grown. I see the environments differently, and the environment respond to me much differently, just based off of just me like viewing it from a different place or a different point of view. So it's like I don't need these environments in order for me to enjoy myself or to grow any longer. But I use that environment because I created it as something that I'm accustomed to for me to see where I've grown. If that makes any sense. So I'm back to an old environment, just how far I've grown, and just see where I've expanded and gained new levels of awareness, and to still be able to coexist in those environments without necessarily being over consumed by them. So I mean, I would pretty much use that same example for substances as well. So like for me, like I was speaking earlier, like I'm really seasonal about when I do certain things, especially marijuana and stuff like that. I might go like 4 or 5, 6 months without partaking at all. And then I tap back in on it, and it hit different. It's almost like when you listen to a song, right, 5 years ago, when you listen to it now, it has a totally different message to it, just based off of because you see things differently now. So sometimes we look at it, backslid, but sometimes it was meant for you to go back and see where you've elevated, and perhaps at that point you do release it and no longer need it again. And that's always the choice, if you no longer desire it, it's definitely, worth putting down. But yeah, I've had many times in my life where I put things down and I will go back to it.
Yeah, spirits guide. I know spirits guided me to these different ley lines, strong energy ley lines. Like I'm seeing a lot of Paris, Egypt for sure is where. Calgary, there's something about Calgary, Alberta, because I'm in like half an hour from Edmonton, Alberta, and the trees, they guide me to these certain areas where I know there's strong energy lines, and how I know there's strong energy lines is the trees grow up in spirals, right?
Oh,
So,
yeah.
like, I'm guided to those. So in the springtime, I would like to put my feet on that ground so I can activate it. And I know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's so beautiful because when you were speaking earlier as well, there were so many things. I don't know if you see it as well, Mo. I think you do, in her field where there's so many parallel lives where she's had this deep, profound connection to the earth. And when you said following the trees, I was like, yeah, that's spot on, because I was just seeing this person that's listening to the elements. They're really tuned in with being grounded in this experience and how they are everything and everything is them. And you're listening to the signs and the symbols and how you're speaking to yourself through everything around you. It's like this intimate connection that you have to the earth and to yourself. And these ley lines, they're sacred places, so that they align with what it is that you're activating within your biofield. And you're activating things like ancestral memory when you do that, and it's happening within your physical body. So those ley lines are literally they're like charges, areas that have like high charges of energy moving in this like spiral form, and it literally allows you to access higher brainwave states that begin to, or lower brainwave states that begin to open up your vision. So there will be deep insights when you follow your heart. You know, your heart is literally one of your biggest electromagnetic fields, and where you're guided. And you know, that would be ancestral agreements that you'll have there that are being cleared up. So many people will tune into these different highly energetic grid points on the earth because it's unlocking their internal ley lines. Like, your body is made up of meridian lines as well. So as you clear these blockages, you're actually accessing information from these parallel existences. So there's so much work that you're doing as a conduit. You know, as you heal yourself, you also heal the earth because you're an extension of it. So there's so much that you are remembering and that you are already integrating and doing, and it's like Easter eggs that you've left for yourself from all these other lifetimes. Again, it's like thought forms that were sent into future incarnations or simultaneous parallel incarnations, and you're just streamlining this.
Yeah, and I've been having very vivid dreams a lot, and I already know what they mean. Like I seen one year videos about purging through your dreams. Like I think that's what's happening. And another thing too is what I'm working on is a podcast to help empower young women to learn to love themselves and choose themselves, because that's where they're giving all their power away, right? Is by people pleasing and self-sabotaging. And I'm working on that right now to help the young people, because they are our future, right?
No, that's so it's even how you said, like, the mission that you've been called to now embark on, it's a result of the work that you've been doing on your own internal world, because each of the chakras, they're like phase gates or dimensional portals that we access through dream time. So anytime one is imbalanced or needs to like clearing, you'll travel into those dimensional fields within dream time and you'll do work. And as above, so below, that bleeds into, you know, your experience on earth as well. So there's a lot of blocked energy, or energy that has been suppressed or overloaded within a chakra, and it pulls consciousness into like these lower dimensional fields. And emotional clearing allows you to process that, and in doing that you also assist others. Like, it allows you to access timelines that you were previously kind of not blocked off from, but your vision wasn't able to perceive. So your range of vision begins to actually open up because you've now tuned into something that was previously held back by or suppressed by density. You know, it's like you've gone through this alchemical process, and it's not just changing your relationship to yourself, but also your relationship to everything that you're doing in this existence.
Yeah, I did a guided meditation with 𝓼𝓬𝓪𝓸 at the Egyptian pyramids. And at the end, when we were done, I seen myself as a tall blue being, and she was like as high as, just a little higher than my ankles. And when we were done the meditation, that was really cool.
Wow.
I was like, I love that. And when I did another meditation by myself with Hathor, at the end of that meditation, I seen like snakes going up a staff, and then wings, and then flames.
Yeah.
That was like a year ago.
Yeah, there's the Caduceus. It's actually multi-dimensional wings of memory. Like you have them in your multi-dimensional architecture. It's like part of your like light body design. It's almost like what happens from the Merkaba when you turn your awareness back inwards and you begin to remember. It's how you navigate and actually travel multiple dimensions and interdimensional fields. But it happens by going deeper into yourself, where you recover and excavate these memories that have been like laying dormant within you. So there's so much that you're waking up, and there's so much that's coming into your field as a result of that. And
yeah, and I have another dream I wanted to tell about. Have you watched the Avatar Fire and Ash?
not yet, but I want to. I know it
It's
came out on the
beautiful.
new moon in Sagittarius. Yeah.
I had a dream about the Bigfoots. Okay, there was like a big opening in the forest, and there was a hill and a trailer on top of the hill, and a bunch of us natives were in there, and we were surrounded by the like white man, and they were in tractors. They were trying to kill us, and then from all around, Bigfoots came out, hundreds of Bigfoots, all different colors, and they came and broke the machines and chased them away and saved us. And that reminded me like of the Fire and Ash. It was so cool. I loved it.
I love Avatar.
Yeah.
What do you think about
Yes.
that? She tunes in with
Nah,
Bigfoot and Osiris and Isis as like different dimensional guides that come into her field. What's your experience with that? Like different guides that come in at different points in your journey that you work with, like different deities or archetypes?
First and foremost, you're doing some amazing things, you know, from planetary grid work and then working with young girls. That's actually really good stuff. Mama Universe work with the children, so that's all good stuff. So I just want to commend you on that.
Thank
But
you.
for me, man, you know what? She's different. I stay tapped in. I like dealing with servitors. You know, we talk about thought forms and stuff like that. I remember last time we did our show, so we did a you know, a segment where we talked about, you know, different thought forms that we create and stuff like that. You know, they pretty much they become, you know, I would say guide, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I have one servitor. I
Yeah,
say
that's
everything works out prosperously and abundantly. So I created the thought form that's surrounded that. You know what I'm saying? So everything of that frequency, it always worked out. Even when I got knocked off of the internet, you know, in my mind is like everything's gonna work out. You know, it's all good. And eventually I came back on, but you know, I'm big working with the angels. The angelic frequencies is big for me. You know, I
yes.
love Ariel, Uriel,
Seraphim.
Gabrielle, Michael. Yep. I use Azrael and all of them. That's like my power five. You know, and I pretty much tap with that frequency because they all a thought form, and they work based off of my belief in them.
I mostly work with Michael and Metatron. And the
Mhm.
Seraphim. Seraphim is the one that's like when I was going through my journal, I wrote down a dragon in a cape and eyes and eyes and eyes and more eyes. So that right there last night, it connected me more to the Seraphim. And I was like,
Yeah.
wow, everything is so synchronistic, and I see the signs everywhere, and I'm so grateful. And I would like to talk about the Dogon tribe, because I know they're connected to the
Mhm.
Syrians. And one of my dreams I had with Bigfoot too was when I searched up the Dogon tribe, and the places they live in, they look like the caves, but then they're like stone homes. I dreamt about living with the Bigfoots in those kind of homes, and I know that I'm an Orion starseed,
Mm.
and that too. Can you be like say an Orion starseed, a Syrian starseed, all in one?
Yeah. Yes,
I
definitely.
honestly believe, I
Yeah,
believe that
continue.
part of the collective consciousness, we're all one with source. I believe that we exist in all components at the same time, one way, shape, or form. I mean, that form of us being multidimensional. I believe that I'm a big believer in omnipresence, and omnipresence covers the ground for all of it. And I feel like I'm
We're
a
all
part of all of
one.
it.
We're all one with the source,
Yeah.
and the source is all one with
Yeah,
all.
so source
Yes.
has split itself into multiple subdivisions. So if you think about fractals of awareness, there are infinite expressions of that, of you. So whenever we cling ourselves to just, the Orion planetary star system, or the Sirian, Arcturian, Pleiadian, Lyran, we can keep going on and forth, but you exist simultaneously in these quantum non-local connections. Simultaneously, right? Everything is happening
Yes.
everywhere at once. And the way that I see it is,
there's no past, no future, only now.
yeah. So there's all these, and you're not separate from these entities either. These are different octaves that you can attune to within you. And I see it as when we're working through certain, density within ourselves, or themes within our life, or expressions, we can really feel one of these, again, quantum entangled, we're always entangled with these different manifestations of ourselves. It will come forth. Sometimes that's why we end up channeling, or we have very specific downloads, or we can have like experiences that almost feel like walk-ins, and it's because that octave of us seated at a high level of understanding is passing information to us that we're anchoring into our third dimensional experience, to our human existence. So we have all these different manifestations that are manifested through the natural laws of that physical environment, right? So the Orion manifestation of you is composed of the cells of Black planetary star system, and it leads to that version of Chantel, which she probably maybe has another name, looking a very particular way, but you're not separate from that entity. As a multi-dimensional being, you're always phasing in and out of these different dimensions simultaneously. You're existing in all dimensions across space and time and beyond. So when we the ego can tend to try to compartmentalize, I'm only this, and this is good and this is bad, or this is just me and you must be that, and but it's not that. It's like, that's the illusion of separation, to see life no longer from a matrix lens, but instead the lens of unity, and you being
unity over division.
Yeah, multiversal organism. That's what creates galactic wars, because when we have individual separation, then we have universal separation, and it begins to branch out. But when we remember ourselves as everything, and we are everywhere, and everything is us, and we are everything, then we tune into, oh, okay, I'm not blocking my infinite potential off by clinging to just, a very compartmentalized, localized vessel. So you extend, you're everything. So yeah, that's the way that I see STARSEEDS.
No, that's a great point, and it really does. It really, for one, allows you to be as multidimensional as you are, but as far as what Chantel's saying is, basically, if you're feeling that sort of information or energy that's coming from the Orion starseed, that's basically the information that's flowing through you in order for you to carry out that sort of energy that Orion represent in this focus point. So it's almost like, the universe don't want to fry you out. So it's like, okay, give her this energy to flow through her. So whatever she's represented for her planetary grid work will actually flow through her based off of whatever this constellation may represent, if that makes sense.
100%. You become a conduit. This vessel literally becomes a conduit for you to streamline these, this information to guide you in things that you're doing on Earth. I always see it as the Orion expression or dimension of you is coming to the surface within that moment. And again, you're always phasing in and out. Just like when we go into a fight or flight mode, we phase into a reptilian version of ourselves as well. And many people, well, I'm not reptilian, but we all have, in its highest service, it's for you to actually be grounded into the physical dimension. And the architecture of that is when we begin to externalize our focus away from the immaterial plane and we focus on the material, and our Merkaba spin actually doesn't have enough energy to cycle back upwards. So it creates the multi-dimensional architecture of a tail. So when it comes to our multi-dimensional architecture and the archetypes in which we will actually take on, we will phase in and out of it. But the moment we phase back inwards, we actually tune into higher octaves and expressions of ourselves as well. So
I do know that we're hyper hybridized beings. I watched the show from Bashar. Have you heard of him? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. But he said that if the Anunnaki didn't upgrade our DNA, we would have been all Bigfoots walking the earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never heard that. That's funny. Yeah, it's funny because it's like, we're exactly where we need to be for what we need to be, you know. And so everything, all the information that carries through us, it comes when we need it, exactly when we need it. And I trust that 1,000,000%. And I will really encourage everybody that's listening to really trust that you're exactly where you're supposed to be right now.
Exactly.
Doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing right now. You have exactly what you're supposed to have. Acknowledge it. Speaking of Bashar has a thing called AAA, and he talked about the idea of acknowledge, appreciate, and allow. And I would say the fourth one is acceptance. So it's like if we get to a point where we get to a point where, hey, I'm exactly what I'm supposed to be. If I'm allowing myself to carry Palladian energy, let me just carry it, and carry it with efficiency, and carry it with the ideas of being effective versus romanticizing it and trying, utilize the energy for what you came in this world to utilize it for, not to make it seem like you're special because you have Arcturian or Palladian or stars, whatever. You feel me? We here to be effective and have this experience and do whatever we're supposed to carry out through us.
Yeah, it's such a beautifully self-organized system, and however it's always in benefit for the soul's evolution. So whatever you're experiencing at any given moment in your journey, whether that's going through heavy density, that's often the universe pulling you inwards, and you'll go through those periods in order to excavate something. Usually you'll find something and you'll alchemize it, and there will be memory or gifts or some type of insight in which you will bring to the surface from that deep internal introspective exploration.
Another thing too is that what my guides are guiding me to is to, because I know like they've been showing me pictures, visions of these entities that are using some like cults, we'll say, for human sacrifices, and that I have the power to how can I say it? Well, like shut down their operation. Like that the entity that's controlling the beings, the humans that are making these rituals, these human sacrifices, because in my reserve there's like actually around all over there's a lot of these young people that are dying, but I know that they're not dying from what they say they're dying. I know that it's actually rituals that are taking them for energy harvesting and stuff.
Yeah.
And
so when we talk about even like the parasitic timelines, just from like a higher dimensional point of view, when we zoom out for a moment and we see, okay, source playing with itself through countless life forms, we have undifferentiated bandwidths of frequency light from the highest, fastest spin rate oscillation, like feelings like joy, happiness, acceptance, unconditional love. And then we have the slowest oscillation, which are things like fear, anger, hatred, resentment, grief. We can go on and go forth. And an organism and a bioelectrical being, right, the human, is operating from the unconscious, and they're tuning into feelings of, self-hatred, judgment. You think everything operates from this dualistic plane of love or fear. And when we tune into the essence of fear, we then begin to navigate dimensional planes. And within those dimensional planes, we have other beings and archetypes like archons or draconians or different kind of archetypal manifestations that occupy those realms. So our awareness of us being in that realm is our protection, but we can give consent for this kind of dynamic to play out, or for us to embody that lower octave or that lower expression of ourself. So energetic boundaries are super, they're super important when doing this, but it feels like you have almost kind of unfinished business from parallel life streams where you actually feel that calling to alchemize the human sacrifices and alchemize a lot of different lower expressions or thought forms that have crystallized into the field generationally. It's like there's something there that it feels like you're alchemizing yourself.
Because I know that the people that did that, they want to like their story to be told, what really happened to them.
So it sounds like you have a sense of like deep compassion for the cruelty that sprung from that weakness. Like there was a disconnection when someone acts from that place of human sacrifice. There's a disconnection that they have to their own source of power that leads to this disconnection with those around them, you know, and that leads you into lower dimensional, you know, timelines and expressions of that. But are you talking about like there's compassion that you have? We draw everything in from resonance. So the person getting sacrificed and the one doing the sacrificing are both operating from fear. So sometimes there are contractual karmic agreements, and it sounds strange to the human mind when we view things from like, you know, this stormy perspective of chaos. But then we zoom out and we see, okay, the system is self-organized. We attract everything based off of resonance. So the persecutor, and as well as the, you know, the victim or the perpetrator, are both positions of weakness. So when we understand ourselves as, oh, I am playing with another form of me, and I am also the other, I'm the one getting sacrificed and the one that's doing the sacrificing, vice versa. Just like when we're speaking about Jesus and Christ consciousness after, like before this, there is only the illusion of separation. And the whole point of this construct is to wake up within density. And
so it'd be like to get onto a different timeline to where it's not happening, right?
The way that you do that instantaneously is to accept it. Okay, the human sacrifices took place, instantaneously neutralizes your connection, and often you're resonant with the past memory. Okay, that happened. Acceptance. Then you surrendered to it, and it begins to transform you because you recognize you come to a place of unconditional love and unconditional acceptance for what has occurred. And when you put yourself in the shoes of the one that did the sacrificing, for example, I was just actually watching something around this last night around when the sun went down, many people would go into panic, right? They'd come into lower octaves of themselves because they didn't know if the sun was going to rise again. So they would sacrifice the human in hopes that, you know, the sun would rise, and they would do rituals so that, you know, they would receive rain. And it was all from fear, right? It was from this myopic lens. And when you understand that came from a profound sense of deep suffering that the human was going through, then you realize, okay, that's how they operated. We unconditionally accept that that's how the human did the best with the level of awareness that they had and the level of information they were retrieving from those lower dimensional fields. And that's what was needed to experience a level of contrast, because then they'd go in and they'd, you know, incarnate and clear up that wound or that theme of suffering or fear. What's your take on that, Mo, when it comes to like the contractual agreements and karmic timelines with?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of move on that as well. So two or three things. One, that would actually support the idea of, you know, I would say coming into this reality to experience that sort of dysfunction, so to speak. And as tough as it is for us to really accept that, is especially with young children and stuff like that, it's like I really can't think of any reasons why those things will happen. But in terms of you can't tell you, like, if you're doing planetary grid work, I feel like I've done at times is I will put my hands and my feet in the earth and literally create what I would call a psychic command, and I will send that throughout the planetary grid based upon consciously what I want to see happen. So for you want to pretty much slow down some of the human sacrifice and stuff like that. You can actually send that signal out and disrupt some of those things from happening. You have the consciousness to do that. You know?
That's
and when I did a meditation with Osiris, he gave me these 3 herbs to burn and a chant to sing that I would conjure an army to defend me. What do you got to say on that?
There's something around like your army also being like a form of protection, but it's your awareness, like your awareness of you being supported and supporting yourself through all versions of yourself and manifestations through this process. But I see
so
you have
go on to all my timelines.
Yeah, because you would come basically into a deep, profound sense of unconditional love And in doing that, you literally become a conduit. I'm just seeing something that's really important for you to know as far as the human sacrifices that you're healing in the earth. You're tuning into the memory of Gaia, right? You're tuning into the memory of everything that has happened upon this planet. And it's so important when you're clearing these dimensional fields to understand that not only are you clearing the vibration and frequency and density of the victim, but to no longer see it as a victim, but instead to also clear the origin point for that. There's something about you coming back to the origin point and clearing up the density of those lower vibrational timelines, the fearful timelines, and everything that had taken place within that dimensional field. I'm seeing you have the ability to alchemize that, even through your own experiences and stories within your past lives and what has happened. You're doing that in this lifetime, and you're coming back into that remembrance. I'm just seeing you really, really come into your past. It's like you're taking everything that you had learned from previous incarnations, and you're kind of picking up where you had left off, and you're finishing and closing out a lot of things that had been lingering within the field. So I'm seeing you're someone that things are progressing very, very rapidly for you. But that's an important part to not see, because I see past lives where you have also been a victim, and it's to not see yourself as a victim anymore, and instead it's to stand into in your power and understand what you were being given the opportunity and you were being invited to actually do in that moment. So I'm seeing you're breaking the illusion of separation in that awareness.
Yes, that really does. That really touches me, like, to know, like,
I'm hearing embracing.
I'm so grateful.
The totality of this experience. That's what keeps coming through for you. Embracing the totality of this experience.
And being aware. And like so many, I know that I was a black sheep and an outcast growing up because I was always hurt, but I still embody that unconditional love and compassion and forgiveness. I did go through a phase where I would like a gang phase kind of thing where we would retaliate, but then I had the ego death, and then I started to connect to spirit more, and I would just forgive them, let go, and let God, and I would just sit back and let karma deal with it.
The crazy thing with you, and I say crazy, is that the pendulum has now returned back to its natural flow of giving and receiving. I see you retaliating in this lifetime with having the pendulum swing from being so far on the other side, and then you've brought it back into now harmonic resonance. So you've allowed yourself to experience the duality, but also coming back into that center point, which is, you're in a beautiful place right now. Like you're exactly where you need to be. Everything has led you to this moment.
I'm grateful. I'm so grateful to be here. I wouldn't have found your live channel if my cat didn't come walk on my laptop. It closed it and I opened it, and then that's when you were on. I was like, oh, right on. Thank you.
That's crazy, because when you put your cat and you were holding her earlier, I was thinking, oh, they have like many parallel lives together. Like that's a guide in her field. It's like one of the soulmate manifestations when we have, even just through animals. So that's that's so beautiful. Wow, thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
Thank you to your cat as well.
Yes, her name is Pepper.
Pepper.
Yeah. Pepper. I love them.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm so grateful that I got to be here and share my knowledge. And I'm grateful for your knowledge.
No, I look forward to see what you get up to with your podcast, because there's so much that you've been working on, and I feel like you have so much knowledge to ripple throughout the cosmos, and people will intersect with your message and your transmission. I see you being a powerful, almost catalyst, like a lighthouse full of divine wisdom, and there's so much that I feel is going to illuminate. I feel there's so much that has been illuminated to you that you're then going to be able to illuminate to those around you and those that are going to be called forth on your path. So I wish you, I know everything will unfold for the highest good. And,
thank you. It was nice to meet you, Mo.
Absolutely. Keep up the work. Keep doing your thing. For sure, for sure.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
How are you doing, Mo? What time is it there in
We're good over here.
You good? Okay.
You got anybody? in the backstage?
Yeah, we have quite a few people and they're all familiar faces as well. So I'm excited to put a face to the name. We're gonna put Sarah. Hi, Sarah. Are you the familiar face that I've seen in the live chat?
Yes.
Yes.
Can
Oh
you
my
hear me
gosh.
okay?
So nice to meet you. Yes. How
Hi.
are you?
It's so
What's
nice
up, Sarah?
to be here.
How you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
She muted.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, good, good. Such an honor to be here. I'm very grateful.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, it was really hard. I'm getting over the fear of being seen, I guess, in all my many
I wonder why I can't hear
faces.
her.
What's that?
You can't hear her?
Oh,
No.
is it on my end?
No, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you not
I,
hear Mo?
Nah, I can't hear her.
Maybe try to exit and come back in and see.
Okay.
Okay, continue. Oh, I think it should work afterwards.
I can turn my volume up too. I have a lot of technology. I don't want to admit it, but technology is not my friend right now. I feel like everything blows up when I'm around it all the time. It's part of my
Nah, you
frustration.
good? How we hear you?
Oh, you can hear. Okay, perfect. Okay, continue. Continue, Sarah.
I even had to get a stand so I don't hold my phone because I'm just very sensitive. So I'm learning a lot about my sensitivity and throughout my life, honestly, since I was a little girl. So I've had so many questions, but they come and go very quickly as we're moving through all this. So I don't have any preconceived anything. I'm just in the moment with you guys. So I guess
I feel like there's something on your mind that you may be curious about, or curious around what happened, or why something is unfolding, or where something is unfolding towards.
So many things. Where do I begin, Spirit? What do you want me to lead with? I don't like to start with frustrations, but that's where we're going. So mornings are my hardest. I think the travels that I do, and the hardest part is for me to get started. So I'll just get started and then Spirit will take over like always, right? Spirit already is. I have a hard time with labels and trying to understand all these archetypes, because I feel like I just come straight from God, right? Source. And as a little girl, I thought everybody understood that we're just all love and we're all here to give love. And so my whole journey through life has brought me to a place of learning boundaries and having compassion, but learning how to have it for myself. So I feel like I put myself in many limited spaces to learn how to see from the eyes of others and put myself in their shoes. And so I overgave and casted pearls before like all the, I wouldn't say wrong people, because now I see them as me. But it was all to come to this place of 2025 has been a place of learning to give that compassion and love to myself, which I didn't realize I was never doing. But it was beautiful. Every hard place that I've ever been in, just beautiful, because I really truly believe my biggest, one of the many biggest, help me with words, is to anchor unconditional love and compassion into this place. And so I learned to see through the eyes of others and give. And then my long hermit mode, isolation mode, whatever, was to bring it back to, oh, true unconditional love is to have boundaries. Oh, like, wait, because I know the whole thing, you can't love. Actually, I don't believe that. So I feel like I changed so much that it's really hard to understand myself sometimes. But I also have had a fear of, because of all the things that have happened to me, it's been hard to come back out and put myself out there, but it's actually harder not to as well. Everything is a paradox when I talk. I'm like, maybe I should just not talk, and that's how I feel. Like, just sit in the presence of I am and let that presence bring light to people from all the experiences that I don't just have knowledge about, I've experienced and embodied it, and I have chosen to put myself through and be transparent. And I have been through a severe amount of pain. And I've chosen, years ago, I quit smoking, quit drugs. 6 years ago, I quit I've done everything, and I've quit it all, and I've chose pain. There we go. Thank you, Spirit. And I've chose to sit with the pain and deal with it. And I am a witness to the power of Christ in me, for sure, because Spirit is what moves this body. Not by my power, not by my might, not by the things, like, it is Spirit. And I've put myself in these situations where I've been completely paralyzed. Like, I'm so different now than I was 2 hours ago. And it's the strength of whatever you want to call it, source, spirit, God. I hate worrying about language for others, and I know I don't actually have to with you guys, but I still do. And so
you knew what was happening the whole time. You are the highly intelligent being that's been guiding you through this whole process. It appeared like you were blinded, but you saw everything all along. And I feel like with you, Sarah, there's like huge solar plexus energy that's being activated around where your center of expression, and it's been impacting your voice as well, your throat chakra. Like, your center of expression has been contracted. And I don't feel like it was a fear of ever being seen, but it's more been about a fear of vulnerability. And you have given everything up, right, to allow yourself to be more vulnerable and intimate with yourself. And the part of you that had learned that being big wasn't safe, or being authentic would kind of attract criticism or external judgment, or a risk, some type of rejection. Being visible doesn't mean that you're going to be judged. It's more about where you've judged your own vulnerabilities, or even where you've had to learn to extend compassion to yourself and forgiveness to yourself for the version of self that didn't know what it is that you know now, and giving yourself grace for the things that only time was going to teach you as you continued on like your space-time travels. And I just see with the solar plexus, there's something around you really becoming your own source of acceptance, you becoming your own source of encouragement, support. And you don't need anyone external to understand you, because you understand yourself. I'm hearing like you've arrived at this place of understanding this deep core fundamental truth that everything was designed to shape you into the version of self that you're consistently becoming. It's not that you're ever going to reach any kind of like pinnacle, but what you could see as a work in progress. You're already ready. I'm seeing like other souls actually seeing what it is that has happened in your life, the intricacy of it as this masterful design. It is a masterpiece. And when you kind of step back and admire, okay, there's so much that's happened in your life to bring you to this culmination point.
Definitely.
I do feel like it's your time to shine. And it's something where I'm giving yourself permission to shine and not seeking that externally. What would you say about yeah.
I think everything she said was, you sound like, for me, for one, it takes a lot of bravery to go on that type sort of journey. For one, to give up everything and give up addictions and give up certain things and really allow yourself to feel every emotion that this journey brings upon. So it takes a lot of bravery for one. But when I'm listening to you, I'm hearing a beautiful struggle. That sounds like the beautiful struggle. It's like you sound like you're a little bit tired after a long Cheryl's journey. But that's the beautiful thing when you come to that certain stage where you've reached a very important stage of enlightenment, because I've been through that phase where, I play ball. I'm always helping everybody else. I want people to be around, and I'm doing so much for other people. And I really had to learn over these past, 10 to 15 years where, the greatest thing that I can possibly do for anybody is to get to a point where I start setting boundaries, where I start beginning to hold love and compassion for myself, and being okay with the idea of saying no, and being okay with the idea of being able to just kind of be a lone wolf for a certain period of time, in order for me to sit back and reflect on these things. And giving up those things in order for you to gain who you are today is the dopest thing ever. And it seems like that's where you at right now. I know exactly how you feel, because this can be like, you get there, you like, and it is a sigh of relief, because you didn't say nothing wrong. Everything you said was based on just the human experience and how it can be very daunting, but to get through it with consciousness and awareness, with love, peace, and be able to come here and be vulnerable about it, and like, you already did it. So now it's just congratulations on it. You know what I mean? And operate in that space and allow yourself to get some rest, rejuvenate, and get yourself and congratulate yourself, because you reach a certain level that most people don't reach, and for you to get there and still be who you are, is most people would have lost themselves and been checked out. So this is a beautiful thing, and I'm inspired by your story, because like I said, I understand completely, that solitude journey can be very difficult and lonely, but when you start seeing the light and you start feeling it, you be like, it was all worth it. It was all worth it. The trials and tribulations are worth it. And like you said, you can do all things through Christ that strengthen you. So you already had the power in you to do it. So you was one of those ones, to make it to this other side. You feel me?
I'm seeing that with empowerment as well, because you're not afraid, Sarah, of the world seeing you, because you're already here and the world is seeing you. I think when we talk about power, sometimes we can be afraid of our own power and what that means. And I feel like this is about you seeing yourself fully and owning what the highest expression of Sarah looks like, and her standing in her power and embodying that and becoming a living, breathing, walking example and witnessing yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing like you get used to this version of self. It's like you're becoming acquainted with this new, I don't want to say like just timeline shift, but this growth that has happened, this version you've evolved into essentially. And then it's being introduced to the world naturally. But it's like you're getting acquainted with it. It's almost been like a long journey, but it's been a return home to who you've always been.
It sounds like an initiation. It sounds like an initiation. You initiated. You went through the Cheryl's journey, and now you can be like, okay, you can represent yourself in a way that only you can show up as, because you went through those experiences, and those experiences is what you carry now. You carry that light code. No matter where you go, you carry healing energy without having to say nothing now, because you already embodied it, you overcame it, and you're here to talk about it. So that's what it is.
Talk is the key word, because as I'm looking at Sarah, I'm seeing her energy flow into her throat chakra now. She's already has an expanded solar plexus, and now it's like, okay, I have a message that I've been withholding. And I feel like there's something that is being called to share. Yeah, something to express, or something that just feels authentic to this version of self. What do you feel like you've been initiated for would be my next question to you.
Oh my. This is what it comes down to. I want everyone to feel very safe in their environments, because we all have a huge expression of self to come out. And so all the experiences I have had have been very abusive, and cutting off the energies that I can't keep giving to. And I've done it energetically. I want to try to stay focused, but it's hard because it's like I see everything at once. And I have so much love for everyone because I've always been able to see everyone from their highest self. And so I spoke into that and I experienced life with them that way. And then when it wasn't reciprocated, I've come to this place, like, things got darker and darker and darker. And now I realize, oh, I had the love and the light. And so I kept getting guided into darker and darker places, not realizing that it was the love and the light that I was seeing through to see these things. I'm not even going to try to make sense of it, because then I stop the flow. And once I'm in the flow, wow, like I know the power and the energy and the message that I have. And that's the thing, is I've had to learn to forgive myself for being aware of why I'm here, what I'm doing. And my biggest thing that I've had to forgive myself for is putting myself in these situations and putting myself to sleep on purpose. Okay, I was very fully aware of what I was doing and what I wasn't doing. I was very fully aware of what I was putting up with and choosing to abandon myself for the other. And now, I'm in this place where I'm going to be 46 in a couple days, on the 29th. And I'm just like forgiving myself for, like, wow, like that regret possibly. And having to let go of the hardest one has been I feel like I'm supposed to share this. So that could be part of why I'm kind of stuttering. So cut me off if you need to. I have this fear of, like, I'm too much, I'm not enough. Oh, you've been on the live for so long, I don't want to.
No, you're in a safe space. You're on this stage. You've got no limited stage time. You're here and only moment. Don't ever feel this is a safe space. You don't ever feel like.
Okay, thank you. Wow. Okay, so there's so much I want to say. All right, Source, just help me speak what you want me to say. For me to step into the next step that is for me and is waiting with open arms, and all of the universe is backing me up like no other right now, is I have to say bye to some really hard energies. And one of them is the one last person in my life. I mean, when I say I've been alone, I'm literally like a single mom, and everyone I've had to cut out. They've either run from me because they don't understand the changes. Because I change, like, daily, every minute, right? We all do if we allow it. And it's so much that I know it's hard to find words, because words just don't do it. They just don't do it. So,
I feel
yeah.
In situations when it comes to any kind of abuse, whether it's psychologically, physically, energetically, emotionally, there's loads of variations, and it will do things like, it breaks your confidence, but it also disconnects you from your intuition and teaches you how to literally distrust yourself. And you're experiencing that polarity. But most importantly, in your situation with what you're talking around now, it literally makes you responsible. It teaches you that you're responsible for somebody else's emotions or actions, and how somebody may think about you when you do this thing, or how they'll feel towards you, or the things that they may say to you or to others. But and it punishes you for even having those boundaries, because another solar plexus theme is boundaries. It's about cultivating boundaries and actually being able to see that as a form of compassion, not just for yourself, but also for the other, even if it doesn't appear like that from a human matrix lens. Making decisions for your highest good is ultimately in the highest good of those around you. And it's not worrying about what's going to happen to this person if I'm no longer in their life, or even vice versa. We can even like have these attachments or bonds that are made from fear, but when you heal and integrate those wounds, there's just new ways of being that you're no longer going to reinforce, and it's going to lead to you being different, because you literally are different. You're a different person from when you first attracted somebody into your life versus to whom it is you've evolved into. And there's just a frequency gap. That's all it is. It's not personal whether they see it or not. Sometimes what helps me is to understand everyone's an organism on their own journey of consciousness, whether they see it in this lifetime or not. When the soul departs from the body, truth is always going to be revealed. So it's not just like that abuse that happened, it wasn't just like a single event in your life, but it was a pattern that literally reshapes and kind of has governed the way that you've moved through this construct until that wound has been healed. And now it's healed, there's just an embodiment that you're being called into, and there's embodiment that you're being called to own, to generate and cultivate a profound sense of self-trust that you know what is aligned with you. And sometimes it's shown just through the things that no longer feel aligned. I'm sure you can feel in your body like you're being called to eject yourself from certain experiences, and it's because you're no longer a vibrational match to that dimensional field, those timelines, and the people that also reside within those timelines. So I'm just seeing it as, you know, boundaries. Solar plexus and throat chakra are like huge for you, but also feeling safe and secure in owning your decision, like taking authorship over your life.
It's so hard because I feel like, you know, I am one big eyeball and I'm extremely psychic and sensitive. And so I feel everything. And my heart has been so open throughout my life that I share. So I've learned not to absorb, like to be there for people, but to not to absorb it. But I come from a family who, you know, everything resulted around my brother who was dying. We never knew when he was going to go, and he needed 24-hour care. He had muscular dystrophy. And then my whole life was around a mother who, as soon as she had me, she couldn't take care of me because she was schizophrenic. And so my dad had to raise us. And so I learned to see through the eyes of my brother and my mom, and then my dad, and then my grandparents raised me, and they didn't understand what to do with the only girl in the family. And so, you know, I knew throughout my life what I was doing. I knew I was stepping aside from who I was and what I was here to bring. And I could feel people afraid of what I had, but also wanting to take it. And so this is, see, spirit kind of circling back to my real question. Is my struggle and my physical self? Nope, I already got the answer. See, yeah. So it's hard because it's hard to know somebody in a conversation, right? Like there's so many layers to me. And so we just have this moment where we're all gathered. And it is about the next step in my life. And so it's just been, I know my physical pain that I've dealt with my entire life, and mental, emotional, but for me, it's been the body. But I'm grateful for it because it keeps me grounded here, because I am everywhere else. And so the pain has helped me to stay in my body because I've tried to escape it my whole life. But I'm tired of the physical pain. And I know it's my nervous system, you know, coming back into where it needs to be, and the growth that I've had. And the tiredness that you sense and you see in the different aspects that I see nonstop in the mirror, of others and in a mirror. is this coming back together of all the pieces of me. And I feel like there's still a part of me that's frozen and completely paralyzed. And so, like, my training has been learning how to call these things back to me, but I have to do it daily, habitually, every day. Like, it's never like, it's literally Groundhog Day every day, but I've learned to just love it and accept it. And it's hard to walk away from my dad because there's no one left in my family. And I have power of attorney over him. And it's so complicated, but it's not. It's just the guilt. I'm not normally like this. I'm very grounded, and but I know that Spirit wants to show all of this, or it wouldn't be happening. I have the full trust.
I see with you when you release something, you know, when you release it, they say you can't replace it with abstinence, but you must fill it with something that you love. And when it comes to pain and guilt that you feel, it's like that pain is not meant to be carried with you. It actually wants to be transformed. Like, that emotion that you're feeling, that guilt, is energy emotion. Like, it wants to transform itself into something else. So you can do two things. You can either collapse into the wound and experience it through suffering, through the lens of the matrix, and fall into the illusion of separation around, okay, I'm doing this to something or someone, or you can say, what am I teaching myself through a form of another me? What is your dad teaching you? Because I'm seeing within your bloodline, there's a huge feminine wound that has been suppressed, of dissociation, of putting others' needs before your own. There's been a neglection and abandonment of yourself, and compromising yourself in order to try to sustain harmony. So there's a huge suppression of the feminine wound. And this season for you is really all about surrender and self-trust, trusting yourself that instead of just collapsing into that wound, you are being called to alchemize it into things like wisdom and strength, and also the sense of direction, right? When you can turn that emotion into clarity in regards to, okay, what is this direction? What is these base ingredients I'm being given in order to alchemize this into an opportunity for myself? That's when it begins, instead of saying, okay, why is this happening? But also, what can I create from this circumstance? That's where you step into that empowerment. You begin to tune into the higher octave or higher expression, and hold space for two truths being true at one time, because there is a walking paradox where something can be deeply and profoundly painful, but also you can completely detach simultaneously and see it through the lens of play around, okay, this is actually a tool that I'm essentially tuning into, and both are true, and that's what can be conflicting, or we can kind of step back and see the beauty in it. And that's what that multi-dimensional realm does, where two truths can be true at one time. And I've been speaking about this a lot, actually, even with Stephanie the other day. I was saying it's not just external truths where from your father's perspective he can see this as a cruel act or something that is deeply selfish. God forbid that Sarah does something for herself and she puts herself first. Or you can also see it through the lens of, okay, well, what am I inviting myself to do that hasn't been done before within my generational lineage? And there is beauty within that. My mind just like blanked in the middle of it, but I'm sure that you're seeing what you needed from that part. What do you say, Mo, about it? I feel like you also have something to say.
Yeah, everything you said was 100% and it's spot on. And I wanted to add on, it's okay to not feel grounded all the time. For you to actually come on here, I believe that for you to come on here and be as vulnerable as you've been for us, not only this is a part of your healing journey. For you to say, you know what, I'm gonna be vulnerable, I'm gonna be honest, the emperor wears no clothes. It's okay to be like, you know what, this is what it is. Because not only are you being an example for those people that's watching, you're gonna literally be an example for those people you meet in the future about what it takes to go through this type of journey and heal yourself. Because we spoke about this earlier about how important it is to be vulnerable. Like the very first time we spoke today, it was like I spoke about my journey and how I had to be vulnerable in front of people, and it really helped me, because I'm just like, nothing bad happened, but only thing that happened was I felt I felt relief, and I felt happy to be able to just show up as my soul. And Carl Jung said it. He said it's a rare opportunity. It's rare for people to actually come live in this world and show up as their soul. And you're allowing yourself to show up as your soul and being 100% vulnerable. That's gonna help so many people. I mean, I haven't even looked at the chat, and I guarantee you that there's a lot of people that's touched by your story just because you showing up and being real. There's no reasons to be anything other than that. And I believe that, you know, you're gonna eventually come out 100% on. You already came out on top, but I believe that you're gonna literally be somebody that Source uses to help many people with your testimony and your story, for sure.
And that's another thing that I was getting when Mo was speaking. I kept hearing, like, when you said healing, it's like to heal is to integrate is to become whole. And all this experience is doing for you is to return you back to wholeness. All you're doing is returning to who you were before this construct and world told you who to be. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
And it seems like it can be as hard or easy as we want it to be. And again, what I was blanked out about and what came back around is there can be two internal truths that are true at once. And that's you being multidimensional. It's saying that, okay, how can I hold space for two truths at once, and also hold space for myself as I do something that I haven't done before? You know, I'm teaching my nervous system and my body that you are safe and you are secure as you do this thing. And your intention and becoming whole with what your soul's calling you to do is this congruency. Everyone wants to do healing until it requires the embodiment, right? Until it requires, okay, how do you actually physically honor the soul's journey? And you live according to that divine expression and essence. And you do that unapologetically. It's about you walking that path with integrity, which means that you become your own source of acceptance. You don't need to seek for this external acceptance. You become a witness to your own growth. You don't need other people to witness you. And the only way that would trigger those around you is because they're not ready to confront yet that they...
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
We'll marry a different example.
No, that's actually gonna happen as well. It's just because you've taken those steps to really, you know, go through that treacherous path and dealt with everything you dealt with, like, you know, you're going to trigger people, you know, and that's going to be another phase for you to overcome as well, to realize that it's not you. I mean, well, it is your energy, so to speak, but it's still them who have to not look at themselves and really look at why I'm being triggered. And that happens a lot, especially when you're dealing with people who aren't necessarily, you know, aware of the work that they have to do for themselves, and they think that everybody's out to get them. But I know you're never going to have intentions to hurt anybody, but
No.
you know,
that's the
just
hardest
something,
part. Is
Yeah.
I trigger everyone, and then and I'm well aware of what's happening, but it's hard because it's like, okay, if they're really me and I'm them, then what inside of me is still like going on? And I get, okay, the hardest part is I go wherever source guides me. I say whatever source says, whatever God. I like to say God. And so I say what he says, I go where he goes, I flow where he flows, and it's never the same. And so it's hard for me to say, okay, I was here yesterday, so empowered, so like in my zone, felt so amazing, and I helped so many people. And the next day I'm crawling up the stairs, I can hardly walk. My eyes are swelled up, and God says, go here. And I have to show up like that. So the hardest part has been accepting the walk of every minute and every moment and every hour and every day and every week and every month and every season that I've been in my entire life. It's never the same. And people only judge you by how you enter into their life in that moment. They don't know anything else, right? And they also, you have the people that have known your whole life, and then you're making these changes on this like rapid minute to minute basis, and they can't handle it. And then you see the trigger, and I can see exactly like their lineage and where in their family and in their bloodline what's being healed, and I can see myself through their eyes, and I can see, you know, just, you know, everything. I'm so connected to everything.
I think something that will help you, even with your father, I love to bring this up when it comes to specifically family members, because those are the ones that we have the biggest contracts with.
Yeah.
And you can actually look into the contract and, okay, yeah, you're triggering him in a way that his mind doesn't understand, but his soul does. And the soul thanks you. You can actually work with his higher self and his highest expression that he's not separate from, but it's not fully anchored into the body because there's so much density that he's holding. There's so much unprocessed emotions and things that he is not ready to look at, whether that happens in this lifetime or not. And when you see, especially our parents, as organisms of consciousness that are still on their own journey of evolution, then we almost become the parent, not just changing the dynamics and perspective where you're not making decisions from fear and lack, where you're holding on to the connection because of fear to release, fear to choose yourself, or fear to abandon or be abandoned. Instead, you're viewing it from a lens of you actually become your own parent. You become your own protector. You become your own provider. You give yourself everything that he was not able to give to you simply because he wasn't able to even give those things to himself. How can he can't heal himself if he cannot hold space for himself? And it's almost like in you mirroring a different example, showing his mind what his soul already knows, you hold space for the both of you. That's what to be a healer is. It's that you and to be healed and to heal yourself is to hold space for yourself through that process.
Absolutely. So I know that like I've buried everyone on my own in my family that disowned me, especially in the last few years. I've done everything alone. I'm very well of having to be strong. And so I'm in this place where I want my soul tribe and a divine counterpart. I want, but my goal is always, every day, is how can I be the perfect mate for myself and the joining of inside. And my internal world, I do much, much better in than working in this physical body. But I know that this energy has to be completely severed in every way. And that's been the hardest. Like, I haven't seen my dad in a year. I actually pay someone to drop off his smokes in the assisted living that he's in, because I can't be around it. But it hurts me because it's like, no, I can find a way to, but I'm not willing to jeopardize going back into it. And I know that whatever is next for me, I know without a shadow of a doubt, that there's like right now, I just saw like the whole entire universe with the arms open wide. Like, this next step is so bright and such a platform, and I am fearful of the power and the platform and the light, because I like to be behind the camera, behind the scenes. I love to bring the presence of God and allow the healing to take place, and they are just like, it's not going to be that way. It's what my 4-year-old self wanted. Here I am, and here's my message. And I have to do this last bit of snipping. I just see these big snippers. It's like one last snipping, and then boom, I'm thrown out into this place. And
I see for you a few things. One is like the moment where the seed has germinated and it's about to break through into like this new atmosphere and environment. But you know how they say you always experience the most level of resistance, especially internally, right before you're about to break through. And your biggest fear is telling you where your work is in this lifetime. And not only that, but it's also telling you what you're here to do. Like, what you're overcoming, you're also going to assist other souls in overcoming, because it's like a chironic wound. It's like, there's no one more equipped for the position than you. You've been through it. If you're gonna go to sea then you want some advice from someone who's actually gone through the roughest oceans instead of someone that's just read about it in a book, you know? So it's like you've embodied it, you've been a living, breathing example, and you've moved through density. And even at times where you lost yourself, you found yourself again, and you found yourself stronger. You found a better version of yourself, a more evolved and wise version of yourself. And the second message that was coming through is that you're teaching, you already are your highest self in physical form, but you're teaching Sarah, like her body, how to be kind to herself through that process. It's like you're teaching her how to finally show up for herself in a way that she hasn't done before. And that's going to be scary for that octave. And that one is just asking to be, you know, it's to be seen and just to do something also imperfectly. You know, the South Node is in Virgo right now. It's the critic, it's the analytical mind, and we're being called North Node and Pisces to follow our heart's desires. And that is going to be the theme. I had the same thing actually, where my South Node is in Aquarius, my North Node is in Leo. I always wanted to be behind the camera. I wanted to be the photographer. I never wanted to be in front of the camera ever. And until I actually did it, and you know, it's like not rejection for therapy, it's like exposure therapy. You kind of do it and it becomes your new normal. You reinforce that new way of being enough times and you begin to solidify new timelines for yourself. But I would say just set, I think the next thing in motion for you is, again, that intention becomes its kinetic energy when supported with action. It builds this velocity and this momentum. You start building momentum towards that timeline. And however it may be for you, I feel like set yourself choice, like decide in this moment, I am going to do this thing, because it instantaneously recalibrates and collapses those timelines around you. Like, you know that this is, decide that for yourself, and I know that you have. So it's just naturally everything will fall into alignment in regards to the next phases, but get curious around where that unknown can lead you, and think about it as an exploration of the soul's expression through form.
Right.
What question do you have?
It's just like when I'm in a small group or one-on-one, I'm a completely different person. But when I'm on a camera, and any time there is just a 1% chance that there's this performance that comes in, I'm wacko weird. And that's how I feel right now in this whole conversation. Like, this does not feel like me at all. But I know Source wants to show it, so here I am. And it was a big step for me to come out, but I can't stay in that place anymore. And I can just feel them all smiling and laughing at me like, this is what we want for you, Sarah. Step out and get used to it. But
you know what helped me when I first started creating? I said, I'm gonna make something like no one is ever going to watch it. I say someone that's gonna write a good book, they better write that like no one is ever going to read it. That is the most level of depth. Like Mo, when he creates music, you better listen to that like he's pouring his heart out. Like he's doing that from such a soulful, liberated, expressive place, and it's created in such a high like energy environment. You create like a highly conducive environment for your soul to express itself with no expectations or attachments to the external world. There is just clear energetic hygienes of doing something that brings your soul profound joy in that moment. And then there is the release. That's the second step. Just focus on the first step and getting yourself into that sacred space. That's you reconnecting with yourself and how your soul wants to express itself, what you have to say, whether that's like a spoken diary or something that you want to verbalize or something that you want to create. But do it like no one is ever going to watch it, and then put it out there and just release it and allow it. You've cultivated something that will take on a life of its own, and you'll see reality reinforced to you, where that's how you're going to attract your soul tribe in. That's how you're going to attract the networks in. You have to be able to send out that transmission, that signal that is going to be received by the quantum field, and just watch how everything pours in to your life as a result of that. But you have to be on the stage. You know, it's like a shop has to have the open sign for people to come in. You can't just keep the blinders down and you know things aren't going to happen themselves. That's part of like the physical application in this realm. What would you say with that, Mo, with like things that you create and also like putting yourself out there? How did you
just based off of Sarah's breakdown on your story, I believe it's time for you to be visible. And for me, even with my background, you know, I've been visible. I'm sort of the same too. I've always kind of wanted to be the production producer, you know, play the background, but you know, it's meant for me to be visible as well. So based off of everything, I think that you're going to be able to change and help a lot of people just based off of you just showing up and showing out, and it takes time. It definitely takes time to stop caring what people may think about you or feel about you, but it's necessary, at this point, because you've been through the toughest time. So now allow your testimony to carry you through. Allow your testimony to be beneficial to many women and children and young people, whoever tap in with you, because I can feel it. And eventually you're gonna feel better. You're gonna heal. So your body is going to begin to recalibrate, come back online. You're gonna be much more confident. And but it takes time. Just start small. Just start doing videos. You talking about your scenario. You just never know. Talk about the things that you've been through. Talk about how sensitive you are. Talk about how you feel and see things spiritually, and talk about how you struggle with, the flesh and the body, because there's millions of people out here that are struggling with the same thing. And by you being put yourself out there, I guarantee you, it's going to serve its purpose for sure. Because it wasn't for nothing, for sure.
Thank you. I don't want to take up all the time, but I feel Spirit wanting me to share this. In 2000, I don't know, I think it was 18, I had my thyroid removed. And I long story short, I know the root cause is speaking, right? And all the healing that I've done for my family, and it goes all the way back to, Lyra and whatever, that 12 to 15 dimensions, like where I'm really from. But I have regrown. Well, I don't have scientific proof, but medications never worked for me. Nothing's ever worked. And so I just feel like I'm supposed to quickly share this. I have been regrowing or I'm just living by the Spirit alone, but they completely removed the cancer and then the thyroid. And before I went into surgery, the surgeon had mentioned that he said, are we removing half of it or all of it? And then I was out with the anesthesia. So what was supposed to be a one-night process, I was in the hospital for a month in full pain. And I could go on and on about it, but I won't. But I've had many, many experiences of going through very traumatic events that I chose to, like even the birth of my son. I bled out and died and came back, and it took me 3 days to have him, like all these things. But when I had the thyroid removed and I woke up, I was in this pain that they couldn't control. So I was hospitalized for a very long time. And so the medications didn't work on me, and nothing worked. And part of my walk here is to show people that we can regenerate. I truly believe in Christ's message one of the terms I used to say was, we're the resurrection generation and anything's possible. We are limitless beings. And so one of my biggest messages is, they said you have to be on medication the rest of your life. They removed that, all my lymph nodes, my parathyroid, without me knowing any of it. I woke up and I have neck injuries. And so I was paralyzed from the surgery, and I couldn't speak. And so I've had to, anyway, I ended up taking myself off the medication, and it was Spirit-led. And I'm 5 years with absolutely no medication of any kind at all, because one was putting me on another, and they had me on 20 for a while. So even though I walk in this tremendous amount of pain, and I thought when I had these experiences with Yeshua and all these beings, I thought my healing was going to be instantaneously happening. Instead, God has been slow-mo with me. Slow-mo. I'm sorry.
You good?
Sorry, that's precious and funny. And anyway, is to walk this out in one aspect very slow, and in another sight that I see, it's been very fast. The fact I'm even here, you know, it's like I am a miracle. I haven't seen my miracle happen in my body yet, but I am a living, walking miracle. And when I share that with people, it's like they don't hear me. They don't want to hear me. And I know it confronts maybe their own like faith or their own walk, but it's been really hard because I want to praise God that I'm even still alive, and people just run from me and think I'm crazy, and and I've been mentally attacked for doing this, and people have tried to whatever. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but so I just want to share that because I feel like there's actually somebody here, or it's just part of trying to get my testimony out because you guys were able. So I'm just going to thank you for listening to that part of my testimony.
Thank you for sharing that. That's like just from a fundamental basis. It's like your pain was telling you where your work was in this lifetime. Like your body is the memory. It holds the memory of your ancestral lineage. And I literally spoke about this in a message that will be coming out around thought forms, and how when they're reinforced enough, they crystallize in our field and they manifest into physical ailments. So literally the ailments that we are born into, things that are passed down throughout the DNA, throughout the lineage, are literally things that you're alchemizing. You're actively pulling forward your lineage and healing your bloodline by decoding what the theme was around that chakra, and how there was a blockage of unspoken truths throughout the bloodline, or even like your opinions that were suppressed, or where you were told to like swallow that anger and hold it in. Again, it's like even like fear of disappointing others. These are all themes of the thyroid, where you silence yourself or you shrink yourself to stay safe. It's all going to be connected, and it's just things accumulate and they overload, and it's an unlived expression that hasn't started with you. That didn't start with you. You were being told a story, and your body was reminding the mind. It's like your body already held the wisdom, held the truth, and now your mind is finally playing catch up around, oh, what was that event? What was my body trying to tell me? What am I now remembering? And that's you coming back into alignment. Your two biggest days are the one that you're seeded onto this planet, and you were called forth into this bloodline where you took on all of these belief systems about yourself, but you also are equipped with the tools to alchemize those suppressed generational wounds, and you're also retrieving your gifts as well. And one of your gifts is about communication. It is about speaking not just for yourself, but also those who have come before you and for those who will come after. Your body literally becomes a vessel and a conduit for healing to happen. So you are such a walking miracle, and you are here to remind everyone that comes into your vicinity and in contact with you that they also hold that within them. And they can also, it's safe to bring it to the surface as well.
Thank you.
No, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. That is so powerful. You know, it's so powerful.
Whew.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll leave you. Just
Thank you.
settle and integrate, and you're back. You know, welcome back.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I love you guys. You're amazing.
You too.
Way to go, sir.
You've got this. I look forward to see what you get up to. I'll speak to you soon, I hope. Until next time. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, Alchemy. Oh my gosh. Yeah. How do you feel, Mo?
Beautiful. Oh, we good. That was beautiful. I love her testimony. I think that she's gonna really make a strong impact in the world. She's already have, but she's gonna make a even more stronger impact moving forward. You know, yeah, that's beautiful. I love it.
We have quite a few familiar faces as well backstage. I look forward to see what she gets up to. You know, when you see a deity that hasn't just awoken within this construct, but they remember their why and they start organizing their life around their why. That's what this is. Yeah. It's like organizing it around your fears. You start organizing it around why you're here, and you remember why you're here. And that intention becomes your anchor. It anchors you, like your mission. As you were saying when we speak, it's like if you're 100% certain on your mission now, finally it all clicks, that grounds you. It anchors you. It doesn't matter what anything happens externally. It's like, you know your why. And it gives you not just meaning in this life, but you get to experience the journey of that meaning. You get to experience the moment you uncover that meaning. So I want to bring forth, first of all, Lee, because he's a very familiar face. So welcome to the stage. Hi, Lee.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good. How about you can hear us all okay, yeah?
Yes, yes. Grand Rising Mo, Grand Rising TT. So wonderful to meet you guys. Thank you so much.
Likewise. I love seeing you in the comment section. You always have the most introspective deep thoughts. It's just such a beautiful co-creation every time you're in the vicinity. So thank you for
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was backstage. I was trying to put notes all together because I want to just keep going. I want to flow with it. I don't want to like take up too many people's time and all that. Do you want me to start, or you want to start, or
Oh, yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Well, I wanted to start off with. Hold on, let me close this door. So, okay. I wanted to start off with the concept of first love equals self-love, because that's, to me, that's kind of like the foundation for everything that you're growing up with and everything that's going to manifest and you're going to see in your life. For me, how I got into spirituality, I don't know about you guys, but how I really got into spirituality was like in about the early to mid 2000s when the masses were introduced to the law of attraction through Abraham Hicks. I believe she appeared on Oprah's interview around 2006, 2007, and it went on the news, and then The Secret came out because that became mainstream, and it kind of built up from there. My personal journey was back in the early to mid 2000s. First love equals self-love, but you think that you want to look external for that love to get that validation that you are worth it yourself. And my journey was, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, back in the day, I don't know if they still have it now, but back in the day, like on online forums and chats, they would have a thing called pickup artists, where you would meet like a guru, and they would teach you pickup lines to go out to like bars and clubs and to pick up women and such stuff like that. And then I got it, I kind of, when I would listen to what they would say, I would get it that you want to be self-empowering, you want to be a man, and such, blah, blah, blah. But then I kind of looked at it like all these little tricks and hoops that you got to jump through just to find love, and it just didn't make sense to me, you know. Luckily, I found one of the people that I found. He taught. His name was Player Supreme, and he was actually like a Reiki teacher based in California, and he basically introduced me to the law of attraction. He introduced me to Abraham Hicks, so I started looking at that, and that's when my rabbit hole of spirituality kind of spiraled downward, and here we are now. I don't know. How about you guys? How did TT? I'm sorry, don't mean to cut you off. No. To me, you were like the owl in the Akashic records. You are like a spiritual historian. Just so much knowledge that you hold within you, and it just blows my mind every single time that I hear something from you. How did you get into spirituality?
Thank you so much, first of all. Your heartfelt words, that's deeply appreciated. First of all, what you said around the concept of first love is self-love is so deeply resonating, because it's the moment that you become your own source of unconditional love. And I don't know about everyone else, but I feel like this is for the majority. We don't usually have that model or that figure from our guardians or that influence when we're growing up. It usually is something that stems around, decisions and how we move through this construct and things that govern us as we move through attachment or fear. And the moment that we begin to kind of tune back inwards, that's when we really discover our power. For me, the journey of the self, I don't know, I think we spoke about this last time we were here, and you think that it began somewhere, but then you date back and you're like, oh no, that was actually also preparing me. Oh, and that was also a seed that was planted. So growing up, I always had like sensitivities. I didn't really know what to discern from it, very strong dreams, different kind of encounters that would plant a seed in me. And the interesting thing about how you said, even with the pickup artist and first love being something that we believe is external, is inverted truths. And we begin to see that everything is inverted in the system. And I know even Mo has a similar kind of experience growing up, where even in the school system, you begin to see how these are kind of like inverted truths. Everything is inverted within the system to have you lose yourself in the material plane. But the moment that you begin to question this construct, you begin to question your sense of how do I say it? Almost like your sense of how you've been guided, what the world taught you to believe, and you begin unlearning all of these things, and you sit with yourself long enough. What you need to hear gets loud, and it comes to the surface. So I feel like it was a series of unfolding where I grew up in the church. I was always surrounded by, like religion, but then I had the pendulum swing where I went completely to the other end, and I questioned, well, if there's an almighty God, why do we have like death and suffering in this realm? So then you experience the polarity, but eventually you find like your faith once again, at least I did, where my relationship to the divine wasn't going to look like what was modeled to me in society. My relationship to a higher power hasn't actually been shown like in this construct. I only saw it through a matrix lens, or other fractals of awareness that were not totally conscious, that in order to find God, you go within, and you don't need to go externally. You don't need to seek God in a temple. You don't need to seek love in a relationship. You don't need to seek something outside of yourself in order for you to come to wholeness and return to wholeness. So it's almost like the reunifying as the whole, and that's a journey of lack until you learn to, I feel like the pivotal point, there were so many seeds on my journey, I feel like, where everything led to everything else. One of my big seeds that were planted is going to Egypt, growing up as a child and going stargazing in the desert and looking at the stars, and this man that was being mirrored to me is potential that also lied within me, and he was telling the stories of the sky, and I just was in awe of what was being shown to me, and I thought that would be really, really cool to get into. So there were so many things that were little seeds being planted, and then the catalyst happens for most, like chaos. It can happen through moments of destabilization in your life that give you no other option but to turn inwards, and you begin realizing the universe isn't pulling you away from anything. It's not, you aren't being rejected externally when you go to the pickup artist and you do that thing, or you're seeking for something. You're being taught how to accept yourself. You don't need an external source of acceptance. So it was almost like you weren't going to receive happiness found in the external. It's almost like every time you do that, something doesn't work. And eventually there's enough pattern recognition to the point where something has to change. And I feel like that was the pivot point for me, where I had to become my own source. I could only see how strong I was when I had no other option. It's like everywhere you turn, you're being forced to go back inwards. And you can see it as punishment, but really it's a form of protection, because your awareness is your protection. It's making you aware. It's helping you remember this construct for what it is. So that was like my journey in a nutshell, where I didn't really have another option, and I feel like most of us are brought to that point. Yeah.
I think a lot of us really shine when our back is against the wall.
Yeah.
This is do or die. You got to go. So
yeah.
It's like, what about you, Mo? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
That's a good point, bro. It's like being from the inner city, where we've been in so many pressure situations, where it's like either do or die type situations, where it's like coming from Detroit, where it's like either the phrase, either you plain rock or you got a wicked jump shot. So
shout out to Big.
About that as a these are our options, these are the things that were presented to us.
Sorry, Mo, your sound is...
Yeah, you're kind of muffled.
Yeah, your sound is a little bit muffled.
You sound like you're underwater. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was me, but she hears too. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
All right. How about now?
Still a little bit higher, but you still sound underwater.
It's a little bit muffled still. Oopsie. Let me see. Should I remove you from the stage and then bring you back on the stage and see if that's it? I don't know.
You want to try and reconnect?
All right. How about now?
Yeah. You good?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, as far as like you said, man, that man, that's crazy. Those are the choices they gave us in the neighborhood. Like, but what you said is true, bro. When we have so much pressure, that's why the pressure is 100% needed on this journey. I feel like sometimes we try so hard to try to escape the pressure, but you know the old phrase, man, pressure makes diamond. And I play basketball, so I play very well under pressure. Only because I was raised in so many pressure situations where it's like either we have to pay our rent tomorrow, or we get kicked out. You know what I'm saying? So we had to figure out ways to get rent money. So by the time I played a basketball game, you know, I had ice water in my veins because I was going through so many real life situations where it was really you go be outside or you go have a home. So it was like basketball and playing on those pressures. It really prepared me for life in general. Even to this day, when I find myself, pressure just almost feels like, oh yeah, let's get it. It's like once you feel like you're in a pressure situation, that's an opportunity. So I really do look at it as opportunities to grow and expand and show myself what I'm made of. And I love what you said, man. First love itself equals self-love. And just to piggyback off of what you said, she was basically speaking like these are concepts we learn later on. Even when we were speaking of Sarah, she spoke about how much she's given to others and how much she poured into other people. And her, you know, when you realize that your greatest lesson is how much you can truly love yourself and give compassion to yourself. And I'm a firm believer, dog, that we get rejected by people in many ways only for us to be like, oh, I still love me.
Yeah.
They might not, I still love me. And really genuinely love yourself. And I found myself in many scenarios in life where it's like I had to choose myself, although people might not choose me. So it's like we're not going to abandon ourselves moving forward because we realize that when we put ourselves at that stage of loving ourselves, it's so much easier to love other people, bro. It's so much easier to hold compassion for others because you have so much for yourself because you've been in every scenario where you had to learn love yourself. So it really does boil down to the idea of being on board for yourself, being your best friend, being your best, your greatest fan every single day, waking up and realizing that, hey, this is me right now. And I'm going to present myself the greatest version of myself because I love me. I genuinely love me. I love the most terrible components of myself. I love I love when I don't look good. The transformational period. We understand how the transformational period is ugly. It's not pretty, but I still love myself through that period. And then when you come out of that, you know what I'm saying, you have so much love you can actually give to the world, bro. It's undeniable, you know. And those who've been through that journey, man, they understand it, you know.
Yeah, 100%. I feel that as well, because if your self-love was firstly wounded or fragile, you're going to attract in individuals into your life to reveal and mirror that wound to you. And I feel like I went through so much, pain on what felt like it was happening to me at the time, until you realize, okay, it's actually happening through me. Like the world is literally coming from me. It's an energetic projection from my own subconscious wounds. And to answer your question furtherly around why I do what I do now and how I got to where it is that I am, is because I wanted to understand. I wanted to logically understand what I was experiencing. I wanted to be able to articulate the things that I was going through and the things that you kind of look back in a linear fashion at, and you arrive at this kind of remembrance that if your self-love was neglected, then your first love had that same wound within them. Again, it's like the nucleus of a family teaching, where you'll attract this network of experiences that is literally designed to assist you at that stage of your soul's journey and the things that you're moving through. And then when you begin to heal that wound, there naturally becomes a frequency gap, and you begin reinforcing these new ways of being because you become your own source of acceptance, you become your own source of love, and then there's a new experiences that call you, and you'll see that you move into a higher octave each time, because you'll attract always what is in resonance with you, always what is in benefit for the soul's evolution. But it requires you to accept, take accountability, and also have self-awareness. So it's not like Mo said, it comes like it's not rainbows and sunshine. Like I believe, as you said on the last one, it's like it's not a walk through the park, it's the hero's journey. You think you said, if you think it's going to be like a nice walk through the park, take a seat, because it's going to humble you.
It's definitely not all love and light, and this is like spiritual warfare that we're going through right now. So you got to be prepared, and you got to strengthen your soul up. To go back to what you were saying, what we were saying, first love to me is like, first love, self-love is like kind of like the foundation of everything, and it will take care of itself. When you take care of that foundation, you'll take care of everything else. What was I going to say? Shit. damn, I kind of lost my train of, as I listened, I was kind of lost my train of thought. Going back to, wait, what did you say? Damn. Anyway. So I got introduced to pickup artists, law of attraction, and then it kind of goes into like my purpose on this planet, because one of that teacher, that player Supreme guy, he also told me to join Toastmasters. If anybody's not aware of what Toastmasters International is, it's an organization to teach you how to do public speaking. So that kind of caught my attention. I was like, yes, doing public speaking, talking up on stage, because that's one of the main fears in life, is just public speaking and death. That's what I've heard, and I'm like, I truly believe that. So I kind of got over that fear of public speaking, and I know that I'm here to use my throat chakra to speak out about the truth about what we need to do to help empower everybody else to spread the word that the new earth is coming and we need to do it now. That was a pivotal point. The whole pickup artist thing was a pivotal point in my life. But going back to what going back to what you were saying, you were raised in the church. I was raised in Catholic church from like kindergarten all the way up to like sophomore year in high school. And I remember as a little kid, one story was, I remember everybody, because every Friday we would all get up from class and go walk over to the church and sit in church and pray for about an hour. But I remember thinking, I was like, if this is all the kingdom of God, why do we have to go to one building just to talk to God?
Yeah.
And number two, why do I have to confess my sins to another human being like he's above me? No, we're all God. That doesn't make any sense to me. And then another epiphany I had when I was a young kid was, we were all sitting in school, we're doing math equations, and then I just remembered like working on my math problem, and I look over to like the two kids next to me, and I'm like, 2 + 2 = 4. But who decided that 2 + 2 = 4 for us? So to me, that's like a form of like being indoctrinated to the matrix, being indoctrinated to this control. So yeah, that's kind of just wanted to share about that.
Yeah, I so resonate with that.
I was like that in school too, bro. It's almost like it was something in me that just didn't allow me to be indoctrinated. Like I was always bad, class clown, getting kicked out. So
Yeah.
I spent I may have spent maybe 10% or 20% of my time in school because I was always either kicked out. It was a miracle that I found ways to graduate and spirit brought me through, but nonetheless, I never got indoctrinated by half the stuff that was going on in school because there was always something new. Never
like
be
Good for you.
Even being like neurodivergent, I found that in school as well, where I swear to you not, like when I remember we being taught the times table and everyone else in my class got it. I had no clue like that, okay, in order to do 2 × 2, you add the numbers together. But no one told me that process. They just expected you to memorize it. So I'm like, everyone's memorizing this, that times table.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how to do the additions in my head. And I used to have like extra classes, right? Like one-on-one teaching because I needed it. So I remember I used to really annoy my teacher, but it was coming from this essence of play. Like I just couldn't be tamed in any way. And so she said, okay, what's this number times this number? I don't know, maybe it was like 7 × 3. And instead of 21, I would say, oh, I don't know, something like 119. And she's like, how did you come up with that equation in your head? And I said, I just did what I felt looked good. It's like, it just wasn't meant to. Nothing was ever clicking. And I always excelled in my creative arts and creative endeavors. Like I really, really flourished in that area. But anything else to do with, I never understood it. Even I used to be actually very mad growing up. Like I had a lot of anger and resentment towards the school system while I was in it, because I was like, why aren't we being taught about credit or self-employment? I always knew I wanted to be self-employed from a young age. When I was 18, I started my own business and I was always doing like independent contract work. I learned pretty quickly that I didn't want to work for anyone else. We were being taught, I think it's what's the quote by? We're creating a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. It's by the Rockefellers, I believe. And yeah, that's how the school system is designed. It's like to sit in a classroom for a certain amount of hours a day, basically being inside of a box, just architecture, the architecture of that multidimensionally. It's not the way it's constructed. It's just, again, it's a very matrix design. It's inverted. You are being taught to become someone that has no sovereignty. It's like this is the path. It's almost like your cattle. That's what it felt like, and you were being walked in a very particular direction, and this is your destiny. You have these timelines available to you, but no one teaches you about the art of creation or kind of, you know, forging a new path and what that may look like. So I was grateful I had that modeled in my mother, where she was always self-employed. I never saw her working for anyone else, or she was just very independent. So I had that kind of modeled around an idea of that looks different. I think I'd rather lean in that kind of direction, even though it was very subconscious at the time. I just knew I was rebelling against any traditional, you know, ways of moving through the construct. I was the first one that decided not to go to university, not to do. I was questioning things like, why are people in so much debt? But then you see people never really go on to do, not always, but it's a huge theme where people are doing things just because it's the norm and it's what we're taught to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Programming at its best. Sure. That's institutionalized. That's being institutionalized. It's amazing. Like when you just think about all of these constructs are coming to an end, though. Well, Lee, you said it was dope, bro. You said the new Earth is here, so the new Earth is really showing how these constructs and these systems, you know, they can't hold up for longer. You know, they're starting to, you know, crumble. Obviously, so it's like that sort of level of control can sustain and stuff. So this is a beautiful time because, you know, literally different. I would say more programs and more opportunities are coming out for people to actually homeschool and to, you know, alternative things. Like there's alternatives for almost everything now. You have alternative news. You have alternative basketball now. The NBA is at an all-time low because there's so many people that's actually, you know what I mean, creating their own lanes when it comes to sports. People creating their own lane when it comes to media. So even when it comes to the idea of tribalism or just worship of church, people are starting to, like, you know what, break off and create their own communities and work with each other based off of how can we help each other spiritually? How can we all come together and coexist and make our communities better? So I believe this is one of the greatest times in life because we're experiencing the end of one age and we're moving into what we call the golden age.
That was Pluto in a Capricorn moving
literally,
into
we're watching it all the time.
Yeah, those structures are literally going to break down. They're literally sorry, there's a message from Retro. Thank you for your super chat, by the way, Retro. May the energy that you sent out and also poured into this beautiful co-creation today return to you tenfold. But Retro said, I feel Mo. My father passed my first day of real estate classes. I was doing it for him. It killed my motivation, never told anyone. I went back every day and got it done. Never stop running.
Never stop running.
Sorry.
Appreciate you, Retro. Appreciate you, bro.
It's crazy because from a very young age, you're, like you said, you're herded off in like cattle into a category. You're indoctrinated. It's from the school to the parents, and it just trickles on down. It's like that saying, like, do as I say, not as I do. It's like, no, but I want to think, like, why? Like, what is the purpose here? Why are you telling me to do this? I'm not just going to do it just because you say. Why? What's the purpose? You know?
Exactly. That's how I felt in school. I was like, is no one else seeing what I'm seeing? It felt like you were in a prison. But it's crazy because I think what that's going to look like in the society that we're evolving into. I was just speaking to Stephanie about this the other day, how it's going to be the return of mystery schools, and it's going to be the return of cultivating the abilities. Can you imagine if you were taught human design or astrology, or, you know, how to connect with Mother Earth? Could you imagine a school like that in a society like that? It's ancient. That's how things were before everything was inverted, and that was the soul contracts that Gaia took on in order to experience, you know, evolution through contrast. So we've moved through that cycle, and as Mo said, we're moving into that new age, but it really is just the return, because the time is a spherical motion, not linear. The return and the ascension of what is inevitable. It's the inevitable unfoldment of where we're moving towards collectively. So that's inevitable.
Beautiful time.
Yeah.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, bro. You had something to say?
Nah, that's right, bro. You know, it's definitely a beautiful time. You know, it's good that we're here to support each other in this regard because as we transition into this return phase, is a reset. We had a global reset. We in a 1 year personal, it's a 1 year now, right? So it's definitely a global reset. So a global reset means that we must return back to our original state. And the powers that were, they're doing the best they can to try to hold on to whatever power that they had. But you can't stop evolution, man. It's meant for us to get back to our natural state of being. And then it's looking ugly right now, but I do believe that over time we will be again to experience new heaven, new earth, and some of us are already in many pockets, but
it's a form of, I think, like sovereign activism, and then there's like this, it will bleed into the collective scale, because I was even reading a study on this the other day, where Gen Z and the newer generation aren't actually choosing like democratic parties anymore. They're actually saying, well, actually, why am I going to settle for like one? Why are they even opposing forces if my needs aren't being met on each end? So people, the younger generation, are already like, most of them aren't even continuing the traditional education path of what was told around the matrix, essentially milestones or rule book that we've been playing this in. So I just see, again, it's like slowly they're going to crumble, and I'm just seeing it as like momentum being channeled into new paths that we're forging collectively, right? These are like collective timelines, but our sovereign decisions and our embodiment are also going to impact the collective as well. So there's like momentum I'm seeing like being rechanneled and almost called back from certain timelines and rechanneled and dispersed into other ones. So right now I feel like we're going through that. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing that shift. We're shifting into those higher dimensional layers of reality or versions.
I kind of want to talk about my personal experience in Egypt. Shout outs to you, because you're the one that got me.
Oh my gosh,
you and another reader got me thinking about going to Egypt. And then, like, when I got an opportunity to go for a spiritual retreat in Egypt, I found another person in my spiritual retreat group. He watches you as well. Shout outs to Richie. He watches you, and then we started talking about it. And we were like sitting, waiting to go onto the bus to go to the temples. And he was like, yeah, I watched this one reader. I'm like, you talking about TT? He goes, yeah, you watch it? I was like, yeah. So we started, and we were like, how did you go do that reading inside? That room is so hot at the top of the temple. I could barely breathe in there. My God. I was sweating bullets like crazy.
Yeah, people are like, why are you breathing so heavy? I'm like, trust me, I'm doing pretty good. I'm in shape as well. My legs were finished the next day.
You gotta like crawl up like a little mine shaft to get up there, and it's like it's so hot as hell up in there. Like, God, get me out of here already. Where's the elevator? But yeah, like when we went to Egypt, if anybody watching right now, if you have a chance to go to Egypt, please go. It is a very, very, very magical place, and we are probably all descendants, maybe past lifetimes in Egypt, because when I landed off the plane, I just felt it. I felt like welcome home. And I remember getting to my first hotel room with my other people in my group, and passing by the mirror and just looking at myself, said, welcome home. Oh, I could feel it. And I felt like I was treated like royalty. And at first I thought it was like, maybe just because I'm a tourist. Like, no, I'm a good person, and they could recognize the good in me, and I could recognize the good in them. So we exchanged that way. So, and I guess that's just how I got introduced to the other dude in my group that he knows you. When I was in Karnak, I was saying this in the chat the other day on one of your other videos, that I had got lost I got separated from my group. And then that was kind of like reflecting to me the lesson of being abandoned. Because I went throughout the whole compound. I couldn't find them. They went down into the crypts. I didn't even know. And then I finally I just waited at the exit, and I was trying to text everybody on the WhatsApp. I was like, where are you guys? I can't find anybody. So I was like, let me just go wait at the exit to go get on the bus when everybody finally comes by. Finally, I got a hold of them, and they were like, yo, we were down in the crypts. I was like, okay, that's why I couldn't get a signal. That's why we couldn't communicate. And then that's when I went up to the room where you have to climb the ladder and do all this other stuff and da-da-da. But yeah, I kind of learned that whole abandonment thing. Don't abandon yourself, because God's not going to abandon you. And that was a lesson that I had to learn in Karnak, that I had a childhood abandonment wound from my mother and my parents, because my parents, both of them, they were both nurses. Especially my mother, she would work like double shifts every day. So she would find somebody to just watch me while my father was who knows where. I don't know. But yeah, most of my childhood life, I grew up by myself. The term is called like latchkey child, where you're pretty much by yourself from a young age. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but that experience in Egypt is wonderful. I wish, Titi, if you can hold a retreat in Egypt, please. I'm sure everybody would want to go. Please do if you can, please.
Oh yeah, we've been already entertaining that timeline for quite a while now. Trust me.
Yeah.
We're gonna get that together.
Put me on the list, on the email list. I'm first to sign up, please. I want to go. Mo, you gotta go too, bro. You gotta go. We gotta go to Egypt. Oh man.
That when I was in Peru, we were actually speaking about that. A huge seed was planted around that. But yeah, at the speed of alignment, we'll definitely set something up for sure.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. I don't want to. Are we guys good? I don't want to take up too much time.
No, we're good. How I think with Karnak, what you experience there as well, it's like the themes. It has a way of revealing things to you around what that theme was, and it's like it's things within your body, especially when you walk the land. Again, it's like a welcome home, and we're here to help you remember. We're here to bring things to the surface, and that's huge. And a lot of it is about like self-trust and being able to step back into empowerment as a sovereign being. That's what Karnak always teaches me every time I step foot in that complex. So yeah, it's so profound. You didn't get lost by accident, you know.
No, it was not an accident. Yeah, it's definitely a lesson.
Yeah.
There one time, I remember being in Egypt at the mall. The guy told me like, "Welcome home." I was like, "This is a mall in Egypt." He's like, "Welcome home." I was like, "All right, cool." Yeah.
Oh man.
Dope.
I love that. I'm so glad you went.
Me too. I'm so glad you went again too. Wait, you said like you grew up in Egypt then? Kinda.
I've been a lot of times. Yeah, I grew up going there a lot, really often, and then when I was 15, I did try to move there, but my uncle didn't allow it. But 10 years later, things changed. I got to live there for like a year, so I'm always back and forth there. That's like my home. You know,
your second home. Yeah. Please, if you can, please do a retreat there. Please. I would love to go.
Yeah,
I guess I could just. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to take up too much time. Let me talk about one more thing. Family ties, because we go back to Egypt. I actually did the group I was with. I did a cord cutting ceremony, where I my biggest thing was I wanted to cut cords with my father and my mother, and we did a ceremony, and that was the only thing that came to mind. I want to cut cords with them and my family. And what's kind of funny is going to family ties. I've actually coming back from Egypt, because that trip was in like late October. Yeah. So coming back, I'm actually, because I live with my mother and father. My mother's they're both like in their 80s and 70s, so I kind of take care of them. But coming back, I'm actually not cutting cords. I cut cord with my mother, but my father we're actually closer than ever. So I didn't really cut cords with him. We're actually closer than ever. We actually bonded, we're bonding right now, and it's kind of like healing a childhood wound that I had when he abandoned me when I was a kid. So it's like everything's fixing itself now, and that's the beauty of life. It's like just watch it all unfold. But the funny thing is, I'm cutting cords with all my siblings and everybody else in my family, and I'm seeing them for what they are and who they are and their whole character. And I just said, when I left Egypt in October, I said, I'm cutting cords with everybody. Thanksgiving came around, cut cords. Christmas came around, cut cords. New Year's came around, cut cords. Not one damn word from anybody. I'm like, fine, let's keep it that way, because that's how it's supposed to be. Your thoughts?
I see things like vibrate out of existence, essentially, when they're just no longer in vibrational resonance and things have been healed. I mean, I always recommend at the end of every single day, you should cut cords with everything and everyone within this matrix, simply because you're removing yourself from the illusion, and you're remembering yourself as everything is, and everything is you, and your awareness is not entangled within any kind of like connections, even subconsciously, right? Things that we can become entangled with. So I always say cut cords and restore the cords back to infinite zero, right? Back to neutral, back to, there is no like resentment there. I have a similar theme with like many of mine. I come from a huge family, but I see everyone as organisms of consciousness in their own journey of evolution. And even when I went into ceremony, I was asked the question before, like, do you have anyone that you need to forgive? And I was like, I'm in a really good place, actually. I don't harbor onto any resentments. I just unconditionally accept people as they are. I understand how they operate and their way of being. And I see their wounds and how they unconsciously act, even if they're not aware of it. And I just hold space for it. And I also honor my own boundaries as well. So I'm not going to compromise what it is that feels aligned because I'm worried about how I'm going to be perceived, or that I need to seek any kind of external acceptance or anything. I know that I love myself too much to do something that feels forced, or something just doesn't feel aligned with me. So that naturally things just fall out of resonance, you know, and those are the times that we'll have the biggest, you know, contracts that we're actually dissolving. And we're choosing no longer to experience it from a lens of suffering, but instead of a lens of unity and experiencing illusion or separation without losing yourself in it, right? It's like you remember this contract for what it is, you hold space for the paradox, you hold space for the contrast, but you also have very strong energetic boundaries, and you're grounded in that knowing. So it really enforces a sense of empowerment in understanding why you choose the things that you do, and honoring how you protect your peace, essentially.
Protect your peace, definitely. And it's like you have to learn to cut the cords from the external validation, especially when it comes from your family, because they're outside, but they're close to you at the same time. So it's like you value their opinion so much, but it's like they're not for you anymore. Not at this stage in your journey. They're not for you anymore. Go seek other star members of your family. They're out there. You just gotta you align with them, they'll find you. That's it.
That's powerful, bro.
Mo?
That's powerful, and it takes a lot of maturity to actually get to that point. Because most people are still connected or emotionally tied to certain circumstances, feeling like they have to hold on to these circumstances in order for them to be who they are. And what you said is so key, bro. You know, letting go of any outside validation. And that goes back to initially what we were saying earlier about with the Mr. Pickup and all that stuff. All of that still kind of falls in the realm of still somewhat seeking some sort of outside of validation. And once you reach a certain stage in your spiritual development, those things no longer fly. Trying to seek for anything outside of yourself,
it's not personal at all. No. Yeah.
Yeah. So you had a good space. It's powerful, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. I can maybe just mention one more thing. The external validation, I think it kind of also goes into everybody here. We all like watching tarot readings and stuff like that. I think you reach to a certain point where you don't need to seek those tarot readings anymore. You got to look within, because everything is right here. God's right here. The answers are right here. The truth is right here. That's it. You just have to listen. That's it.
100. This is literally about becoming your own source, and again, training your organism as a way where you can anchor source while you move through this existence, while you move through this matrix. You become your own source of guidance. You become your own source of acceptance, of love, of support, of knowing. You don't need to outsource your sense of guidance. And that's such a huge, and that's something that I've really been honoring around what just I no longer align with, and things that I'm evolving beyond, and what that looks like. Because I know as I evolve as an individual, we're also evolving collectively as well. And the work that I'm doing is also shifting. So what you said there is so spot on, because things that I have launching and things that I have planned for these shifts are literally that. It's that you should not be seeking, and it's not to I also accept that there's a lot of contrast in this realm. So anyone that still is, watching tarot or other like forms of divination or ways that they kind of like connect through an external channel is in that nucleus of a family. They're receiving what it is that they need at that time of their evolution, but it's not something that you need to cling to and it's more about becoming your own source. It's about becoming your own channel, and you don't need to outsource that sense of guidance. So it's more of a, I just see us moving more collectively where we all become our own source. We learn to trust ourselves, and I think that's a huge thing that we're all moving through, and that's going to look different. The work that we're being called to do is going to look different, and also the embodiment, that is the embodiment of the new human. It's where you cultivate and sustain that 0 point. You have that level of awareness, and you're able to bring yourself back into harmonic order, and that comes from no longer outsourcing anything. It's literally you being a walking embodiment or source moving through the system. So that's so key what you said, Lee.
Mo?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's real, bro. I think that that's a really good point. To a point where it's like when you move nothing, you have everything.
Yeah, yes.
And that's just like physics, dog. You know what I'm saying? So getting to that point where you become so self-efficient in this reality, I think that's what we're here to do, because we are our own universe. And that's the reason why I believe we do have free will, so we can actually get to the point where we can actually become our own source, our own star, our own galaxy, our own, you know, as a branch of source, you feel me? And literally walk around as powerful as you know yourself can be without needing nothing outside of yourself, bro. That's the most powerful thing ever.
Literally, when you go to nowhere, when you return to nothing, that's where everything is, all the answers. If you come back to that place of stillness, and that requires you to tune out all external noise. And actually, when you do that, your inner voice never loudens. It never gets louder. It doesn't scream. That's the voice of the ego. The soul is very subtle. It's this pure knowing, and it requires you to actually tune out everything externally so that you can finally hear yourself. And that means you have to sit with yourself. That means you have to get to know yourself. You have to understand what your body is telling you. And it requires, you know, it can be triggering for some people if you're not ready to sit in the present moment and actually fully come into acceptance in the present moment, which requires you to accept also your past. You know, it takes recalibrating within your field, but once you reach it, you have this new navigation style and tool really to move through the human existence in the highest expression possible.
And that kind of goes back to what I said earlier. The first thing I said was first love is self-love, because if you think about it, you're in love with somebody, you want to know everything about them. You want to know what they do, what they like, how can I make them happy, blah, blah, blah. If you look at yourself like that, you're in love with yourself. You want to pour everything into yourself. And that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful.
I see that where you're speaking to yourself, even when we talk about external guidance, you're speaking to yourself through everything around you, right? It's like you are the universe, everything is you, and you are everything. And often we idealize as well. I just want to say you can idealize a channel, but the thing is, even if you have like a guide, like a spiritual guide or a shaman or something, you may idealize that person or put them on a pedestal, just like the Queen of Wands, right? But the thing is, even with her, she teaches you how to see your own soul. She's mirroring what already exists within you. And there's something around, sometimes we resonate so deeply on a soul level with the information that's being streamlined through that conduit and not the conduit itself. That's why even archetypes and deities, they're not something to be attached to. It's a conduit and tool that we can work with and something that we can connect to. But we're connecting with the information from that dimensional plane, not actually a physical form. So that's something that requires us to embrace our non-physical nature and our multidimensionality, because we often want to cling to things and give their name, but you know, it's nothing is to be owned in this experience. It's just that it's an experience.
That's all it is. Enjoy the ride.
Exactly.
Enjoy the ride. All right. Well, like I said, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, TT. It's been a wonderful experience. Finally getting to know you guys on a closer, more personal level. Thank you. And let me just end my part of the conversation by saying, shout out to Shay. Shay, go live.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure having you on.
Have a good day, guys.
Bye.
Love, yeah. Lee's dope.
Oh my gosh. How are you feeling?
I'm good. We still got some people in the background?
Yeah, there's still quite a few people on, a few more familiar faces as well. It's not too late. You're not tired or anything.
Oh no, we rocking out. What's good?
Okay, okay. All right, we have a few more familiar faces. Let me see. Is he on still? Right. Let me see if he's on. Let's call Bear up. Bear is a familiar face that we see on. Hi. Wait, I think I got you on mute. Okay. You are muted.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm muted. Sorry.
Thank you for joining us. I see you all in the Discord and everywhere. I recognize your name.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for having me on the stage. I guess first I just want to say love you both. Love the
Man, you too, bro. Appreciate it.
What's that?
I said love you too, family. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I need to step outside because my roommates are sleeping right now. But yeah, I don't really have anything to say. I was just kind of enjoying the vibes, watching you guys, listening, and yeah. I think as far as like me and what I'm doing right now, I'm definitely going through a major transformation. Really accepting myself and my own power definitely is like the, you know, major sort of transmutation alchemy that I'm going through right now. I've sort of always known that, like Sarah said, like I just am really close to source, and I've never really had the ability to relate to life the same way as others do, pretty much on any level, you know, for the most part, because of how close I am to like a universal sort of perspective, you know. And so just recently I've just been really coming to terms with the fact that most of my life I had to kind of just not really express that whole part of me because, you know, it wasn't until around, I'd say probably like 2013-ish that I felt like I was really seeing any kind of signs of, you know, sort of like a larger scale, you know, like the, I guess like the, what is it, apocalypse or whatever of the Mayans that was prophesized, the old illumination. Started having people seem to be seeing things well enough that I could like kind of start to interact with people from my, you know, like true self, basically. But for the most part, it was just not really like there was any space, you know. And I did my best to, you know, find others who, you know, resonated, and for the most part it's always been, like I said, just me on my own with a sort of profound perspective that is just always present. And I've, you know, I've gone through, you know, a lot of different transformations and alchemized many different things, but you know, it's always been through the lens of recognizing myself as everything experiencing itself as, you know, this moment in space, you know, in time, this specific, you know, sort of resonant tone or vessel in the giant, in the, you know, infinite song that is and that I am, you know, that drop and also the ocean of that song. And it's just, you know, like it's nice to be able to say these kinds of things and just have others listen and not feel like I'm kind of like, you know, transforming or changing their whole reality in ways that I'm not necessarily like meaning to, you know, like when I was really young is when it started. When I was like 4 years old, I didn't really talk until I was 4, and I just started like talking full uh like deep esoteric knowledge. And um yeah, just the world around me just really didn't necessarily accept that. I was born in Houston, Texas, and um definitely even still till this day the consciousness there is just very dense and filled with a lot of fear and like self-hate and just things that, you know, are so very far from my actual like natural state that yeah, I've, you know, like I said, sort of my entire life been aware that I'm like kind of, you know, limiting myself in whatever ways, but it was very much so, like I said, like it had to happen, like it was very much so natural. And also I've alchemized so much by, you know, sort of just allowing myself to kind of drift in and out of like sort of liminal spaces. I also died when I was 4. And so since then I've kind of always like walked between worlds. And yeah, it wasn't actually until um last year at the beginning of the year that I really started focusing on the different like psychic abilities that I have. um you know, before then I just kind of let them be what they were and just was in flow with it. But yeah, I mainly watch your channel, TT, just to like tap into another consciousness that's like at a like certain level of perception, you know, and not be uh like feeling like I'm sort of just in my own space of transformation without any kind of like kinship. It's like, you know, really been hitting me very hard since my brother Anthony passed. I think I messaged that. Yeah, I did. Uh, in the Discord in like the end of 2024. And as you know, as happens oftentimes when, you know, death happens, the veil like thins around you. And as that happened, it was crazy how many signs came in. I found you actually like an hour or two before I like found out that he had passed. And uh like it was crazy how much just having like seen another person speaking and holding themselves with such like reverence and consciousness and such an elevated state of being, while, you know, being just authentically themselves and being so compassionate, that it just really, it gave me in yeah, like you say, like something like I can't unsee that I do have the ability to convey things in a way that others, I'm sure, will resonate with, and that I have a lot of, you know, knowledge, and that I like really should share that, and that I really like should go and find others to just commune with, basically, who are on that level. And so yeah, it's just been like a very intense, honestly, few years, but definitely intense couple years of me really just accepting that I did that to myself.
Yeah, it feels like you're a bit of a lone wolf or like a lone bear that's or bearing witness, like you're bearing witness and you're witnessing things or layers of this reality or dimensions or perspectives that you feel not many have attuned to or can see. Oh, his device is cut off. Can you hear me, Mo? Or am I muted? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's doing his own thing. Everything happens. There was someone else that I wanted to. Is it just me? All right, how are you feeling, Mo?
I'm good. Yeah,
There
I
was someone
understand
else.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what he's going through. He looking for
I
his
think
tribe.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking, where there's just that connection where it's you meet a certain octave of yourself and now it's just putting your signal out there really for your star family or networks to find you because you've experienced a certain level of detachment and almost disconnection from those around you. And it's while still seeing things from a unified lens, it's just been I can see everyone, but I don't feel like they can see me kind of thing. And so there's something that I feel like he's being guided to do where he can see himself in his own element and put himself out there where people can actually they can find him. And
Yeah.
they'll also see in him what they see and experience just through resonance. I kind of want to bring Retro back on stage. He's still been backstage. If you wanna, hi Retro, and I'm putting you on the spot again, but we had a good conversation. Hold up, you're muted right now. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. Yo, y'all been on live for like 5 hours now. I mean, I
I
ain't
know.
complaining.
I think this is a record.
I ain't complaining. There's a lot of good conversation going and a lot of good energy and stuff like that. I mean, from the last time I was on live, I didn't really want to share too much because I didn't really want to lower the vibration. But everybody started sharing their testimony and stuff, so I wanted to put like a little super chat, explaining what I was going through and stuff like that. Because death is not easy. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it's one of your loved ones. Like I mean, I could give like a little short story of what happened, if that's cool. Like around like 18, I was like 19. My father, like I grew up in like a poor kind of family. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't really have it like that. So I was trying to come up with a way to like kind of help my father, you know, in a way that's legal and also in a way where, you know, I can make him proud of me. But he was very sick. Like he didn't have his US citizenship. He was, you know, very sick, and I just wanted to come up with a way. So usually it's the other way around. Like it's your father that want to help you, or it's your mother that want to put you on. But yeah, for me, like I wanted to give him everything that his father ain't give him, if that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. So I kind of like wanted to go very hard for that. So like my first day of real estate classes, I talked to him that morning. I was very excited. And then I got a call. Like, mind you, I'm in class. I'm the youngest one there. Like everyone in there is like way older than me. So my first day of real estate classes, my mom had called me talking about that he had passed or whatever. Well, they had took him to the hospital, and like that was like one of the toughest things in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like having to, I try not to blame myself. You know what I'm saying? Like I try to like, I know it happened like 10 years ago or like 9 years ago, but I still kind of think about that every day. That's why I'm high on like transmuting your thoughts, because they will really eat you alive if you let them. And it's just that it's a little hard for me to share sometimes, but yeah, like when he was at the hospital, I left my real estate classes. I went to the hospital, and he was on this like life support or whatever the case is. And I never seen death. Like I never been at a funeral, you know, stuff like that. So when I had seen him in that bed, like it kind of messed with me. Like it kind of like put a scar on my heart, if that makes sense. So like the doctor ended up, you know, asking me, you know, my mom was out of it, my brothers was out of it. I felt like I was the only one there to make a decision. Long story short, they ended up pulling the plug on my father. Mind you, everything that I was doing was for him. Like everything that I was so motivated to like just do for him and just get him the life that he never had and stuff like that. Because I know what he had been through, and I know what my mom had been through. So I just wanted to give him that life that, you know, I wish I could. But I tend not to try to blame myself for that, because you know, like I feel like the mind sometimes will play tricks on you, and I feel like, you know, if you let the bad situation get the best of you, it'll just keep you in a lower vibration. So like the reason why I'm saying this story, really, because a lot of people go through a lot of things, and don't get me wrong, like it'd be really hard to get through it, but I feel like even through the toughest situations, what's that, how that saying go, like God gives his strongest battles to his strongest soldiers, or something like that. So I feel like regardless of what you go through, I feel like you have the power and ability to uplift yourself, even if nobody around you can do that for you. You should be able to kind of be your own cheerleader, if that makes sense. Like whatever you go through, you should be there for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Before anybody else is there for you, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, I just wanted to share that little testimony, because I feel like a lot of people going through things, and I wish, like, I mean, it's not for us to take their pain away, you know what I'm saying? But in the sense, like, you kind of like just want to take their pain away and just pray for them and stuff like that. I was just hearing everyone's testimony and the things that they going through, and it kind of made me sad, but I try not to absorb it. I'm surprised, like, you guys like are able to talk, speak, and not absorb the feelings and emotions that we go through and stuff like that, which is honestly pretty cool. Like, but
I mean, I would say I can feel it and I feel into it and I learn myself, but then I also observe it to retrieve the information behind what it is that you're feeling. So I'll give you an example that I feel like for you, and this is going to be like one of my questions, is do you feel as if there was a lesson with your father where you weren't meant to receive the validation from him in this life and you were meant to reclaim it from within yourself? Because it's a moment where, when I put myself in your shoes, there's almost a feeling of I may not receive that level of validation or support from him, and I'm going to have to become my own support system, and that ending that can happen without that sense of closure from him. And it's almost a full circle moment where you're returning to yourself to provide yourself with that closure, because you didn't have the approval maybe that you wanted from your father, and now you get to see yourself through his eyes, if that makes sense. I wonder.
yeah, nah, most definitely. Being my own source of, for me, if that makes sense, like not having anyone, not needing anyone to be proud of me. I mean, I would love that, especially for my father, but I unfortunately ain't get that. So yeah, it's just something that just replays in my head. Like it's been like years now. It's been like 9-10 years. It's just something that always replays, and it's just something that's always stuck with me. Like kind of like, I don't mean to interrupt.
No. So one thing I want to say, because it keeps coming through, where it's like you think you didn't get the approval from him, but you did. He was teaching you how to give it to yourself, if that makes sense. It's like that's what he was teaching you, and I feel like one of the biggest lessons of the soul contract would have been, and it's like you've reached that place, and that healing is not linear, right? Like healing is spherical, so you're revisiting a past event, but from the perspective of the current version and the man that you've grown into be. So it's just there's something there.
I like that. I definitely like that different type of perspective. Like sometimes I feel like we need that. We need to look at things through a different light to really understand it. And I really like what Mo said. Like, Mo, you like the big brother to all of us that we never had. I swear. Like, where you been hiding at?
I've been here, bro.
I know, right?
Nah, I really do. I really enjoy your words and motivation and stuff like that. You know, I really do appreciate you even having the time to speak to us, because it's not just me; it's everyone in this chat that looks up to you, and TT as well. You know what I'm saying? And more so, I wouldn't want anyone to like put anyone above themselves. I feel like we should all be able to guide ourselves and be our own teachers, and be able to just talk to ourselves and really elevate, because a lot of people put all this power into somebody else. Well, I wouldn't even word it like that, but they will put somebody else on a pedestal and forget about themselves and put themselves on the pedestal. You know what I'm saying? And have, because everyone has the ability to teach themselves, like even through the hurt and through the pain. I feel like that's just a catalyst for elevation and evolution, if that makes sense. Like I feel like the pain that I went through with my father's death, it kind of stagnated me for a little bit, but it honestly pushed me forward to do more and do greater things. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like anything that's meant to, nothing's really meant to hurt you, but anything down here on earth that affects you is just meant to make you stronger. Like how that saying go, if it doesn't kill you, it just makes you stronger.
Yeah, it's funny. We was just talking about that before you all came on here. Just like how the whole objective is 100% to become your own source and utilize every tool and everything that perceives to be outside of us in order for us to get to that space. So it's just like if I activate something in you, it's meant for me to activate that in you, for you to carry it out, so you can continue to do it for yourself. And the problem is most people get attached to people who may bring the best out of them, instead of recognizing that this person came along just so you can recognize that you already had it in you, so you can do it for yourself. So it's dope that at every stage of your development, man, you find ways to lift yourself up, man, because that shit ain't easy, bro, for real, man. And like I said, I was telling my dog Lee, once you reach a certain stage in your development, whenever you begin to try to like externalize when you're supposed to lift yourself up, that person not gonna pick the phone up. You ain't gonna get the email. I mean, I know exactly what it's like, dog. It's like I'll be going through something. I'm like, man, I hit my dog up. He ain't picking up. I'm like, man, I'm hitting my mom. Ain't nobody picking up. The spirits is like, nah, bro, you gotta sit with this. You gotta look at this. You gotta review this. You gotta be the one who actually pick yourself up. And I found myself over the years and it's a great thing, because we get, sometimes people may get like resentful and be like, man, I was there for myself. Who was there for me when I did it? I had to do this myself. But that was the point, fam. It was meant for you to be able to say that, you know what, hey, I picked myself up. You dig what I'm saying? And I kept it moving. And guess what? After you do that, then that's when the phone calls come in. That's when the help come. That's when the message come. That's when the video come. As soon as you do it for yourself, that's when all the help come. But you gotta literally do it yourself first, bro. In that old ass movie, I think it's Field of Dreams. They say when you build it, they'll come.
That's the law of detachment in a nutshell.
Nah, most definitely detachment. Yeah, I'm heavy on that. I feel like it gets to a point where so many things happen to you that, not that you disregard it, but it's just so many things happen to you that you really have no choice but to transmute these things within you. Like it's just that, like you guys said, like when you backed up in the corner, nobody can really help you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just something that you have to walk alone, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to go within yourself and really transmute these things, because we are very powerful beings. Even accidentally, like I could get mad at something. Like let's say somebody spilled something on my white shirt. It's easily for me to get mad and be irritated about the situation, but instead we have the ability to transmute that emotion in that very moment. Instead of me making it a big deal, I could be like, you know what? I could just go change my shirt. It's not that big of a deal, or whatever the case. I'm just using that as an example, but more so like we have the ability over a matter of time. We have the ability to transmute our emotions, and not even so much that is at the speed we can do it too. Like I feel like it's just got to a point where it's just automatic at this point. Are you what I'm saying? Like it's like something negative pops up in my head. I can only talk about me and my experience. where I can't really just sit there and observe it. Like I have to literally change it. Or like I said, like how the mind is a cauldron. Like I feel like the bad ingredients or the negative thoughts, as soon as the negative thought get up in there, a bad ingredient, I just switch with something else instantaneously. Because as humans, I feel like we sit and ponder in those emotions or thoughts for too long, and we end up attracting things on that like vibration or frequency instead of transmuting that in that very moment and carrying on with a higher frequency. You know what I'm saying? It is very hard to do. It's really easier said than done, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That goes back to the practice though. It's like you've been through so many scenarios where life, like you just said, you was like, man, you become unmovable, bro. You done been through so much shit. You was like, all right, man, whatever. How fast can you get yourself back to your center frequency, bro? And that happens when you've been through the repetition of doing that constantly. Whereas like you always have been in situations where you had to either respond or react. And every time you respond, you give yourself that much more strength and opportunity to be able to see certain things and not even be moved by it. It's like, that shit, I ain't even tripping about that shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And that's the ultimate, what they say, to become unfuckwittable. You're not exempt from the bullshit, but at least you can navigate the bullshit without even consuming you no more. You're just like, whatever, man. Cool. You're not bypassing. It's like, that shit is nothing, man. All right, cool.
Yeah, if you change the way that you're thinking about it, you'll change the way you're feeling about it. You'll literally change your frequency and it will shift the way that you're experiencing it. Again, that's mastery over the mind, mastery over your emotional state, and it's mastery over matter. And there's something else that Retro said around, what did you say? Something around, oh yeah, you can't just like observe the thought. It's not enough, because you're supposed to observe the thought, understand the origin of that thought, but then not get lost in it. The whole point is to detach from it and recognize it as not you. It's a localized part of yourself, but it's not your whole. So it's like that is the process of alchemy, because you're transforming your relationship to the thought, and in doing that it literally dissolves. It loses its power over you, because you're consciously guiding, it's like you're constantly guiding the image, and you're consciously doing it, you're shifting and you're choosing to do it on purpose. If you stay there too long, again, you're a biological being, so the frequency that you're going to emit, well, it's going to be sent out into the quantum, and you'll receive something in resonance with that vibration that you choose to be in, whether it's consciously or unconsciously. So how quickly can you bring yourself back into harmonic order? And that only comes through repetition. So
most definitely, like a muscle, we just got to work on it. I feel like everyone has the ability to do this. I feel like some people look at other people and be like, damn, how do they handle this so well? Or how do they do this? Like, I wonder how I could do that. And it's like they get lost in the source, not knowing that they have the source. I just want to let everyone know that they got the source. Like, every single person in here got the source. Like, it's just that we just, in our head, we perceive it to be so out of reach, when the whole time it's within us. Like, it's something that we don't have to reach for. It's just there, if that makes sense. Like, more so like to recalibrate yourself constantly, it takes work, but it's definitely worth the work, because you don't want to accidentally attract something to you when you're at your lowest. You know what I'm saying? You want to be at your lowest but still be at your highest, if that makes sense. Not ignore the problem, but persevere through the problem, if that makes sense. Because it's easy to let something affect us. It's easy to let something just get to us, but it's harder just to not to move past it. Not move past it, but to rise above it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That mental
every time you make that conscious choice, every single moment you make that conscious choice, whenever you're in like a sticky situation, it becomes easier and easier for you to like move past it.
Yeah, and that's also another thing I wanted to say, that it's not just energetic, but that's like you're literally growing gray matter in your brain every time you come into the observer state. So that's like, it creates monatomic gold, which is like what all the mystery schools were talking about. But that gray matter, eventually it grows down the vagus nerve, which is down the spine, and it connects into your nervous system. So you're literally training, when I say you're training your organism, you're literally training your body how to remain in the parasympathetic state, which is in a state of healing. You're in a state of, if that's your homeostasis, you're in a state of complete awareness and harmony and peace that you're sustaining, instead of being in fight or flight, which those thoughts can bring you into. It's like your body just responds to your mind, and the mind is a powerful thing. It can be a tool, and it can also be a weapon that we turn against ourselves. So are we directing our mind consciously? And the thing is, once you're like that, for example, if there is something chaotic that appears in my experience, I know exactly what the thought was that I was lingering on too much, that then became my vibrational state of being, that attracted myself into a timeline, or more so timelines into my existence, that were I know exactly what it is. It's like, you know, when everything is clear, but then something is spilled, or there's almost like an anomaly in your life, you can backtrack it. You understand what that point of origin is, or the point of resonance, because a very enlightened being will ask themselves the question, okay, what was my vibrational state at the time of attracting this event in my life, right? If you found yourself in a timeline that you don't like, well, you can wake up again, backtrack to that point of origin, almost like reverse engineer, alchemize it, and you will then see that reconfigured in your reality shortly after.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. I feel like I'm with Mo. Like when you mentioning about school and really not being in, like I'm the same way, bro. Like I feel like school didn't really teach me nothing that I really needed. I feel like if school was more about emotional regulation, or how to regulate our emotions as human beings, if they had like classes like that, hell yeah, I'll be at school early at that, because it's like I like to learn about myself, and I like to learn about just the human anatomy, and why we think the way we think, and why we handle things the way we handle things, and why people see it as quote unquote normal, when I feel like we should be thinking outside the box, like more so, like even breathing. Like I feel like anything that we go through, if we focus on our breath and bring our attention back to our breath through enough times, through repeating that process over and over and over, I feel like our nervous system makes that an automatic function, to now where, like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, everything you've been speaking about, even on your first bill, bro, it was always about regulating your thoughts and your central nervous system. So what you said right now is like 100%, because you're literally active and aware of the process of what we're doing. Like, okay, a negative thought transmuted into a positive. The central nervous system, being able to speak to the central nervous system based off of just it responding in ways of pain, fear, worry, and doubt. But always when you get yourself in these situations, you talk to you like, no, I think, because you're not in danger. The body thinks it's in danger whenever it has some bullshit happen. When you really got to be like, yo, bro, it's good, it's cool, we good, we all right, we're straight. And then you take it to your breath, and every time you do that, dog, all you're doing is programming the body and the central nervous system to recognize that, oh, everything is cool. But the past trauma that we held on, I said, that's breath work. You right, bro. Breath work is everything. Every time you breathe into your cells that everything is good, bro, you really programming yourself to be like, oh, we good. And then next thing you know, every scenario doesn't feel so goddamn chaotic or tense or you can handle it with
grounded. You come back into your body and you're grounded. You know how to regulate yourself even amongst the chaos. You can still see the cosmos within it and a secret order. I feel like telling the story about my phone, like just in a very quick synopsis, to give you a real life example of what happened, right? So I'm very okay. I'll tell this story. I haven't told this public. I've only ever told you and someone else in my vicinity. So this is a living example of something that I experienced not too long ago. I'm walking, I'm experiencing themes of self-doubt. I know that's the point of origin. It was self-doubt. I don't know when I should do this thing. I don't know if I should keep walking. I'm walking through the streets. This happened in Peru. So I'm walking through the streets of Lima and I end up in a really, it's an area that is not like the best, right? And I'm fully aware of this. But I have some hours to kill and I'm heading to the airport. I'm like, I'm going to walk as long as I can. And then I'm going to grab an Uber. I don't know when, but I didn't know where I was going at that point, right? And I can feel someone walking behind me. He crossed the road and I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I was doubting myself in that process. And I had a lot of self-doubt that I was experiencing. That was like the huge theme. Anyway,
I can feel it, my body knows. So I put my phone in my pocket, but then I'm like, should I though? Like, what if he's a good person? And I'm doubting myself again. Doubt is a theme. So then I take my phone out. I'm like, let me just check where I am. Boom. Phone that gets whipped out my hand. He flies on a tuk-tuk. I'm running after the tuk-tuk, and I'm like, this happens so quickly. A police officer comes by. I jump on her motorbike. We're chasing after this tuk-tuk, and then I'm in surrender. I've already regulated my nervous system at this point, and I'm like, this is just a movie. Whatever happens, happens. If I need to get a new phone, I'll get a new phone. It's not the end of the world. So I go to the police station. They're like, do you want to file a report? I'm watching this literally like a movie. So you have to understand from my perspective, I'm like, these are all versions of myself. I'm being taught a very special lesson about self-doubt and how long I choose to entertain that thought and that vibrational state, right? So I'm watching this play out, and I'm like, okay, let's start playing with scenario. Like, I start shifting. My nervous system is regulated. I'm like, okay, let's have a bit of fun with this experience. I'm chilling with the dog. I'm like, listen, we don't even need to write in a report because the phone is gone. You know, it's like, khalas, you're not getting that back. Once your phone's gone, who thinks you're getting it back? Then I start feeling gratitude. I start filling my body with gratitude because I'm like, okay, this is a really important lesson, and I'm grateful that I'm in the position where if I want to get myself another phone, I ask the police officer to drop me to an Apple store. Or call me a taxi because I didn't have any way to get one. And he's like, all right, we'll leave in a few minutes. So I'm sitting there, I'm in gratitude, I'm in complete detachment to what has happened. There's no resentment to the guy that's taken the phone or anything. I'm just in complete surrender. Then, and I'm actually entertained by what's going on. I was like, this is going to be a story to tell. I never thought I was going to tell it. But then, boom. Things are taking a little long to drop me to the Apple store. About 5 minutes roll by. I'm chilling with the dog. I'm having a good time. I'm in the energy of gratitude and also full acceptance. Then they come back and they're like, oh, we have your phone. I'm like, how do you have my phone when the guy stole it and he's run off on the, like, how does that even happen? And he's like, oh, which one is it? He said, I need to know if that is. I asked him to confirm the phone case. It's got like an astronaut phone case on it. I was like, if it has an astronaut on it, that's mine. He's like, all right, we've got it. We're bringing the guy in. Then I get my phone back, and it was like the way that I was able to discern my vibrational state and what had attracted me into a timeline that I didn't want to find myself in. I managed to change the way I was thinking about the situation, change the way that I was feeling about it, and then it also changed the way that I was experiencing it. It literally felt like a movie. Then the cherry on top is that I had a flight to catch, and time was ticking, and I was going to miss my flight. So I'm like, okay, let's see. If I get on this plane, the worst thing that happens is I don't get on the plane. I don't go back to Cusco at that time. But then they're like, oh, so we're going to give you a police escort to the airport. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I get to the airport and I have all this time to spare. I have my phone. I didn't even want to even look at my phone at that point. I'm just in awe, and I'm sitting just completely entertained with everything that just went down and how quickly I could shift timelines just from changing the way that I was thinking and feeling about it. Because like that, it was crazy to experience, but even to look back on and admire how there's a certain, this is why I'm mentioning it, because there's a certain level of responsibility around your thoughts and your state of being. A very enlightened being, again, I'm a living embodiment of it. The first thing I asked myself when that happened was, what was my vibrational state at the time of attracting this person or event into my life? I saw the origin, I transmuted the origin, and it completely shifted the timelines, and things are manifesting in the physical faster now than ever before. So there's a level of responsibility around your thoughts, around your feelings, and your vibrational state of being. When you're aware of your mind, your emotions, you will completely transform and have mastery over the material plane. So that's it in a nutshell.
That's real. Thank you for sharing that story. It just, I like it because you shown that you was able to detach from the situation. Because what would have happened was, if you would have been attached to it and your whole day you would have been thinking about your phone and stuff like that, you probably would have lost something else. Probably a couple more other things would have went wrong. But instead, you was like, you know what? I'm gonna count my losses. I'm gonna count my blessings, and I'm gonna continue throughout my day with high vibrational energy instead of being down here. Because being down here is only gonna attract more things that's gonna piss me off and instead of being up here where I'm gonna bring more blessings and stuff like that. So I see what you mean. That's a very good story.
Yeah, and another thing I want to quickly mention is, like, the boy that did it, he was like a young guy, he was still in school, he had a history of this. So when they
called him in. I'm looking and I'm admiring how everything is coming in like through this resonant network, and I have absolutely no anger, no resentment, nothing towards him. I had deep compassion, because I was like, he's in a position where this is really the only option that he has, and he just happened to do it to someone that would teach him a valuable lesson, like indirectly, because I didn't want to go to the court and prosecute him. They told me to come into the court, and I said I don't want to have anything to do with it. I said I'm grateful to have my phone back. I like tipped one of the police officers just to, like, you know, thank you for the energy exchange. Like, this is you guys, just to say, okay, I'm done with that experience. I'm closing out that loop. There's no court of judgment or anything there, and that's so important, because if we see ourselves as a victim and we see someone else also as like someone that is a perpetrator, they're both positions of weakness. To understand your interconnectedness to all things and return to the cosmic view while inside of something that appears to be disorderly and chaotic in your life is literally the only way that you're going to be able to find peace in the present moment, despite what it may be. So yeah, that's my last, like.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's
And
beautiful.
that's a good lesson too. That's a good lesson on accountability, because you even went back to the root cause of how it.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. How that happened in the first place, because it's almost like the universe rewarded you just because you took accountability for, you know, where your vibration was in the beginning.
That's so well worded, because that's what I say to people. It's like, you have to take accountability over your creations. Again, the mind is a weapon or a tool, and you have to take a creative accountability for the things that you're creating, because some people, they don't want to take accountability for, oh, I've attracted this thing and it's happened to me, and it's so easy to put yourself in that victim mentality. But that's it. All it is just leads to disempowerment, and you'll just be very confused around why you've attracted certain experiences, as long as you see yourself as separate from them.
I like that. Yeah, because I feel like we, like I said, we're so powerful that we can accidentally shift our timelines without noticing. So it's like having that responsibility, because the mind doesn't pause. It's not like a pause button to this. Like life is live 24/7, every second, every minute. So it's like we have to have that responsibility with our mind and cultivate that fortitude to not have it run wild and pay attention to things that really don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why, like, I mentioned a lot about like breath work, because I feel like the mind can't focus on thought and breath at the same time. So when you bring your attention to your breath, it doesn't allow the brain to think, and then you're in the presence. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're more present. And it allows you to make better decisions, wiser decisions, instead of decisions off of emotion.
It's like the head and heart coherence, where you quiet the mind enough and you're tuned back into the heart, which is your interconnectedness to all things, and it brings you into that place of really serenity. It restores harmonic order within your organism. It brings you back into alignment with your nature, essentially, and the nature of this construct. So there's no dissociation. You're fully in your body. The whole point of breath is to ground you. It anchors your higher self into your entire organism. It anchors all of you, where you're all here and you're now in the eternal now.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to a point where you just you can't say, you got no words. I'm out of words. Yeah, because I feel like sometimes this experience, or like what we experience through source, is just above word. Like, I feel like words dilute the experience, because it's just, there's only so many words you could choose from, and like I feel like this experience, or what we experience, is just above word. Like, I feel like it's lovely, confusing, just everything all in one. Like, just a whole bundle of just, you know what I'm saying?
That's what Sarah was saying earlier. Like, she couldn't even describe it, bro. It's like, when we talk about the wonders of sports, bro, it's like ain't no words you can really put in. We do the best we can to try to conceptualize this stuff, but in the end, it's just unexplainable. And we do what we can to try to, like, you know, filter it through English. You know what I'm saying?
You're literally forced to. It's like you're trying to say it, but there's so many sensations. It's hard to articulate everything it is. I've like tried to dedicate myself to being able to articulate it, but sometimes you just have to take a back seat and just observe and just be in awe of the design of this construct, because it goes beyond the logical mind's understanding, but your heart knows, your heart remembers. So that's the only way. You just have to feel it. It's just a knowing, and it's to be experienced, not explained. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's real.
That's for real. And then like my problem is sometimes like I think my issue is control. Like I want to control like where I'm about to go next within my mental, spiritually. That's why lately I just been learning how to let go. They say, what's that quote called? Let go and let God. So like not from a religious standpoint, but more so like I feel like I've been trying to control like where I go within my mental, within my own sphere or whatever, and not just letting things happen. Like kind of like how a flower can't control how it blooms. It just does. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's my issue. Like I just need to let myself just do instead of kind of like letting yourself just be as natural as can be without having to think what you're gonna say next or think what you're gonna do next. Just allowing the body, not allowing yourself to run wild, of course, but just allowing yourself to be as natural as possible without having to think about what you're gonna do next or what you're gonna say next. Just flow, if that makes sense.
There's something that you said about the flower, and the blooming process. It's like you don't have to teach a flower how to bloom either. It does it through the art of surrender. Just like with the universe, it knows exactly what it's doing. It's a very intelligently self-organized system. So everything will inevitably unfold. It's the nature of this construct. It will inevitably unfold to where is in alignment with your soul's highest expression if you allow yourself to surrender and you trust in that art of surrender, and also detachment to even your own blooming process or the way that your life also may bloom. It's like you're in the right conditions. It's like you're seeded on this planet. This planet is fertile soil.
Yeah, I feel like we also get caught up in chasing these material things and material gain. I feel like we just get caught up in the chase, not knowing that we're so powerful that we already have it. A lot of people, they get like, it's like an illusion. Like they get distracted. It's like they get kind of played out of their position, if that makes sense, because they don't have it physically. They feel like they don't have it, which causes them not to have it vibrationally. But I feel like instead of telling yourself that you're trying to get something, why not already have it and embody the feeling of having it? That's why like I'm kind of heavy on like mental simulations. Like kind of like if I want a car, like I'm gonna imagine myself opening the car door, getting in the car, feeling the steering wheel. You know what I'm saying? Not chasing it, but already embodying me having it. So I feel like by me doing it, I will become a like vibration to whatever it is that I'm trying to gain in the material realm or the 3-dimensional realm, if that makes sense.
That's literally the law of attraction, where you enter that vibration before your arrival in the physical. And it's like Joseph is now attuned to, oh shit, Joseph is attuned to vibrating where he already has the car. Like, shit, he is the car. You know, it's like he's experiencing the illusion of separation between it. And reality is like, you know, tuning into the frequency that you've attuned to, and it's like, oh, we need to collapse this into his reality and start like building momentum towards this as soon as possible. It's like that reality finds you. What do you have to say about it, Mo?
I think that Abraham Hicks, she did a really good job, and I feel like everybody in the chat should really adapt the idea of what Retro just said, because all we technically want is the feeling that this sort of thing will bring to us. So if you can embody the actual feeling and, you know, conjure and activate the feeling of what you feel like that physical thing would bring to you, you already did it. And however life I would say present the physical manifestation of these things out, you know, that's none of your business. It'll happen later on. It'll happen if you get to the point where you don't have to have it physically right then and there, you're going to get it, you know, but learn to embody the feeling of it, because you already got the feeling. And that's exactly what he said. You already got it. You just want the feeling of having that car. What it would feel like to have it. You know what I'm saying? What type of vibration do you have to call forth and activate within you already? And just feel it. And become just a master of just feeling and be okay with that for now.
Yeah, that is definitely chef's kiss. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's like I kind of like it might be a kind of like out of pocket analogy, but it's kind of like ordering a pizza. Like I feel like when you put in the order for a pizza, you know it's coming. It's just the impatience that causes us to lose our faith, because we get so hungry. We're like, damn, it's been like 20 minutes now. This pizza is not coming. Like, what's going on? Whole time the pizza's coming. It's just that we get impatient, and depending on the order that you put in, the bigger the order, the more patience you need. You know what I'm saying? For it to materialize in the three-dimensional realm, because it's like, for instance, I can ask God for a car, and he can deliver me a car, but then 2 months later, the car breaks down. I wasn't specific on what I asked. You know what I'm saying? I did ask for a car. He delivered the car. Well, I'm gonna say he to make it make sense. He delivered the car, but then the car broke down. Why? Because I wasn't specific on what I wanted. Now, if I really wanted a fully functioning car that would last me a long time, I should have been more specific with my manifestation, because that would have took a little longer compared to just a quick car, if that makes sense. Like, you know.
Right.
I love how you worded that around the bigger the order that you're putting in, the longer it takes to come in as well, because it's almost like stages or phases that you'll go through where it appears like, oh, okay, you want that. Okay, you won't see the whole journey of, you know, what it would take to receive it. But, you know, when your delivery is coming, you have to be in the house ready to receive it. That's going to be in the house of, oh, I'm already vibrating this at the present, in the present moment. That's why they say when you like journal or like manifest and you script, you write it as if it has already happened, or like it is happening right now. Like, I am grateful to be eating this pizza right now. I'm like, you have to really immerse yourself in that scene around what are you actually what do you actually want to, it's like the essence and not the form of it. How can you put yourself in that essence of, okay, I want the pizza because it's going to make me feel satisfied, it's going to make me feel grounded, it's going to make me feel satiated. Well, how can you actually bring those energies into the present moment? And then you're feeling the future before it arrives in the physical, and then that's just, it collapses it into your timeline even faster, because you're not in the like, again, time is what is it? Time is relative, right? So if you want something to feel like it's forever, it will feel like forever. 3 minutes underwater is going to be different than 3 minutes at a bus stop. So
Yeah, bars. But nah, I that's cool. It's a cool perspective. And I feel like, yeah, God is above, you know, all time, morals. That's all that's shared down here on this realm. God is like above all that. But we have the same, God is us too, if that makes sense. So it's like people, like, let's say they're in search for a partner. I feel like once you become that person for yourself, that's when that partner or that person will come into your life. Because I'm just using that as an example, because it's like you're being that for yourself, that God, you can't miss this present that God has for you, because it has your name on it already. It's just not delivered, but since you already living or in the embodiment of having it, there's no way you can miss your present.
Exactly. Even how you said with like the partner, I feel like that's so in resonance, because another thing that Abraham Hicks would say was, you're vibrating in the absence of something and not in its presence. There's a difference when it comes to moving with through life with that desire, and because you are that desire, you are in what you desire, compared to moving towards a desire. Then there's a frequency gap between the thing that you want and the thing that you're vibrating at. So if you're looking for a partner, you're like, okay, well, it's an essence, not a form. So okay, I want someone that's self-aware, I want someone that's emotionally intelligent, I want someone who is I don't know, adventurous, curious, spiritually aligned, whatever those traits and qualities are for you, confident, encouraging. Now, are you all those things for yourself? Are you emotionally intelligent? Are you spiritually aligned? Are you self-aware? Like, what you have to be those things, like literally, in order to bring things in resonance. Because if you're vibrating in a place of lack around, I want someone so that I can feel accepted, well, you have to accept yourself first and foremost. Otherwise, you're attracting things, and you're always attracting things based off of lack. People will teach you and force you to accept yourself. So
yeah, that's amazing. Because when they do receive the thing that they always wanted, or was like not begging, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they wanted this so bad, when they lose it, they lose themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if it's a person that I really wanted and I got with them, now I'm happy momentarily, but when that person leave, now I'm messed up. You know what I'm saying? When I could have just been there for myself, and then whatever comes after that will just be extra on top of
Addition.
for me. Yeah. So like, let's say I'm already happy within myself. Whatever comes on top of that is just extra.
It's a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus.
Yeah.
It becomes a match. It becomes a match versus it becoming something, you know, emotionally attached to. So it's like Source was always doing us a favor in that regard. So it's like, even if, you know, obviously we go through heartbreaks and stuff like that as youngsters, but when you become a little bit older, Source is showing you like, hey, listen, the reason why you felt the way you felt in that relationship because you was dependent on that person for something that you already are. So it's like, if you're looking for this person to complete you instead of becoming a match, you're always going to experience this person, you know, as something that you need versus something that becomes a preference, a preferable relationship to be in, because y'all both prefer to be with each other, not need each other in order to feel whole.
Yeah.
That's gold. That's really gold. And I hope that it don't fly over people's heads, because they got to realize that they're the prize. Everyone's the prize. Like, not, I feel like people put other people on top of each other. Nah, I feel like everyone is the prize, bro.
Right. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah. But not yet. That's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to take too much time. I know other people probably want to hop on here.
No, well, thank you. Thank you for coming back around. It's always a pleasure. I mean, this is lit. I could keep on going with you, but yeah, we're definitely gonna have to have you come back on here at some point, Retro, in the future.
Very obliged. I'm very obliged. I thank you guys so much. And we all thank you guys. Even for being on here as long as you guys are, because time is precious, and the fact that you guys have time for this is, we appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna more for sure.
All right, Retro, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much. Bye. Ooh, Neptune entering into Aries.
Yes,
That's
sir.
fascinating. What time is it over there where you are now?
It's 1:10 a.m. It's about that time for your boy.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, about to be ready. Get up, go to the gym in the morning.
Yeah, no, I definitely get some rest now. Oh, thank you for your time, and that was such a beautiful complementary energy to yeah, water co-creation. I'm kind of like lost for words now. That was such a beautiful way to keep things off.
Absolutely. No, that was awesome.
Retro's in backstage like gold.
Yeah,
it's funny.
no, that was awesome. For sure.
Any closing message that you have, Mo, for the chat, and then we'll let you go because I know it's late there.
My closing message is, man, relax, take it easy, realize that you are enough. There's no more of this idea of having to over exalt yourself. Just simply be, and knowing that the universe is paying very well for just being yourself, just literally being yourself and showing up as authentic and genuine as you possibly can daily, and being the greatest version of yourself, even if it looks ugly sometimes. You know, the universe is in full support of genuine and authentic vibrational alignments at this point. So, you know, we look forward to hopping back on here, and I appreciate everybody who chimed in. I appreciate everybody who sat and listened to us, and hopefully we were inspiration to you guys as much as we were inspired to share our messages and share where we're at in life. And hopefully we can continue to grow together. I appreciate you guys 100.
Beautiful. I can't say any more. Thank you everyone for joining us. It was such a pleasure to yeah, hold space today, and yeah, I'm super excited for this new cosmic octave that we're shifting into with Neptune and Aries. So we're gonna let you guys go. Have a beautiful start to this new era. It quite literally is a new chapter opening, not just in your subjective journey, but also collectively in the whole objective. So
we hope to do this again very soon, and until next time, thank you everyone. Sorry we didn't get to everyone in the backstage as well, but hopefully we'll get to do this again soon. Until next time, bye.
Appreciate it.